Now coming to the parts of Power BI. Let's understand Power BI consists of basically three important things, which is Power BI Desktop, which is the first starting point where you and I would start building the reports, which would then turn into a dashboard. So all your development, be it by a software developer, by a business analyst, by a student, anybody who wants to get into the Power BI would have to first download Power BI Desktop, and therefore it is the first and most important development tool. It is a Windows desktop application. Then comes Power BI Service. Once if you develop a dashboard and a report which gets converted into a dashboard, yes, and you're through with your development, you would like to put it as a Power BI service. This service would basically host your report and periodically display the charts what you have built based on the new data you provide to the service. Therefore, this becomes the second important thing after you develop your reports and dashboards. Third important thing would be Power BI mobile app. So Power BI has built Windows, iOS and Android application to consume the reports which have been deployed on Power BI service. So this typically we have observed that all the top management execs would keep their phone handy and would mostly be away from their desktops. In such scenarios, they would like to have a go at the numbers which are getting churned on day in and day out basis and have a look at them. And without even asking anybody, they can just log in with their current credentials which they hold in the organization into one of these apps, connect to find out the report and which has been shared by the developers and the business analyst to them, open the report and check what all data values they were looking for. This tool therefore is a really powerful tool which helps the top execs of every organization access data in very quick and very methodological and systematic and timely manner, and which helps eliminate the human errors and any mistakes or timelines and adhere all the timelines, and therefore have a better decisions and which ultimately would add value to the organization. Here it is. Power BI Desktop is on the top left. If you have a look at it, this is the interface which we'll have a look at it in just few moments from now, which would help us develop different kinds of dashboards and reports. All the elements of this dashboard screen would be explained as we progress. Once we build this dashboard, we publish this desktop application, what we've designed, into a Power BI service. So this Power BI service is a cloud-based service which has a capacity of 10 gigabytes of content and which is very sufficient for probably a couple of years of your organizational data in any form. This service, which has accepted the data built on the desktop, can then be consumed on Power BI mobile. So it is a very intuitive user interface, gets aligned to a mobile screen as per the size of and the resolution of the screen. So all this report gets aligned perfectly well and can be viewed clearly on mobile as well. So these three terms continuously work hand in hand to churn the data and show it to the end users. So how Power BI matches your role? So Power BI can be used by a developer or Power BI consumer. So typically a developer would create report, then publish those reports to Power BI service, which you can view those reports on Power BI service by logging into a desktop Windows machine or any other desktop, logging into the service on the app.powerbi.com portal and have a look at the data shared to them. At the same time, there is a Power BI phone app. This helps the end user actually download it once, log in once, and every time the user wants to view the latest data They can just open the phone and have a look at it. No need to search for the email reports, no need to search conversations, no need to search, click so many buttons and applications. It is one place wherein all your data is collated and turned into reports, and then it basically turns a big KPI number for your top execs. What is an overview of Power BI? Power BI will help you visualize and analyze your data. And by visualizing and analyzing your data, you would see lots of insights being thrown on the screen by Power BI itself. You would be able to take a very quick business decision based on the data thrown on the screen. This can be a make or break for the very competitive business world, wherein the competitors are always coming in with new products, new services, new ventures, new clients, and so on and so forth. It is a concept of any kind of data to be developed and built and consumed anywhere and anywhere, the way you would like to see your data. So you can yourself see the slices and the dices of the data provided by Microsoft controls. This is something I'm very excited to show you guys. And there is something known as content packs. Content packs are built by Microsoft to which are a ready-made implementation of dashboards on certain services which are commonly used by loads of companies. For example, if you have a website, in our case there's a website, and if you have Google Analytics data, you can just download or link that Google Analytics data or that data into Power BI, and Power BI would show you different kinds of KPIs related to Google Analytics, which would help you identify the different kinds of plans and evaluate different kinds of plans and take decisions. And then you can always share your data for further Q&A via your telephone. There is a feature in Power BI wherein you can share your data and with your relevant stakeholders and query based on what you see on the screen. So what are the prerequisites for installing Power BI? Power BI can be installed on any Windows machine. It can be Windows 10, Windows 7, Windows 8, 8.1, Windows Server, and any Windows machine. You can have Microsoft Power BI desktop, which requires Internet 10 or greater, latest Internet Explorer to be very safe. And you have to download your system specific 32-bit or 64-bit Power BI desktop application. The starting point would always be Power BI desktop. So how do we install Power BI? We can install Power BI by accessing the link given above. Then we download x86 or x64 based machine related file, and once the file is downloaded, it is an MSI file. You just need to click and there you go. So now let's have a practical look at how to install Power BI. This course is going to teach you in a very step-by-step basis how to move from get going with Power BI installation and learning how to use various controls in Power BI, and then how to implement a real-world scenario consuming all different types of data and incorporating it into one data set, and then build beautiful dashboards. About this course basically intends to the target audience, which are beginners and intermediate learners of Power BI. I assume while getting you through this course that most of you would be learning this as a fresh course, and a few of you all would definitely be knowing what Power BI is, and some of those people would be also using this Power BI. This course will act as a refresher course for the people who already know Power BI and teach the rest of us the step-by-step guide to get going on Power BI. Objective of this course is to crawl, walk and run in making beautiful Power BI reports and dashboards for your personal and official and exploratory learning purposes. This course will teach all of the students about ways to learn, get going with Power BI with loads of development insights. something which has come with me over the years of experience which I have in Power BI. I've set the difficulty level as very easy, as we would be targeting all the controls in Power BI in a very easygoing way, wherein you know all the properties and controls about Power BI. It would be great um, if you know one of the following, which is Excel, relational databases, OLAP, OLTP tools like SSRS, or similar Power BI competitors like Tableau or ClickView. If you know little, it would be great. If you don't know, it's much better. Target audience for this course is developers, students who are enthusiastic to learn a new Microsoft technology, which is Power BI, and corporate heads who usually consume Power BI dashboards. Will give them insights how to make Power BI dashboard from whatever available data source they currently consume. And yes, and last but not the least, ever learning students who would like to know this course and probably would help them secure a better jobs in big organizations, because today data is oil. So yes, let's take a look of how Power BI was born. Power BI was a secret project by a person named Amir Nats in Microsoft. It was codenamed as Gemini back then in 2006. This project Gemini was an SSAS and an in-memory mode implementation. In 2009, Gemini was renamed as Power Pivot and released as an then best placed BI tool, which is Excel add-in by Microsoft. As Power Pivot gained more popularity, Microsoft took notice of this popularity and began investing in this BI visualization area. In 2012, Power View was released as a part of SharePoint. SharePoint and Power View together gave a name Power BI. In early 2013, Data Explorer was released. As with Power Pivot, it was made available again as a then most relevant BI tool, Excel add-in. In 2013, it was again renamed from Data Explorer to Power Query. The goal was this Power Query was irrespective of this data, where it resides, you can still connect to the data at its location and fetch reports and build visualizations out of it. The goal of Power Query was to make it easier to access data and bring it to Power Pivot. Having Power Query and Power Pivot available as an Excel add-in made them accessible because everybody knew Excel. But there was a problem. You could build something amazing, but then you had to email your large Excel file to anyone who wanted to use it. Basically, this problem was whenever reports were built, either you used to screenshot those reports or you have to forward all the data along with the data report to the consumer. And then it used to put a load on your file size of an email, which varies from organization to organization, typically 1 MB and maximum 5 MB, and max to max 10 MB is what I've experienced. And back then there was no cloud, and the usage of cloud computing and cloud share or drives, shared drives were very limited. So this was a problem which uh, edged Microsoft to go ahead and find a better solution. Then they came up with Power Pivot. It was possible to install Power Pivot together with Microsoft SharePoint to create a central place for Power Pivot work and get the ability to automatically refresh your data. But getting it to work was very difficult and clumsy, and people suggested that the successful installations were required some kind of black magic. In January 2015, that is when the big step came ahead. Microsoft announced a new Power BI service that could be accessed at powerbi.com. And looking at this, there were thousands and lakhs of users who instantly jumped on to the new product named Power BI service. Power BI, if I have to explain, is a mix of Power Pivot plus SharePoint solution. After this announcement, Power BI was synonymous with the BI implementation coming from the Microsoft stack. In July 2015, that was the last month when Power BI was in more of a beta phase. This was made as a general availability SaaS, software as a service solution. By then, their marketing team had found a business model around which this product would bring them money, and at the same time there was a loads of acceptance which they had tested for past 10 years on the Power BI platform. This delivered information to your web browser and to your phone. Bottom line, where did we head? Power BI stands currently on the shoulders on most widely used OLAP Cube software product, which is Microsoft SQL Server Analysis Services. And the most important BI software apart from Power BI is Microsoft Excel, of course. According to Gartner, which is a global research and advisory firm providing insights, advice, tools for leaders in IT, finance, HR, customer service, support, legal, compliance, marketing, etc. and etc. It is a member of S&P, it's a huge advisory and research company, and they report on all the products, and especially in our case about analytics and business intelligence platform. They have rated Microsoft Power BI as the number one, a leader amongst the pack for past 12 years. Let's have a look. If you look at this, this chart pretty much explains as of 2019 February, Microsoft remains in the top right corner of leaders. The leadership, there are certain, and there are distant second and third, which is Tableau, ClickView, ThoughtSpot, and these are the four products which are considered leaders, wherein Microsoft comes up with a very easygoing pricing, usage, learning, third party integrations, everything falling in its place, coming out to be at the top of them as a leader. If you see the others which are there in the market, there are challengers, especially MicroStrategy, right? And if you look at it, completeness of vision and ability to execute, you see Microsoft having a complete vision, leading the pack, gathering the future insights from the feedback they receive and requirement what the customers are having, a constant pep talk, a water column movements among their customers. That's where they get lots of feedback, and they are currently leading the pack and implementing all the feedback advices they receive from their customers and end users. They also have a very high ability to execute. They turn very quickly a feedback into a requirement, and then they bring it out in very releases. Further information, Microsoft releases a new Power BI desktop development tool every month, and a huge summary is written on their blog before you download the update. We'll have a look at it once we reach that stage. For now, it is safe to understand Microsoft is currently leading the pack. It is always going to be at the top. And by learning Microsoft Power BI, we are ahead of the curve. So what is Power BI? As per Microsoft explains Power BI as it is a business analytics service that delivers insights to enable fast, informed decisions. It transforms data into stunning visuals and share them with colleagues which they can be on any device. End users with whom the data, the visualization has been shared, they can visually explore and analyze their data. It can be on-premise or in the cloud, all in one view. People can collaborate on and share customized dashboards and interactive reports. You can scale the Power BI report across your organization by exploiting the built-in governance and security features of Power BI. These are very high-level explanations given by Microsoft. Let's break it down into something which the user like you and me can understand. Yes. So Power BI is a collection of software services, apps, and connectors that work together to turn your unrelated sources of data into coherent, visually immersive, interactive insights. In this case, you can imagine Power BI is an interface and intermediary tool which can collate data from various sources. If you have a look at the figure below, it's shown that it can read data from SQL, Excel, MS Access, Internet Explorer, some any other tools, your bug tracking tool, any tool, Google Analytics, anything you name it, and it has more than 50 plus connectors which can connect to a different kinds of data. Typically, organization would have an SAP data and a rest of the other service data like Google Analytics, etc. It can have its own data built on Excel and generated by the analysts in the teams across the organization. It can connect to your backend SQL server used as, and SQL can be, apart from SQL, it can be an Oracle, 10G, etc. Any version. So these are the different technologies and its data which can be consumed by Power BI, bought into the Power BI, and readily converted into the dashboards, which is on the right side of the image. It can be an on-premise data or an cloud-based data. The location of the data doesn't matter. Power BI has an ability to pull the data from any of the sources from any locations they reside on. And then after cleansing the data, we can very quickly turn the data into charts, the graphs, and different visualization provided by Microsoft and non-Microsoft partners on the Power BI, which can add value to the end users and hence take quick decisions. This is a tool, if I may say, for decision makers to quickly analyze and relate or find anomaly in the data and then therefore take quicker decision. At the same time, Power BI eliminates the dependency of report creation by end users, because once the report is built and automated, there is no way there would be an interruption on the timelines, timeliness, mistakes, human errors in Power BI. It can report your personal and visual tool. It can be your personal report and visualization tool, and also served as analytics and decision engines for the group projects, divisions, or entire corporations. Now coming to the parts of Power BI. Let's understand Power BI consists of basically three important things, which is Power BI Desktop, which is the first starting point where you and I would start building the reports, which would then turn into a dashboard. So all your development, be it by a software developer, by a business analyst, by a student, anybody who wants to get into the Power BI would have to first download Power BI Desktop, and therefore it is the first and most important development tool. It is a Windows desktop application. Then comes Power BI Service. Once if you develop a dashboard and a report which gets converted into a dashboard, yes, and you're through with your development, you would like to put it as a Power BI service. This service would basically host your report and periodically display the charts what you have built based on the new data you provide to the service. Therefore, this becomes the second important thing after you develop your reports and dashboards. Third important thing would be Power BI mobile app. So Power BI has built Windows, iOS and Android application to consume the reports which have been deployed on Power BI service. So this typically we have observed that all the top management execs would keep their phone handy and would mostly be away from their desktops. In such scenarios, they would like to have a go at the numbers which are getting churned on day in and day out basis and have a look at them. And without even asking anybody, they can just log in with their current credentials which they hold in the organization into one of these apps find out the report and which has been shared by the developers and the business analyst to them, open the report and check what all data values they were looking for. This tool, therefore, is a really powerful tool which helps the top execs of every organization access data in very quick and very methodological and systematic and timely manner, and which helps eliminate the human errors and any mistakes or uh, timelines and adhere all the timelines, and therefore have a better decisions and which ultimately would add value to the organization. Here it is. Power BI desktop is on the top left. If you have a look at it, this is the interface which we'll have a look at it in just few moments from now, which would help us develop different kinds of dashboards and reports. All the elements of this dashboard screen would be explained as we progress. Once we build this dashboard, we publish this desktop application, what we've designed, into a Power BI service. So this Power BI service is a cloud-based service which has a capacity of 10 gigabytes of content and which is very sufficient for probably a couple of years of your organizational data in any form. This service, which has accepted the data built on the desktop, can then be consumed on Power BI mobile. So it is a very intuitive user interface, gets aligned to a mobile screen as per the size of and the resolution of the screen. So all this report gets aligned perfectly well and can be viewed clearly on mobile as well. So these three terms continuously work hand in hand to churn the data and show it to the end users. So how Power BI matches your role? So Power BI can be used by a developer or Power BI consumer. So typically a developer would create report, then publish those reports to Power BI service, which you can view those reports on Power BI service by logging into a desktop Windows machine or any other desktop, logging into the service on the app.powerbi.com portal and have a look at the data shared to them. At the same time, there is a Power BI phone app. This helps the end user actually download it once, log in once, and every time the user wants to view the latest data, they can just open the phone and have a look at it. No need to search for the email reports, no need to search conversations, no need to search, click so many buttons and applications. It is one place wherein all your data is collated and turned into reports, and then it basically turns a big KPI number for your top execs. What is an overview of Power BI? Power BI will help you visualize and analyze your data. And while visualizing and analyzing your data, you would see lots of insights being thrown on the screen by Power BI itself. You would be able to take a very quick business decision based on the data thrown on the screen. This can be a make or break for the very competitive business world wherein the competitors are always coming in with new products, new services, new ventures, new clients, and so on and so forth. It is a concept of any kind of data to be developed and built and consumed anywhere and anyway, the way you would like to see your data. So you can yourself see the slices and the dices of the data provided by Microsoft controls. This is something I'm very excited to show you guys. And there is something known as content packs. Content packs are built by Microsoft to which are a ready-made implementation of dashboards on certain services which are commonly used by loads of companies. For example, if you have a website, in our case there's a website, and if you have Google Analytics data, you can just download or link that Google Analytics data or plug that data into Power BI, and Power BI would show you different kinds of KPIs related to Google Analytics. which would help you identify the different kinds of plans and evaluate different kinds of plans and take decisions. And then you can always share your data for further Q&A via your telephone. There is a feature in Power BI wherein you can share your data and with your relevant stakeholders and query based on what you see on the screen. So what are the prerequisites for installing Power BI? Power BI can be installed on any Windows machine. It can be Windows 10, Windows 7, Windows 8, 8.1, Windows Server, and any Windows machine. You can have Microsoft Power BI desktop, which requires Internet 10 or greater, latest Internet Explorer to be very safe. And you have to download your system specific 32-bit or 64-bit Power BI desktop application. The starting point would always be Power BI desktop. So how do we install Power BI? We can install Power BI by accessing the link given above. Then we download x86 or x64 based machine related file, and once the file is downloaded, it is an MSI file. You just need to click and there you go. So now let's have a practical look at how to install Power BI. So once you click on the link given as powerbi.microsoft.com/enus/downloads, you would see lots of things to download on this screen. If you have a look on the top left, you would see Microsoft Power BI Desktop. As I said, this is your primarily development location, be it a developer or a business analyst or anyone who wishes to build Power BI reports and dashboards should have and must download this feature, this component from BI site. So if I go ahead and click on this, it takes me to a place in Microsoft Store. I can download it from this site. Alternatively, I can download it using advanced download options. It would take me to a download screen. So there are two ways, either from the store or from another website, Microsoft official website. The details, as I said, if you see, this is the latest product which was deployed on 25th of May. So rest assured, you would be seeing month-on-month update on this screen. Secondly, you would have to, if you can get the data, and these are the advanced features we are anyway going to touch, as in how to fetch data from different sources, how to build relationship and build models from the data. Then you develop reports from that models, then you save those reports and then publish your reports on Power BI service. This is the basic workaround which anyway we are going to have a look at it. As I said, the system requirement is any Windows machine and Windows operating system can easily install Power BI Desktop for development. And installation, you need to take care what version are you downloading. Is it x86 or x64? Now let's click on download. It asks you what kind of version. Let's go with Power BI 64 and say next. It downloads it for you. By the time this gets downloaded, let's have a look at Power BI service. The Power BI service can be accessed from app.powerbi.com website. Let's wait. Please note, this is an official account and from which you can access the Power BI service. If you use any personal email ID or passwords, you won't be able to consume the reports as well as develop reports. Ensure you have a domain which is a non-public email ID, and then you proceed with the development. In this case, I've downloaded a Power BI desktop and this is the dashboard. We would shortly log in. So if I open my downloaded file, yes, there is an MSI which says, do you let it complete the space requirement? Yes, there we are. So now we have the Power BI ready for installation. You just download, you just click I accept the terms and conditions of Power BI desktop. You click on next, you install it using your mouse next button. You create a desktop on your screen, desktop shortcut on your screen, and then you say install. Please permit it to install it on your machine by clicking on yes. There we are. Components are getting registered, registry values are getting updated, old files, if any, are getting removed. A clean latest Power BI desktop is ready for use. This is a one-step installation, and once this is installed, it is pretty much develop and deploy kind of a setup. Yes, we have installed this Power BI desktop successfully, and now we start with Power BI usage. If you look at it, in the bottom right, we have a screen which is opened up. Yes, there we are. So there are some earlier developed reports. We can go ahead and say try for free. It would take us to a website wherein we would have to give up our work email address. Mind you, if you write abc@gmail.com and you try to send, it would always turn up and say it looks like a personal email address. Please enter your work address to go ahead. So you would need your corporate email ID to go ahead before you use this product. In my case, I would just enter my email ID, which is already logged in. I would like to sign in with my email ID, right? So this is my email ID. You may not be able to view it. Once I sign in, it takes me to my corporate account, and yeah, pretty much it is signed in. So this is a blank screen which will come out for you. Let's have a look at what all components do we see on this screen, and from the next time onwards, the next lecture, next class onwards, we would individually dive deeper into all of these things. Whatever we see on the top menu bar is an home icon, a view button, modeling, and help. Any help related to learning this Power BI, you do have guided learning. There is certain documentation, training videos, BI blog, community, some samples for the developers, and idea submission. This is where, as I said, Microsoft is constantly gathering feedback from their customers, and that which very quickly turns into their requirement, and then they implement it in their monthly releases. There is a partner showcases wherein the partners have developed something great using Power BI is being shown over here. We'll have a look at it, and there are some consultant services. Home icon is wherein you can connect to a varied source of data. So this is a primarily first step what we'd like to do once we are into Power BI desktop and we get into the development. Then there are recent sources which are a subset of the data you bought in. There is enter data. Then you have a new pages. The pages are at the bottom. You can click on a new page at the top, or you can click on the plus icon on the bottom. Either or will add new tabs at the bottom of the screen. You can add a new visual. The visuals, all these new visuals just create boxes on the screen over here. These visuals can be added from the visualization pane. These are the different visuals which are available in Power BI by default. There are different buttons which you can have it on the screen. On click of it, you can transmit into another website or any tabs or any other page. There are certain visualization which you can import from Marketplace, which we'll have a look at it in our next series. From any file, if you have a file data in which new Excels are getting appended every month, you can have that folder mapped and synced into Power BI. This is a very interesting feature. We'll definitely have a look at this. There's a way to switch the theme. You can switch the color combination of the screens what you see over here, and you can import another theme at your own, or you can select a theme which is developed by somebody else. So now let's have a look. So these are the different options to begin with. different kinds of views and certain selections. As we progress, we'll have a look at it. Modeling is the place wherein you would create new columns, update some columns, change the data and the format type of the columns of data. You can have a roles and security. As I mentioned, Power BI has its own security feature, that is a role level security as defined by Microsoft. It is implemented in Power BI. You can have a different kind of language setup. In this case, it is English. And you can have different linguistic schema imports. So currently we only have Spanish. We can import other schemas as well. Whatever you see on the left is the grid of data once you import, and certain relationship. If you have more than one set of data or tables or excels, you can have relationship built in this system. This is another technical area which we'll touch upon in a very great depth, and knowing the pros and cons and the right way of using things. If we go back, there are fields. Once you import the data, you would have lots of fields on the right. Let's quickly have a look at what kind of data can we import. As I said, there are multiple and various different kinds of sources which is available by Microsoft, which is made available by Microsoft to be consumed. So you can have a look, you can have a Excel data, text data, CSV, XML, JSON data, folder data, PDF data, which can be converted into the tabular data over here. SharePoint folder. Many organizations use Microsoft SharePoint and Power BI hand in hand. They can exploit this connector and fetch all the list data and document library data from SharePoint. There's a SQL Server database connector wherein you can directly connect your SQL Server using the credentials and go ahead with it, porting the data as you need. There is an Access database which primarily business analysts keep with them for some kind of huge data which is beyond Excel. SQL Server's analytics service database. If you have SSAS cubes built in, you can connect to those cubes directly and consume them. Oracle database, IBM DB2, IBM Informix, IBM NetDesa, MySQL. So these are different kinds of corporate database backend software which is majorly used across the organization. You can see modern day SAP HANA, Teradata database, right? You can see Amazon Redshift, a cloud based database, SAP warehouse database, Impala, Google BigQuery, Vertica, Snowflake, Sbase, and many more. You can connect to Microsoft Azure cloud-based computing system. You can connect to data lake storage, Azure HD Spark, Power BI data sets if you have it anywhere in the cloud, SharePoint online list. So we had seen SharePoint connector, which is an on-premise, SharePoint online list, Microsoft Exchange, wherein you can get in the data on the people and in the organization. You can have Dynamics Office 365 online data, NAVs. You can have Azure DevOps related data, Salesforce, a major sales related software used by many companies for their sales team. It can be used. Google Analytics. This is a very interesting analytics piece. We'll have a look at it. Adobe Data Analytics. Data World, Facebook data. They're now moving on to the social media side of it. MailChimp data, as there are many marketing, media marketing, email marketing firms would like to analyze MailChimp dashboards. They can very well do it. You can also have QuickBooks. These are accounting softwares used by many different companies, mid-sized companies. That data can be imported. The Spark Post data, Twilio, Tigra, Webfront, Zendesk. This is a ticketing system which is used by many organizations for logging in all the requests and queries and problems across the organizations, across the function. That data can be linked to this. You can query a web data, you can put in an URL, get in the data from the screen. You can have OData feeds, which is used by technical developers, Microsoft Exchange, Spark, RScript, Python data, and many more, Team Desk, and many more. Microsoft Graph Security, some of the latest products can be linked. Microsoft products can be linked to this data. There's a workspace, blank query. These data sets are file-based data sets. These are databases which are SQL databases and And NoSQL databases, all kinds of databases can be used. Power BI data sets can be imported, data flows, Power BI, Azure related, cloud-based. So there are on-premise, there are cloud-based Azure, online services, again something on the cloud, and there are others which you can build it on your own, which is available in your company, can be linked in to these to this Power BI. And if you want to look at it, there's a link which takes us to a connector. So to be very easy and quick, let's have a look at a file related database. And if I have to tell you, let's take an Excel file, and which takes me to my desktop. And if I have to import this Excel data, and if I have to, let's say we have this data, and Power BI connects to that data, identifies the data which is present in this list. If it can make sense, it will pull the data and ask us. It's still analyzing the content, and now it has found something under sheet 1. What did it find under sheet 1? It found these three things in the sheet 1. This is the kind of data which it has found from the system. Do we want to import this data is what it's asking us. Yes, we would like to import this data. So once we import the data, so if there are more sheets and more tables, you have to select them individually and say load. Please remember, load is the button name. By clicking on it, it brings in the data you select into Power BI. Whatever data you pull in would be available on the right side of your screen under fields. Have a look, right? So as you see, there are certain column names which are right now not making sense to us. We don't know what does it contain. So these are the different fields which is available over here, right? Now we want to see what kind of data has been pulled into the system. Let's go back to the left side of the screen and say data. When we say data, we see exactly what has been imported, right? This is what has been imported. Now you see there are certain pieces of data which is not important to us and it doesn't contain data. You can very well say right click, delete. So similarly, you can delete the data you don't need and it is off from your screen. At the same time, if you don't need, you say delete. Free duration. So in this case, let's say I don't want anything except blank, right? In this case, you can say, and this is how you've cleared it. All right. So you can clear the filters over here. You can see what data you want. You don't need it, right? Then this is the relationship table. If you have more than one sheets or table, then this makes sense to create relationship across them. To keep this very simple, we are not building any relationship today. We have a set of data with us. Let's now visualize. To begin with visualization, let's pull a chart which is simple to understand. You can click on the visualization button on this screen, or you can click on new visual. Let's say new visual. What kind of visual would you like to have? By default it has selected this, but I want something of this size. Now, what do you want to see on the x-axis? You can say it can be booking from. This is one kind of column, and probably some kind of monetary rate. If I say total gross is a column value. So you would see a stack chart. Probably this is not helping me in visualizing what I wanted. So what it is trying to tell me is on one particular day there has been different kinds of color coding. So red means Saturday, booking from Saturday, and the gross value is this. and this is booking from Wednesday, 1st May, and this is blank, so it couldn't find the booking value. Let's change the chart type, or let's add it into an axis. If I change this into booking from, booking to, or rather this is the better way of visualizing what was the percentage booking across these different days. So it was, out of overall booking what I have, 24% has been booked on 6th, 1st of May, 25% has been booked on another, what do you say, this is June, this is May, and this is others, right? If you have a look at it, and let's have a look at it, we'll get to see what dates has been done. So there should be only two dates, 1st May and 1st June, right? So if we go back, it is not May, it is June. This is 1st of June. This is given in American MMDDYY format. Therefore, this is 1st of June. You've got business of total gross of 24% of the overall revenue, which is amount so and so. And another thing is on the 1st of May, whereas it was 25% of the overall revenue booked, is this much. So this is one of the charts which is given to us. We can also add tooltips if there is something you would like to see, right? You can always write currency probably in a tooltip if there is all values are in INR. This is something not available, therefore it's left blank. Wherever is monetary value available, it is shown. So this is overall your first chart, what you can see in this. You can change the different kinds of charts. You can size it the way you want. You can filter certain content, as in, let's filter booking date is not blank. So if you say this, then you are left with only two options, and all those options are valid options. So you have an option to filter. So this, under the visualization pane, you have different kinds of filters. There are in all a page level filter and a report level filter. So what you would see is report level filter will hide that filtered value from across the pages, whereas page level filter will only hide the value on this page. Like I said, if I want to add a new page, you can say page 2. At the same time, if you want to add a page from the top, you can still say, do you want to duplicate a page or you want a blank page? You can add one more. So it adds 3. So there are two ways to add tabs, which are known as pages. At the same time, you might want to hide a page from the end user. You can hide the page. So this is available to you in your Power BI desktop. Whereas when you publish this, page 3 won't be visible. You can delete a page if you don't need it, but ensure when you delete it, you delete it for sure. You don't have a soft deletes in Power BI desktop. There is no way to recover it. I would like to teach you the best practices while developing it later on in this program. So let's come back to this. So now we've seen how to install, download, at least start using, and ways to develop a very brief, fast introduction to Power BI Desktop, which you would again revisit it in our future course content. So now let's break this Power BI into what are the key components of Power BI ecosystem. As per Microsoft and released and experienced by all our developers, these are the components released by Power BI and Microsoft team, which is one, Power BI Desktop. This is Power Windows-based application for desktop and PCs, primarily for designing and publishing reports to the service. Please remember, this is your starting point when working with Power BI. What is Power BI service? The second step, as I said, among the top three tools we would require is Power BI Service. It is a software as a service platform which was earlier known as Power BI for Office 65 and now is known as Power BI.com or simply Power BI. So it's the same thing with different annotations, but what it essentially means, it is a location in the cloud provided by Microsoft team to help developers publish their developed reports into the cloud. Third is Power BI mobile app. This is a very simple Power BI mobile app. If you go into your Android or iOS or a Microsoft Windows marketplace, you would find app which would be a Power BI app. You just need to download a small app, which is a very lightweight app to download, and sign in with your Office credentials. When I say Office, is your corporate email ID and password, because it is all linked to your mail ID and your password. There are no separate IDs and no separate passwords apart from your email ID and password to connect to your Power BI reports. And this is basically the consumer's app wherein whatever you publish on Power BI service would be available and shared with the concerned person, would be available to those people in mobile apps. There is a strong security in place by Microsoft wherein no new reports or nobody else's reports are visible to any logged in mobile app user. Power BI Gateway is a tool which syncs any data from in and out of Power BI. It can connect to flows and Power Apps as well. So imagine a gateway is a tool wherein it will pull the data from the data source. It can be any data source, you name it, and then push the data into Power BI service. In this way, it refreshes the data periodically and there is no manual intervention by the end users or any human person to move the data from data source into Power BI. So it is pretty much a gateway wherein the source data is moved into the cloud, Power BI cloud for the end user's consumption. And this is a human free tool. Once designed and configured and placed into the system, it runs on its own. There is no human intervention and therefore no mistakes, no human errors, no missing timelines, and no asking for data. Everything all answered by just a simple gateway. That's a tool. We'll have a look at it very shortly in our future video. Power BI Embedded. What does Power BI Embedded mean? Power BI provides a REST API that can be used to build your own dashboards and reports, which can be consumed, which can be used into custom application. So Power BI users and non-Power BI users can access and understand the data which has been published. It might so happen that this Power BI has been purchased for n number of users and that same data needs to be accessed into some other application. So this is a big important point to remember by all the budding developers and current developers, that Power BI provides a REST API which can connect to your Power BI data periodically and use that data to display and consume that data to generate new reports and dashboard in other custom application. This is a slightly advanced topic which we would like to have a look at it towards the end of the entire Power BI understanding. Power BI Report Server. Power BI Report Server is a solution for companies that do not want to put their data onto a completely safe Microsoft cloud. There are companies like finance and medical, due to different restrictions by the federal government, would like to keep data with themselves for their audit and other requirements. For this requirement, Microsoft has come up with my Power BI report server, wherein you own the data, you publish the Power BI reports from the data you own and your on-premise setup. In this case, Power BI Report Server is an excellent tool catering to such domains such as finance and healthcare, especially across the world. The last but not least is Power BI Visuals Marketplace, a marketplace of custom visuals and R-powered visuals. The marketplace is essentially built for as a crowdsourcing mechanism by Microsoft to very quickly scale up their visualization development and also at the same time help the community which is going towards an open source implementation of their future products. So this is a good way to have an open source development in place along with the container, which is a Power BI monetization by the top companies. What is the Power BI pricing like? Let's have a look at it. What does the pricing look like? Yes. So if we go with the Power BI Pro, it is 9.99 monthly user price per person per month, right? And if there are more than around 350 to 400 users, that's a typical threshold which translates into $10 per user per month into enterprise. That's a threshold you'll have to look at it. Do you want Power BI Premium or Power BI Pro? With most of the things which you would like to learn, implement, and share can be handled by Power BI Pro, and that Pro user needs to have a license which can be bought over the web by paying a monthly fee of $10 per user per month. You can have a look at it in different currency rates, as in Australian dollar, it is 30.70, USD being a standard across the world, it is $10 US dollar per user per month, which helps you with self-service and modern BI. It helps you collaborate, publish into Power BI service, share it with the other relevant stakeholders, and do analysis. And it is fully managed by Microsoft, so there is no need to worry about your backups, your security, your storage sizes, etc. On the other side, there is Power BI Premium. It is an enterprise Power BI big analytics cloud and on-premise reporting. You can choose the way you want. Advanced administration controls are given to you, so you are in charge of the administration of this cloud, which can sometimes work for and sometimes against an organization. So it's a model which you would like to pick and choose based on your requirement and need. Dedicated cloud compute and storage resources. It can allow any user to consume Power BI content. Once you have a premium license of $4,995 per month, that would be sufficient to cater to all the users you have in your organization. Typically have a threshold around 350 and at max 500 users, after which you should go for Power BI Premium. This is where it is here. So it's a option between pick and choose. If you're starting fresh, new learning, please opt for Power BI Pro, which would help you quickly learn, understand, develop, and distribute your reports. And if you don't have to purchase this, you can always design your report using Power BI desktop and share the PBIX files to the relevant stakeholders, and they would open it like another tool like an Excel in this Power BI and view the content. So there are ways to work around the system, but the best way is to purchase a Power BI Pro license. Coming back.
So today we studied about what is the background of Power BI, how did it start from its initial stage using Excel, still current stage as a separate software competing with Excel with better UI and features. We saw how year by year what happened to Power BI development and how we landed up at Power BI. We also compared a Power BI with its competitors uh, in the Gartner's report, which is Quick Click View and Tableau and ClickSense and other tools. And amongst all the tools we found, Power BI is way ahead of the curve and a market leader. At the same time, it is not expensive as its peers, and it's used massively by huge corporations to quickly turn their data into digital dashboards. We also saw how to get download Power BI and use Power BI on your Windows machine. And we also saw different data sources to which Power BI can connect to. So in your backend, you can always think about any data source, what you can even imagine. There are ways and connectors to connect to Power BI. Overall, we studied these things, and now as we proceed in our next series, we would see how to view the Power BI desktop. The Power BI desktop, as I said, is an initial source of development, and that is the starting point where all the developers would churn in their data into a beautiful visualization of dashboard. With this, we conclude the first lecture and proceed to our next, which in our next series, we are going to study what are the different file menu options on the Power BI toolbar and how does it reflect on the Power BI software. Thank you. Till then, bye bye. Welcome. So today we are going to view all the menu options available in the Power BI desktop. As we said, Power BI desktop is a very versatile product in which you would be developing different kinds of visualizations based on your different formats of data you have. Today we are going to study the menu options, which is File, Home, View and Modeling are typically available as a menu bar option at the top of the Power BI desktop software. These options enable us to set the data, work around the data, calculate certain data, arrange the different visualizations what we've got on the screen. Uh, to study this, let's first see Power BI desktop. So today this is the Power BI desktop. As you can see, the UI is a little bit different today because there's nothing pending to be downloaded. This is the latest available Power BI desktop, which I have downloaded on my machine, and this would be used to develop further. Ensure yourselves with using the latest Power BI desktop to make use of the latest features developed by Microsoft and released to us. So these are the menu options I was speaking about. File menu. File menu has new to create a new report, open some existing reports, save if you want to save somewhere, then you move forward with save as, then you go into get data. As I said, it has lot many data sources and its connectors available over here. If you have some template, Power BI template or some visual which you developed on your own, or you have downloaded from a marketplace, all those files can be imported over here. If you want to export this current report somewhere to be used in some other Power BI file, then you can set this data and file as a template to be used in some other place. Publish option goes to your, again, publish option would only be available if you are a logged in user and at the same time you have a space on the Microsoft cloud to deploy your app. Export to PDF, this feature we are going to see, as the name suggests, it will export the contents of your report which you have page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. into a beautiful PDF file to be shared across the organization. Yes. Help help is some sample documents to help you going. What's new takes you to the website, sign out, exit. Okay, so let's start with a new file. Today, let's go back to a new file, new. All right. Let's begin with importing some data to play around with and then explore the options under the menu bar. First of all, we need some data. We go into get data, and to begin with a very simple piece of information, let's connect to the Excel data sheet. What I've done is I have downloaded a software. I've made a Excel out of some sample data, and that is the data we are going to import. So you just browse to your Excel sheet, attach the Excel sheet, and say open. This Power BI would now analyze the Excel data, try to relate some data, create some relationships if it can understand the data, and then import the data. It would also show you, give you an option to which data you want to import. So let's see, it is preparing to import. So this is the navigator wherein all the sheet data what you have. As of now, my sheet consists of two kinds of data which I really want to get in and open. Till the time it is opening this sheet, let us go into the downloads. And let's open the sample store. Yeah, this is the data what we have in front of us. What we see is these are the headers of the data, right? This is the return items. If so, basically this data belongs to a superstore, and it's about the different kinds of sales what has happened, by who is the customer, how was the sale conducted, did we do a standard mode of shipping or a second class, when was the order given, when was the shipment sent, who was the customer, its customer unique ID, the segment it belonged to. There are three types of segments which we have over here. Country he or she belonged to, the city, the state he or she belonged to, postal code. These are the personal information of the customer. Now, what product did he purchase? What category that product fell into? What kind of subcategory the product was in? What was the name given to the product? What was the rate of that product which the user purchased? What was the quantity the user purchased? Was there any discount available for the user? If there was, then what percentage discount was given to the user? And finally, the value the user paid for the quantity he purchased. So this is one piece of information. Second sheet consists of, if there was a return in order, what was this order ID? Since order IDs are unique, it would be simple for us to trace it back. So if you look at it, order ID and here is the order ID. The column names would be the same. This is one piece of information which you would have to take care while working with the information in the Power BI. Then I have a customer list which tells me about who is the customer and what region does he belong to. You may choose to have many more different fields and attributes to every customer. For the simplicity's sake and for our understanding's sake, I have kept this sheet very simple as possible. I have ensured a couple of things over here, that the first column only consists the names of the customer and second column especially consists of the regions. If we look at it, you would see these many regions available to the customer. And if you look at the names, there would be purely names of the customer in the system. So now let's go to the Power BI. As we see, till the time we understood the data which was imported, the sheet will show you what data is available. So if you feel what is this order is all about, the Power BI desktop gives you a system of preview. In this, it reads the data which is ready to upload into the system of Power BI desktop and gives you an option whether you want to import it into the Power BI, or you may choose to not import it to the Power BI. Since the data is huge, it might, and based on the connectivity and the bandwidth and the processing of your machine, it would throw you some content over here. So let's go ahead till the time it brings this data. I want to have all three pieces of information to be imported into my system. So what I say, I select all three from the navigator and then I say import or load. In this case, it is shown as load. So let's click on load. What it does is Power BI in the background tries to find out relationships. So it's like it says, determining automatic transformation. If there are some transformations, some corrections, some field type adjustments to be built, Power BI in itself will make that field type changes. For every table, there is a size. So basically, every Excel sheet corresponds to one table in Power BI. And every sheet, if there is relation between those two sheets, Power BI in itself would identify and try to relate it if it can clearly determine the relationship. If it cannot, then in this case, it would leave open the relationship determination to the end user or the developer building this Power BI report. So these many rows are getting imported in the returns column. There are about 290 plus rows. About 3.23 MB is the size of the Excel sheet what we've uploaded. People are getting imported in thousands and they're still importing. Yes, they're still getting imported. Let's wait for this to happen. And once it is done, yes, it is downloading. Till the time it processes this, let's go back to the Excel sheet. If you closely look at the Excel sheet, you would find out the every row has some data. Point number one. Please remember every rows and columns should have some data to minimize errors in the processing in the future learning sessions we would come across. So every rows and columns should have some kind of data. Every column should have same kind of data, not the same data. So if it is numeric, ensure that it is numeric data. If it is alphanumeric, it consists alphanumeric data. If it is order ID, then all the data under that order ID column is actually an order ID. If it is a date column, ensure it is in some kind of a date format, same one unique format, whatever it might be, an American and European date format, it's okay. But it should have a date, it can't have a number or an alphabet. Similarly, customer name, there has to be a customer name. If there is a customer name, there has to be a customer ID. And if there is a customer, there are certain segments like country, state, city, which and postal code which are part of it. It should come. So now if you look at it, it is still getting downloaded. It is still getting downloaded. When some processing gets over, at that time Power BI automatically prominently comes up into your screen. So till then we can again go back, and pin code should be there for product ID. If you have for analysis on the product ID, ensure product ID has some content. And similarly, if there's rate discount, this is there. So if you see, there is a calculated column which is revenue. And revenue, what does the revenue column do? It throws up what is the income which the superstore got after every sale, after discounting the value of the discounting percentage. So if you look at it, what I have done over here is Q2 into R2 for the first column, that is rate into quantity, minus the percentage of the rate into quantity, right? So this is the discounting value, what we discounted from the total value. And if you see, I have done that across all the places and it is ready. Returns column has only the return is there and at which order has been returned. So effectively we'll come to know. And then there's a people column which is only showing about the person's name and region. We are ensuring that every order has one relationship coming from, unique relationship coming from the person's sheet. So before we proceeded with our import step, I ensured that there were no two columns of the same kind. There was some error. Let's import again. So file, get data, Excel, sample superstore, okay. And if sometimes such error comes up and you don't see those columns over here, probably we'll have to close this. So let's say closed, retry, save. I save my sheet over here because it was open, right? That's why I closed it now. Now let's do one thing. Let's establish, it's already establishing a connection over here. Let's wait for that to get over. Sometimes it takes painstakingly long time to get you connected and import the data, and sometimes it does import the data. So what we'll do over here is, see, this is the filter thing what we've brought into the system. So let's ignore the filter database option. Let's select all the three tables over here. I don't want to preview what is coming. Okay, lucky us that the preview option is enabled now. It is throwing up the data of the Excel sheet just to ensure that that thing is proper. And this is the row ID, right? So let's load the content into the system. So now it is importing the content. You might face such problems as in, you would see these braces, two braces, two braces. This thing happens when you are importing the same content twice. In this case, like any other Microsoft machine, it would create a copy of that with the nomenclature as 2. If you want to view the contents of what you imported, you can first view it in the model option over here. You might see 2, 2 and 2 given over here. There would also be 1, 1 anywhere if there is. If there is not, you are free to rename it, right? It's simple to do that. Close, okay, and you can, okay. There are ways to rename these two things as well. For now, let's start with this. So now we have these columns over here. Let's rename it to orders learning, since we are learning over here, and close it. Please apply or discard the changes. So what I'll do is I'll discard anything what was done earlier, and now I would say rename, and I would say orders learning. Please apply or discard the pending query changes, but there are no pending. Okay, apply changes. So what happens is earlier version was not completed, so right now it is trying to connect to it and get over. So what we'll do is we will disconnect this and continue. So for our simplicity's sake, let's proceed with the orders option. In this, what we'll do is we'll create a visual to see what are the different options over here. We imported a data. We are not doing any import or of a template over here. We will export the current template what we will at the end of it. Let's make a visualization now. So to make a visualization, there are two ways. Under the home option, you can click on a new visualization, or you can click on the visualization found under this screen. There are other visualization which can be imported from the marketplace, which we'll do it later. So right now, let's stick to our basic visualization theme, which is map, right? So in this, if I have to place order city, right, order country, and if I say country would lead the city, okay. So let's go do one thing. Let's change it to a basic visualization, which is this. And now let's consider what product was bought. So let's understand who bought the product, right? From which state. So if you see, if I expand this, you would see these are the different people who bought the product and how many did they buy. This is the count of state. So let's say we don't want count, but we want the revenue which was bought. So this is the revenue of value these people bought. So you can view it by axis by revenue. At the same time, let's say what product was sold at what revenue can be bought. So these are the different products which were bought at this value. So this is too much to achieve right now. So let's see, let's bring in a filter over here. So if I want to filter something, I would say new visual, and I want to make a filtering criteria over here. So if I say change it to a filter box, so now this is a filter. Look at the background available over here. It is with checkboxes and some filterization. So now I want to filter it based on the product name. So I just give an option of a product name. This is one piece of it, right? So if I want to view something about 10 self-seal white envelopes, I can click on it and I can see what was the sale of it. Now this is selecting only once, but that is something we'll look at in the visualization phase. For now, I'm looking at this product name, right? And I'm looking at the customer name. So if I want to change it, I can do a control C, I can do a control V. It moves another value. See, look at the grid lines. It helps you organize your content in a very beautiful fashion. Now, I don't want about this product name. I want customer name over here. So since it is a single field option available over here, it gives you a customer name. I also want to have an option of selecting more than one customer. So in this case, if I scroll down, if I see a format of this visualization and I go into the selection controls, I say multi-select, select multi-select on with control and single select off. So what it says, you select one, then you click on control and select something two, and you select three, and you select 3, 4, 5. So these would be selected. So these people, if I have to view, have bought these options, right? And these are the single options what these guys have bought. So this is the way all data originates and helps you visualize. Now let's go ahead and see what all other things are available in the file menu. Yeah. So now, what if we want to export this as a PDF? I don't want to apply any changes over here. So now, let's say this is a super store page, right? This would be return sheet probably, right? So let's see. Uh, I don't want this. I don't want this either. So this is the way you can add and delete pages over here. This is the way you add visualizations over here. In the file menu, there is nothing more to see except the import and the export. So when I say export to PDF, what it does basically is this is something what you have built. You need to see this is how you would view an Excel sheet. Excel sheet content into a beautiful report which you can share it across to your peers and key guys for their KPIs. This is one export to a PDF option which helps you export the contents of all your pages. So right now we only have one page, so one page has been moved to an PDF. If there are more pages will move to PDF. So here we complete the file option. Let's move into the home option. So as we see, the paste is control V. It can be used, it is same as your Windows control C, control V, but is control X, copy. Format painter, probably if you have something of this sort to be moved to this visualization, you can move it. It's more like the contents of your format this screen, right? So let's do one thing. Select a customer filter over here, since it is known as a slicer, right, which in other terms is a filter. So let's call it as a slicer over here. In this slicer, I am right now having a background of, let's say I enable the background, I make it a gray color background. Now I don't know what all features of the format I have selected for this visualization, but I want the same visualization feature to be applied to the product name. So what I do is I would select this, I would select product filter and apply it. So now both the visualization have the same kinds of attributes, and now it looks consistent on your screen. This helps the end user understand the contents of your report pretty well. Get data, as I said, we've started with Excel to begin with. Today we see all of these in the later stages of our understanding of Power BI. Recent sources is a shortcut to your recent files what you have worked upon, right? So currently we've worked upon sample. So in the order of descending order of the access, it would give you a list of sources. Enter data is something you can create your own data over here. So if I say regions, for me regions are many, and I can say north, then I can say south, then I can say central, I can say west, I can say east. So this is one more way of getting a data apart from an external data. You can create your own tables. Basically, when you come into Power BI, there is something known as tables, that is nothing but an Excel sheet of rows and columns which you use it offline. Rather, you can name it as uh, region table, right, to begin with, and you say load. So this thing is also included in the current Power BI desktop development. Right now it is building the table, and if you go back and see, regions are available. If you want to link those regions, this is something advanced, I'm going to show it to you apart from the menu icons. Is, let's say uh, there's a city, country, state. Okay, you don't have a region over here, you have a region over here. So right now I'm not able to identify what people and column means. So let's go into the data, right? And this is the second tab, second icon in this vertical menu option, wherein the data option gives you a capability to explore the contents of it. So right now this column is lying empty. this column is column 2. It is not renamed, right? So this is one way of cleaning your data to make it consistent. What I'd go back and see is, what is a person named as? Person is named as customer name. So let's go back to the people table and just name it as customer name. It is not permitting me to. Okay, since, see, this is one more thing. If you initiate an action on Power BI, ensure that action is completed, or else Power BI will continuously prompt you to get that things into the system. So this is one thing which is again there in the system. I now close this and now it won't prompt. Let's now rename this as customer name. It is there. And now let's name it as regions. So from the region table, have we have renamed it as regions, right? So let's, for the consistent, also there is one more way. You shouldn't have plurals in your names titles. So I've renamed it to region. Now let's go back into orders table, not the orders table. Let's go back into the, let's say, not the people table, and just rename it to region. So what I'm doing is I'm cleaning the data in front of you all, right? This is one piece of it. Now look, this was a pending action which was there. I would like to delete these words, right? So I have deleted the orders. I'll only keep the things which are of in the parenthesis with the numeric 2 in it. So I am deleting these things for simplicity of our understanding in the development, and continue the development over here. So these are the three things available over here, right? All right, this is the returns column. It has, let's say, is returned. I have spelled it wrong. Okay, and then let's name it as order ID, if I am not wrong. Just to check this out, let's go into orders table and read that order. This in please remember, all the things what you see in the list format on the right hand side would always be sorted in an ascending alphabetical order. So if you are looking for an order ID, you have to read from top to bottom, get the order ID in the exact tense, and go back to the table where you came from. No, this was not the table. The table name is return, and just ensure that the same content is given. Lucky, it's the same content what was available. Now if we go back and see, there are chances we can create some sense out of this. We can link region to region in this fashion. It can identify one is too many option, because for every region inside the people parenthesis to parenthesis table, there is one region of a unique one and only region available in the regions table. This is an entity relationship. One is to many. Star means many. One is one. Also remember, one important point to note over here is many to many relationship is not available over here. Now let's see another thing. If you have an order ID in the returns column, there should be exactly one order in the order table. So if I try to link it over here, it creates one is too many. At the same time, if I go and name customer name to customer name, link it to customer name, it would create another column. So now your connections of the table is done. Please remember what we have done. We have built a new table into the system called region table. We have imported three sheets, which is order, people, and returns from an Excel sheet. We built the relationship between those sheets, right? And now with this, now let's see the magic on this screen. Let's take one more visualization, right? Okay, and now let's make it as a filter visualization. Let's ensure that filter exactly looks like the other filter available. And from the returns, from the region table, we are taking the region field over here. So now, if we see blank, is there anything blank? No. Oh, there is one blank, I believe. Right. There is one row which does not have anything. So that's why it is blank. So this is one error on our, no, there are no fields over here. Right. Let's see what all sales have happened on the north. Nothing. Okay. Anything on this west? Yes, there are lots of west. Anything on the east? There are lots of east. There is north? No, nothing in the north. Anything in the central? Yes, there are many in central. So there has been no sales in the north. Otherwise, you have found sales everywhere. Again, if you want to select more than one region for comparison, you can view it in this manner. All right. So this is the visualization. This is the fields column. Also, the tables are arranged in the alphabetical order. Visualization area wherein you can select your visualization to be used into the screen. We've seen new visual. Let's have an ask a question. This is something different over here. Let's scroll up and have a look. So let's reduce this to a bit. Let's drag it over here or just double click and it brings lot many ask a question. I don't want that many ask a question over here. Okay, so let's delete this and that's about it. So now what I would say is give me region by, okay, region by or product by region. So if you are looking out which product went to which region, you can get it by here. Let's say sales, or you should say uh, revenue by region. So right now west is selected, so it is reflecting the west. Let's do one thing, just uncheck the west. So this is a region. If you have some more queries, you can also ask this area, analyze it, copy it, such things can come up. So very beautifully what it does over here is it can permit you to query the data into the available in the Power BI desktop and on its own builds its own chart based on what it sees important or the best way of visualizing that data. So this is an ask a question option over here. We can change it. We can change it. That's fine. So let's do ask a question again. Let's say, look at here. The option to ask questions is over here. Let's say sales by region, right? Sales is not the word. The column what we have in our system is revenue. So if we move out of here and we select here, we go here, and these are the different ways you can put it under spotlight. What it does, it disables the other options, and you can blow it up to view it in a better way. You can minimize, go back to the same option, and that's about it. Now let's see, there's an option of buttons over here. If you want to go back to some previous screen, you want some information, you want some help screen, you have a left arrow, right arrow, reset. So there's a reset option over here. So let's explore all of them one by one. So now what we would see is we've just seen ask a question in a form of a visualization. There is another use of ask a question which I'll just tell you shortly. Let's explore what are the buttons. So just for simplicity's sake, I have built a new page which has all the options of all the buttons available. So if you have a look at it, it is a left arrow, right arrow, reset, back, information, help, Q&A, and bookmark, right? These are the different options available, and I have just brought them onto the page. These can be used in different places as per your need. Only thing you need to remember is after you get in a button on your screen, you have to enable its action. Please don't forget to enable the action. What I try to say over here is go back to the previous page. So that's where I've selected. You can redirect it to a web URL. It will open a URL on a new tab. You can enable a question and answer option right away on the same screen by clicking on a button. You can bookmark the current page somewhere, or you can go back. These are the four options available. In this case, I've selected a back option over here. For an information thing, what I've done is I have redirected it to a URL. So let's rename it to something like www.google.com for our simplicity and learning sake. If you have some question, we can redirect it to a Q&A. So this is another use of ask a question option over here, but with some slight variance over here. Bookmark, I have made an action as bookmark and made it as bookmark number one. That's where things will go. You can all optionally add tooltip as bookmark so that you know what will happen. This is go back. So if you check on it, by default, whenever you click on a visualization, its properties open up in this second last frame, right? In this, just explore option of this. Since this is one way of setting it to back, this is another way of setting it to back, this is a third way of setting it to back option. So similarly for the back option, I've set it over here. These are the 4 or 5 things what I have used over here. uh, Please remember, Power BI desktop would always be a work in progress in terms of development and product given to the end users. So you would see incremental value addition to all of these new features what you're seeing to it online. Now let's deploy this. To deploy this, you have to first sign in. So I have signed in with my name into my domain. Now I click on publish. It would ask you to save the content changes what you've done on this Power BI desktop, which I say it as yes. Where do you want to move it? It is in my workspace is where I want to move it to. There is already something which is already published earlier. That was the same Power BI desktop development. I had published it two minutes back in my testing environment. So what I'll do is I'll replace the changes done to this file, and the file name is always PBIX. Like doc file is the Word file, docx is the Word 2000 and or latest 2016 files. Similarly, Power BI desktop will always have PBIX file. When you have this Power BI, it shows you a success option. You can directly click on it and it takes you to that screen, right? It takes you to that same report which you have deployed. This is your starting point. Now see this. If I say Superstore, right, it takes me to the page one of it. I can do everything over here. Then I have an option to go back. It clicks and takes me to the same earlier page. Similarly, I have an option to go back, and similarly a third option to go back, right? Now another way of looking at it is, if you want some information and you have some URLs, some reference documents to be read, that can be given over here. It opens up as a new option over here, and it opens this item up, right? Let's go back. If you have some question answer, right, you can click on it, and by default a slight variance of ask a question is it will help you configure your question. You can check certain queries what Power BI has built it for you. This is right now a Power BI service. When you see power app.powerbi.com, we are in the Power BI service model. Right now it is not Power BI desktop. You've already published it to the Microsoft website and you are exploiting or using the services of Microsoft. So if I want to say top revenue by the city, so it will give you a city-wise revenue for your consumption. If you only want to sort the orders by quantity, this order had the maximum quantity, right? Total revenue over time. So based on different dates on a time frame basis, it will tell you 2015 to 2017 was a period. It was a slightly lean period for the sales. 2017 there was a very sharp spike followed by a persistent sales. So overall you get some high level understanding of your content. What are the most two recent orders? It was sorted by date and it would give you these are the orders which were recent ones. So amongst all the ship dates, this is the latest orders which we have shipped. Show the maximum rate. This would show the maximum rate which we have. If you have any other thing, you can always say uh, quantity by city. Which city is ordering? These are the orders sent to Akron, Albuquerque, and Alexandria are the three cities which are having maximum orders from our superstore. So this helps the management decide as in where to strengthen the supply chain and distribution lines and where to like kind of shift them from a poor performing or the less demanding locations. So you can do an escape from here and you are out of that. You can bookmark this, you can bookmark that, and bookmarks are available over. No, these are not available over here. Bookmark is available over here. You can say capture this report state, add a bookmark, and you can save it, right? So right now this bookmark thing is not working for some reason and it is redirecting, right? So certain things does happen in that way. We can always verify where does bookmark lead to. We can check bookmark is going to bookmark one, right? So that's how it is. One last thing to view over here is if you hover over it, it would show you the name bookmark, right? So that's what is the one of the options over here. Now we are through with the button. If you're using some text images, you can always click on the text box. And if you want to title Superstore, some kind of a title you wish to give, so you can increase, you can make it bold, you can make it about font size 18, you can make it so you will have to super Thor sale report, right? Now, if you look at it, I just selected this and I make it bold, I make it huge. So I make it 20 pointer, I make it different into Arial black, and then I just reduce the size, right? This can be used. I can copy this content or I can cut this content, right? So what I'll do is control X, or I don't want to remove this. Okay, control Y. This is to undo it. So these Power BI desktop has the same shortcuts as your any of your Microsoft softwares. Now control X, do it and make it control V. Is it there? Not there. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. We say cut. It's gone. And we say control V, or we say click on it and we say paste. It's available over here. We can change it. We can move it to some kind of the report. This is how it is. Now, basis this, we have understood more or less how these things work. Right now, we'll not import anything from the marketplace. We are not importing anything from a file. Let's have a look at the theme. Let's change the theme to electric. You will see certain changes over here. If you change it to high contrast, it would show something like this. If you change it to twilight, it would show you some different color scheme. This is a color scheme identified by the Microsoft based on their years of experience into development. Let's stick to default for now. All right. Manage relationship is the same thing what we'd rather do by clicking. Okay, this is the same thing what we'd rather do clicking on the graphical way or the visual way of making the relationship. So as you see, there are three arrow marks over here. This is the first arrow mark. This is the second arrow mark. This is the third arrow mark. If you want to view it in a tabular form, you can always go back and click on manage relationships. When you click on manage relationships, you have to select which relationship are you talking to. So let's select order to return. So if you select the second thing, order to return thing, it would show you many to one relationship from orders to return. That means for every order in the orders table, there would only be one available order in the returns thing. And do you have a cross filter or not? The, the definition of cross filter direction, meaning when you filter something related to the returns, do you want the order also to get filtered or no? Or you want only the orders to filter the returns. So right now we've said all orders should filter the return and not the other way around. And you can also make the relationship inactive by removing the checkbox over here. This means that the relationship, although it exists, but we are not using it in our Power BI development. So it is as good as a non-relative data set. All right. With this, we conclude the home menu of the Power BI desktop. Publish icon is used to publish to the Power BI server. So let's click on it. Do you want to save the changes? Yes, I want to save the changes. Now, as I save the changes, it would ask me where I want to publish it. I select the location where I want to publish it. These locations help you distinguish between the end users who would have access to what kind of workspace. So right now it is my workspace, which is my development workspace, which I have not shared it with anybody. So right now I'm deploying it into the Power BI cloud. Yes, this is done, right? Now let's move ahead. Let's look at the modeling aspect of it. So let's look at the view aspect of it. Do you want to have some rows and column, dotted rows and columns for you for clear placement of the visualization? You can make use of the grid lines to view it, and if you want it, you can keep it. If you don't want it, you can just uncheck it. Snap objects to grid. This is one option which you can snap these objects into to a grid. So right now, these objects right now form a grid. Lock objects. Now these objects can't be moved. You can also select whatever you wanted to, but you can't move those objects. So I have always ensured once you are done with your visualization locations on your screen, you can lock the object. Do you want the bookmark pane to be available over here? If yes, you can move it, keep it, or else you can cancel it. It gets removed from the bookmark pane. Selection pane is more like how do you want to select it? Do you want slicer to be present or no? Or you can move it from top to bottom. So do you want it to be down in the view order? You can keep it, right? You can also define the tab order. So this is not the tab order, so I'll just move it down. What I want is a product name. It is at the top. So slicer should always, this revenue by region should go down, right? And as we do the tab, it will move. So if I move it from here, see, I'm clicking on tab. On the this tab feature would be enabled on the Power BI services only. And once you deploy it, you would make use of these tab orders based on what you have done. Sync the slicer is a feature wherein if you want to sync it across different pages, you can do it, right? So this is an advanced feature which we'll have a look at it later. But in short, if I have to tell you what does the sync slicer do, it basically syncs the content of this page with the other pages available on the screen. So if you've selected this particular product, that data would only be available on this screen or else no. Performance analyzer is more like a development tool to analyze the performance of the uh, different objects getting loaded onto your Power BI desktop development. So if you see start recording and if you say refresh visuals, it would give you the percentage by which the time frame it took to deploy or show that content onto the screen. You can further check what all elements, like was it a query which took more time, or visualization did it take time, or something else which took time to load the content. So in this way you can work on the speed of loading of the content. One more important thing on the view icon over here is, let's close this for a while, and now let's look at the phone layout. This is something very important based on what we've seen. You would like to have a visualization covered over here. So let's have few visualization over here. Let's have certain regions as a visualization over here. You can increase the width if you may. Then you can have names over here. You can have the report given over here and a report given over here, right? These reports are basically, since it is a lock object, we are not able to work around with it. Now I am able to work with it. So see, this is the advantage and disadvantage of these options. Sometimes it is advantageous, sometimes it is not advantageous. It is up to you. This is more like the phone performance. You are trying to view how would it look like on my phone. So for a for learning sake, we can design to keep it this way. There are much better ways to have, or like lighter, cleaner, faster ways of having these mobile reports as a friendly thing. Action buttons, you can decide which action button you want it on your screen. Probably on this screen you might want back and probably a Q&A, nothing else. So I've kept these two if you change it to the mobile view. Now let's go into again the charts screen by clicking on this option, and I go into okay, I change it to desktop layout. I go into Superstore tab. Let's move into modeling. These the one modeling feature over here is how do we manage relationship. Like we said, relationship pane will on clicking on this again it shows you the relation like the same thing what we saw on the view and manage relationship. So ultimately there are overlapping features of relationship. You can access it over this button, you can access it by this model button. New measure, if you have certain formulas which you want to put into Power BI desktop for evaluation, then you have to write a measure. There is something a little advanced which we'll learn it in the due course. A new column, if you want to calculate or make a new column, like we made a new table, a region table. If you want to add a new column, you are free to do so by adding a new column. So a new column came in. You can delete a column and you can add a column, right? Then let's go ahead to that table. What if? This is one most asked feature which Excel used to give it to us, right? And you can decide what if a value is this, what would be the increment. So you can decide the what if conditions over here to be viewed on the output graph. For now let's not touch it. uh, Data type, if you are working on the table, right, and if you have this table and if you want to change the data type, you can change the data type and format type over here. And now let's proceed with this. uh, let's go into the format. You can also categorize the data, what kind of data it is a place, city, pro. If you have some kind of categories, these categories help you query the data better. Please understand such things of mapping. Basically you are defining a metadata about your data, and once you have that kind of metadata, it helps Power BI help you with the relevant Q&As in your Q&A question answer sheet. There is a feature, like I said, a roles based access, in which we can create roles on a table and the filters, and then only that data would be visible. This is an advanced section which we'll have a look at it at a later stage. Once you have a role, you can view this Power BI desktop by a particular role. This helps you to test every role what you have given for the data visualization, and then only deploy the content on the screen. So again, this is something what would come in at a later stage in our learning. What is new group? So if you see, if you want to group certain contents, it is, in this case, it is about this region table. But if you are working with orders, right? And if you have something known as, uh, you can group certain countries into groups. So if you say this is a part of important areas, you can group them, right, into something, and those areas would come up as a new group. So these are city groups, and which is a new column which has been generated and added to the list, right? And if you look at it, you can see, if you search important, if you search it based on city groups, it would give you city groups and it would give you what group it is part of. So this is a grouping mechanism which you would shortly see. Languages, if you want this schema uh, of a different uh, language, so like it says, import or export the schema that Q&A uses to answer questions. So but currently your Q&A answers all the contents in English. But if you want something to be answered in your native language, a regional language or your national language, you will have to import the schema first and then start using it. Yeah, this is a least used feature, but it is very important one to be used in Latin America, uh, parts of Europe, Asia, Middle East, and so on and so forth. Those regions, if they are using Power BI, it will help them understand the data in the way they can easily understand. So this was all about modeling. Uh, Rest assured, we are going to touch groups and roles and new parameter what if very soon in our learning. This is a help documentation tab wherein you can submit your idea. You can do a Power BI for developers. You can connect to the community. You can ask for a support or raise an issue. You can read the documentation about Power BI and you can do your self-learning on your own. So with this, we conclude the file menu options of Power BI desktop. Along with this, we've also studied one more thing, which is this. We did cleansing of and importing the data into Power BI. In this case, we worked with an Excel data, and in this, we first identified the data for which we want to build a report, from which we want to build a chart, right? Next, we cleanse the data. We ensure the repetition of the data in the column is there, right? There are calculated columns. If there are, can be ignored. If you don't have, you can make it in the Power BI desktop after importing as well. Formats are not so important, like I told you that formats can be changed over here. You can add new column and you can derive a new formula. So formula is a measure and column is a new column, and type is not important. So these three things we followed. We ensure the data within the column is of same type. That was one thing. Therefore, repetition of data is preferred, and the data we use is an Excel data. This is an Excel data sheet what we had imported. We did identify the data source, that is Excel. We connected to the data source, that in this case the data source threw up so many tables: orders table, people table, and returns table. And optionally we link the data. So we have linked the data using the back and the forward icon buttons, which help you connect to it. With this, we complete the second section of our story, which is file menu options and cleansing and import of data.
Hello and welcome to yet another exciting session of Power BI learning. So before we start today, let me take you through what we've studied till now. In the last session, we saw how do we import the data from an Excel, and then what kind of desired data is imported into the Excel. We saw high level how the relationships are built on. We also saw what we need to do with the data. Example, you don't have to have multiple kinds of or elements of data within a column of an Excel sheet, and how the calculated columns are not yet important because it can be done even in the Power BI itself. We also saw that formats are not that important because formats can be modified once the data is into the Power BI system. The source data what we referred was an Excel data of a sales of a store, and with that we saw how data is getting imported and turned into beautiful charts. The main idea was how do we identify the data source? In our case, it was Excel. Then we connect it to the data source. Then we fetch the data and then we link the data within. If there were more than one tables found in the data set, we used to have relationships between them. This is what we saw till now. So today we are going to see some more data types which we've not seen till now in this demos. Today we'll have a look at how a text or CSV file is used as a data source to import data into Power BI desktop. Also we'll try to get data from a particular web page which is available online. And third, we would try to connect to some OData. In this case, we have a service which is HTTP REST service which would give us desired table data which we can connect to and use it in our Power BI dashboards. So let's go with the second option over here of text/CSV file. So what happens is, now let us go over to Power BI desktop. If you remember, we've seen how to get data. So these are the known sources. So I know the type of data which I am going to import is of type text/CSV. In this case, I would try to import that data. In this case, we see this is a CSV file. If we try to import the data over here, it brings me all the data. It also tells me what kind of delimiter is within that data. So it understands the delimiter is comma, and therefore it safely moves that content one after the other. This is the data type based on entire data set. Let's do that. So first was more like an example. Now this is what the Power BI system has done it throughout the data set. What it sees is there is only one data set and it has so many columns, right? If you try to load the data, it can be loaded in the similar fashion we did for the Excel. If you want to edit that data, for example, if you want to edit the data, this is the kind of data you want. You can change the type of it. For example, you can have transformations such as this. Please round up. So it will round it. Whatever transformations which anyway we are going to understand in depth in future lessons, it would be shown in this order on the right hand side. Similarly, if you want to remove an underscore over here, or you want to split the column, you can choose to do so over here. In this case, if we want to remove duplicates, change the type, right? Pivot, if you want to fill, you want to group by, you want to drill down, you want to change the type from a varchar in database language, that is a alphanumeric to a numeric or decimal or a whole number or a datetime format, you can choose to do so. If there are errors, you can remove those errors as well. If you don't want this column, you can remove that column as well. So now the column is removed, but now you want to bring that column back. Then you can undo your last option, which is this, and it will bring back the column. Similarly, if you do not want to do the roundings, you can remove the roundings over here. If you don't want to change the type of an element, you can choose to do so over here. Right? These are the counts, these are millions, these are different sets what we have with us. This is an alphanumeric value, right? It shows ABC, but this is a numbers. So we can safely convert this into, change the type into a whole number. Replace the current, or you want to add a new step. We want to replace the current set of data with numeric value. So ABC is turned into 1, 2, 3. These things at the top is very important because this will ultimately help you with the formats of what you are using. These are different basic transform which we are doing right now. We'll not touch any other transformations in this place. What we need to do over here is, once the data is transformed, let's remove this. Let remove. And it is removed. Although removed means the data still exists in the Power BI desktop, it won't be available for our usage. That's the only difference. So now you have an option to close. So that means you've not saved anything. You want to apply, that means you are saving first. This is more like a return statement, like you want to undo what you've done till now, so you click on close. If you just want to apply and save whatever changes you've done till now, you will select apply. If you want to apply, save the changes and move out of this screen or window, you just say close and apply, and this is applied. And now that application of whatever transformations we did would get added, and on the right you would see this one of the loaded queries contained errors. What were the errors? Let's have a look at it. If there are, what we can do over here is, we'll go to the table, we'll check annual enterprise, and we'll check the value. So what I see over here is the values are not coming properly. These values are empty. In this case, we can have a calculated column over here. So if I have to model this, right, I would say a new column, right? That column would be equal to, let's add a new column, yes, that column name is value. in dollar, right? And which I would say if logical test, if this column, I have to move out 1 equal to 1, just for a placeholder I'll write true else false. So this is similar query what you would write in an Excel formula. So if you know Excel at this point, you would sail through making columns and its manipulations and also some formulas which are known as measures in Power BI desktop. So let's say I wrote this and I say leave it, right? And it would give me true. This is a placeholder, but for me it is value. So I need to do this. I need to do this. And I would say if value annual enterprise dot value, this is how the columns are bought. It is identified by the name of the table and into square braces a value. So in this case you would say if value is equal to blank, right, then you write it as 0, right? But it is not accepting single quotes, so let's modify it to dual quotes, right? Else you give the value, so that value is again this value. Fair enough. Now when you click on write, there would be some calculations which will be done. We encountered an error over here. So now if we try to troubleshoot, DAX operations do not support values of the type this, of type text, right? So the problem over here is you have to change this into a text first, right? So you would say text off. So now we'll change the formula. What we'll do is we'll check if that column is blank. Then you replace it with 0, else you keep the column as is. So when we run this and we click on the column button and we minimize this, we see that worked. So in this case, now the blanks are getting handled in a proper fashion and whatever values were there is coming here. So right now what we did was we calculated a column based on an existing column. We added a check of what we wanted to display in that column. This can be as simple as this and it can get as complicated as you want. So this is what we did with the value column. While we are doing this, we can write a new measure as well. So these measures are kind of formulas which do not calculate anything into a column, but it calculates based on a criteria. So in our case, if we want to find out how much did we earn from mining, so if there are different types of element and we want to get what we earn from mining, in this case we can write a measure which would give us breakdown of mining in a particular fashion. This can be achieved by using a measure, and this can also be achieved in the Power BI dashboard while merging this column with the value column. So as you learn Power BI more and more, you'd come to know there are many different ways to achieve the same thing. One of it is write a measure on this, or while doing the visualization, while making the dashboard, you would realize that you can use this column and against which you can put a value as dollar, and that table will by default group values, sum it up and display an aggregated value. Similarly, in the previous session what we saw was in the Excel sheet, if there is some calculation of percentage, if you want to do those type of calculations, you can do it by using calculated columns in this Power BI desktop. So this is one important feature what we learned today. So now everything is set, and now let's go back to the chart. So if we go back, now everything is brought here. If you want, you can say refresh data. In this case, it would try to load the query, and right now it is still facing some error. Let's see what the error is. So let's go back to the table and try to find out. So now in this case, I'm really not wanting to see an error in this. However, I can't just move ahead. I'll have to see how to get the error. So here we are. We saw there is some import error. When we refresh this and come back on the table, we found this error. There is one error which is shown in red. And what does it show? It shows some kind of list may be incomplete. If I try to load more, I get an error. We couldn't convert it to number. Oh, so if you find this kind of an error, since we've already calculated something value out of it, we can might as well undo the remove the columns, and I remove the change type. So it is back to what it was. Now if I try to load this and I see values reach 1000, right? Limit of value has reached and there is no problem. And if you closely see this, there is an alphabet in this, right? When you have something of this sort, then there is an issue. In this case, we will have to manually change the content. So this is the cleansing activity what we'll do today. I saw there is one alphabet over here. Let's say these are the alphabets, and I would say replace these values, right? Replace C with 100. So probably let's say it is C is cents, right? And for which I want to say $1. So I changed it and that values are written over here. Similarly, now let's calculate one more thing. Okay. All right. So now what I'll do is first I'll say apply so that the data gets saved. The next step what I will try to do over here is since earlier I undid the actual columns, right? So let me add the column one more time. So this column would be, let's first go out and then see if it is available to us or no. So when I go back and I say okay, right? In this case, I do have this value and I would say refresh data. Let's see what happens. There still exists some kind of an error. So where the error is coming out from? If it is blank, then you give 0 or you give a value, right? And this value would be of type. So if you look over here, you would find, all right, all right, proper error. Let's delete this. There's some issue over here. Right. Now, if I say new column, let's say is blank. It won't be blank, but let's say if it is blank, value, right? If I say if and it has this logical test, then I would say 0, else I would say value. So if I give this enter, it has an error. So what's the error all about? Yes, the value is a problem. Why? Because this is still a new text value, and the text is getting difficult to be converted into a numeric value. That's the error. So let's change the type of this into something known as decimal number. Yes, and as soon as you did this, value is fixed. How simple was that? Now what I see is everything over here has moved to 1. So this is one kind of transformation what we have. We don't have any other change over here. So now if we go back, since we see everything is 1, there is some error somewhere, right? In this case, as a case study, let's go back to the table, which is this, and go back into the steps of home, and then this is where we are, right? In this case, okay, value is not set, and I say refresh. This is refreshed. So this is what we saw today, is if you have a value and you can calculate something over it from a CSV file. So let's stop this at this point and move ahead. So you can have a calculated column. This is an add-on what we learned with this CSV file, and you can also update certain values. In our case, we updated everything with 1. Yeah, there we are. So if I close this, what next do we have with us today? We do have how to bring in a HTML page. So if I have to tell you, this is a table which is present already. That's a web table. So this site has this one table. It has some data. So if you want to get this data into your page, you can safely do over here is, again, you can move out. You can clearly go into this. You have an option known as web. You click on web and you say this is the URL I want the data from. Now what it internally does is it hits that URL, identifies all tabular values, and gives you a view option or review option before importing. So this is what it found out, and you saw there is one document over here. It is of type table. This is what it is. So do you want to load this? If yes, you can load it as well. So let's see what does it bring. It has brought in document. So it did get only the elements over here. So in this case, as of now, it seems pretty valid that it is this, and we can move ahead with it. So overall, this is the 4 different kind of data import we saw in our learning session. This does not stop over here. I can show you as many as so many data imports, but it would be a too repetitive task for me and for you to understand. The best part to get away with this section of importing, cleansing, and uh, creating relationships within the data is identify what all sources of data is available over here in the get data. Is it the file data type? Is it a database of technological people with technology background would easily relate to at least 3 different kinds of databases for sure based on their learning. Power BI, do you want to import Power BI data flows from somewhere outside? You can do that as well. You can make those templates like we saw in the last time and import it over here. Then you have an Azure database, which is a cloud, Microsoft cloud, wherein if you want to connect to that kind of a data warehouse, you can connect it over here. Any other online services such as Google Analytics, Salesforce, SharePoint Online, Data World, Facebook, something very important, GitHub, and many more, and others. If none of them are listed over here, it can be found in this place as well. These are the certified connectors which Microsoft recommends. You can use it, go through this, and you'd be able to find out. So ADFS, approved ADFS authentication, and many other extensibility functions are available in Power BI. In this case, what we now conclude today is how to get the data, how to organize the data, how to clean the data, how to create, manipulate the data types based on our need, how to hide a column, how to filter data. All those options are available very simply in a very user-friendly manner in this second data options over here. You can use any of the features at the top, any of the manipulation on the right click of the column names, and you can also delete, rename, you can edit the query, you can make a copy of the table, and you can group it into certain things based on what you want. So let's check what is grouping over here. So if I have to group into a bins, so if I say group 1, group type is bin, size of the bin is number of bins, bin count 8, bin size this. It gives you certain grouping options. In our case, it is not needed because these are unique states which are available with its all data. So it's fine, we'll not go over there. You can change the type of the column and the format. You can have numeric zeros, $sign. If you want to add it to it, you can go ahead and probably add dollar, and it would add dollar to it. If you don't like this option, you can pretty much undo it by doing a Control Z, or you can just select it and then say edit query. Edit query will tell you you have changed the type of this column. If you have, it will prompt you to change it. See, from numbers it became text format. So any transformations you do, please remember you have to click on edit query. You can remove rows, add rows, split columns. For example, if you want to split a column of probably this, okay, and you say split columns based on a delimiter, and delimiter would be a space for sure, and you say okay. So what will happen over here is South and Dakota, New and Hampshire, North and Carolina, North and Dakota. So it is the column gets split on your criteria. For some reason you don't like the split, you can undo the split in the same way, and the data will move on. There you are. And then you say Control S to save. Save, as I say, when I say Control S, it says to apply. So apply, remember it's save. Apply and close is save and exit, and close is exit without saving. So these are the top 3 options over here. Yeah, this is saved. Now manage parameters. If there are parameters which we need to pass, you can have those over here in the query string, not needed in our case. Data source settings, let's see from where the data is coming. So now this is the place where you see what all data is coming from which all places. So we have, these are the different sources. This was last week's Excel sheet, previous session's Excel sheet, and today's CSV, today's web page, today's service. Do you want to change the source? You can edit the permissions as well. So you want privacy level to private, non-public, organizational, I say private. So now this is only available to me. Is there a global permission? No. Edit permission? None. So this is a SQL server which is present with me, which is gone. All right. Now advanced creditor. This is a more like a TypeScript what you have, wherein you write the contents in a fashion what you want and you bring the data. So basically this is like the source from web page this and extract the first data element of it into data 0. That's it, and it is done. This requires a much advanced way of editing. For most of our cases we won't need those options. Properties are different. Properties include, do you want to report it in refresh, do you want to load, enable the load, yes or no. Those are the different things which are available. Do you want to sort this? You can pretty much sort it in a very straightforward fashion. If you want to group by, you can group by in certain ways. You can merge and append queries. If you have more than one Excel sheet, more than one URLs in which you want to append, you can append that data to the same table. So these are merge and append used over there. Use the first row as header is by default because this has headers. Sometimes it is not present, so you can undo it that way. Group by, split column, we just saw it. Choose columns. If you don't want all the columns, you can remove certain columns based on your preference, and that column is not shown although it's present over here. The weather column, if you see, choose column, well-being is not present. As soon as I do it, and well-being will be displayed. So these are hide and show mechanisms which you can pretty much make use of in any dashboard, because there are columns such as salaries or credit card numbers or maybe pin codes or pin numbers of your card or CVV of your card. In such cases, you do not want to show those private data to whoever operates on it. So there is a column level security present over here, and which helps you to hide the columns when the data goes on the dashboard and even when the data is downloaded. If you make the column hidden, that hidden column would not reflect on the dashboard in the website, that is the Power BI service itself. Also, it would not even be downloaded when there is an export of that Power BI data is done. So it's very safe in that manner. Microsoft has worked very diligently on this. Also, there is one more option. So let's do one thing. Let's close and apply whatever we've done till now. So now this is sorted. This is a column level security. Okay, let the changes get over. So whenever you make any changes, this pop-up will come up to you saying that that changes is being made into the system. Now, how about a row level security? You want people of certain categories to access certain row data. I want only everybody to access Alabama data and none of the others. So I can create a role saying that I have an Alabama. So mind you, we are now moving into the security aspect of the data. What I'm trying to display over here is I'm trying to demonstrate how a row level filtering is done, so that whoever person is assigned that role, only the applicable data to him or her is displayed and rest of the data in that table is hidden. So if I say this is an Alabama role and I move on over here, and in this I want to change this best ranking state, I say add filter and I say this is equal to Alabama. So what it means is save, right? So now if I want to view the data as an Alabama role, it would only show one row from this table. So what we see over here is I am effectively hiding the data which I do not have to show to people of Alabama. So this is a row level security. Hide and show is a column level security. Rest of the things what we saw over here, except measures, which would be taken up in the next course. New column, new table. We did build a new table during our last learning. Changing the data types, sorting the data, roles, new groups. Groups is something, if there are more data of the same type, you can group it into one for your option. It's a least use option, but you can make use of based on your requirement. So let's do one thing. I say stop viewing the role and entire data comes to me. Now what I say is Control S and I finish. So today, if I have to highlight one thing over here is, yeah, if I have to highlight over here is, we saw Excel data manipulation, import operations on Power BI desktop. Today we saw CSV file import data manipulation, along with the transformation, hide, show, roles of the data in the Power BI desktop. We also tried to import one page, although we couldn't find that table on that page, so we moved into another URL which gave us a table in its imported data. We also queried a service to get the data. We also saw how the data, while it is imported, can have the relationships as well, and that relationships can be maintained while importing the data. So these are and rest of the data can be imported in the similar fashion with few clicks, and more connectors are being added to the Microsoft Power BI desktop on every monthly updates, and more visualizations which we are going to see soon are going to come up in the more and more updates. Usually have a look at the Power BI desktop website around first or the second week of every month, and which will give you a good hang on upcoming features of Power BI. Thank you. So in this case, as of now, it seems pretty valid that it is this, and we can move ahead with it. So overall, this is the 4 different kind of data import we saw in our learning session. This does not stop over here. I can show you as many as so many data imports, but it would be a too repetitive task for me and for you to understand. The best part to get away with this section of importing, cleansing, and uh, creating relationships within the data is identify what all sources of data is available over here in the get data. Is it the file data type? Is it a database of technological people with technology background would easily relate to at least 3 different kinds of databases for sure based on their learning. Power BI, do you want to import Power BI data flows from somewhere outside? You can do that as well. You can make those templates like we saw in the last time and import it over here. Then you have an Azure database, which is a cloud, Microsoft cloud, wherein if you want to connect to that kind of a data warehouse, you can connect it over here. Any other online services such as Google Analytics, Salesforce, SharePoint Online, Data World, Facebook, something very important, GitHub, and many more, and others. If none of them are listed over here, it can be found in this place as well. These are the certified connectors which Microsoft recommends. You can use it, go through this, and you'd be able to find out. So ADFS, approved ADFS authentication, and many other extensibility functions are available in Power BI. In this case, what we now conclude today is how to get the data, how to organize the data, how to clean the data, how to create, manipulate the data types based on our need, how to hide a column, how to filter data. All those options are available very simply in a very user-friendly manner in this second data options over here. You can use any of the features at the top, any of the manipulation on the right click, of the column names, and you can also delete, rename, you can edit the query, you can make a copy of the table, and you can group it into certain things based on what you want. So let's check what is grouping over here. So if I have to group into a bins, so if I say group 1, group type is bin, size of the bin is number of bins, bin count 8, bin size this, it gives you certain grouping options. In our case it is not needed because these are unique states which are available with its all data, so it's fine, we'll not go over there. You can change the type of the column and the format. You can have numeric zeros, dollar sign. If you want to add it to it, you can go ahead and probably add dollar, and it would add dollar to it. If you don't like this option, you can pretty much undo it by doing a Control Z, or you can just select it and then say edit query. Edit query will tell you you have changed the type of this column. If you have, it will prompt you to change it. See, from numbers it became text format. So any transformations you do, please remember you have to click on edit query. You can remove rows, add rows, split columns. For example, if you want to split a column, or probably this, okay, and you say split columns based on a delimiter, and delimiter would be a space for sure, and you say okay. So what will happen over here is South and Dakota, New and Hampshire, North and Carolina, North and Dakota. So it is the column gets split on your criteria. For some reason you don't like the split, you can undo the split in the same way, and the data will move on. There you are. And then you say Control S to save. Saves, as I say, when I say Control S, it says to apply. So apply, remember it's saved. Apply and close is save and exit, and close is exit without saving. So these are the top 3 options over here. Yeah, this is saved. Now manage parameters. If there are parameters which we need to pass, you can have those over here in the query string, not needed in our case. Data source settings, let's see from where the data is coming. So now this is the place where you see what all data is coming from which all places. So we have, these are the different sources. This was last week's Excel sheet, previous session's Excel sheet, and today's CSV, today's web page, today's service. Do you want to change the source? You can edit the permissions as well. So you want privacy level to private, none, public, organizational. I say private. So now this is only available to me. Is there a global permission? No. Edit permission, none. So this is a SQL server which is present with me, which is gone. All right. Now advanced creditor. This is a more like a TypeScript what you have, wherein you write the contents in a fashion what you want, and you bring the data. So basically this is like the source from web page this, and extract the first data element of it into data 0. That's it, and it is done. This requires a much advanced way of editing. For most of our cases we won't need those options. Properties are different. Properties include, do you want to report it in the refresh? Do you want to load, enable the load? Yes or no? Those are the different things which are available. Do you want to sort this? You can pretty much sort it in a very straightforward fashion. If you want to group by, you can group by in certain ways. You can merge and append queries. If you have more than one Excel sheet, more than one URLs in which you want to append, you can append that data to the same table. So these are merge and append used over there. Use the first row as header is by default because this has headers. Sometimes it is not present, so you can undo it that way. Group by, split column, we just saw it. Choose columns. If you don't want all the columns, you can remove certain columns based on your preference, and that column is not shown although it's present over here. The weather column, if you see, choose column, well-being is not present. As soon as I do it, and well-being will be displayed. So these are hide and show mechanisms which you can pretty much make use of in any dashboard, because there are columns such as salaries or credit card numbers, or maybe pin codes or pin numbers of your card, or CVV of your card. In such cases, you do not want to show those private data to whoever operates on it. So there is a column level security present over here, and which helps you to hide the columns when the data goes on the dashboard and even when the data is downloaded. If you make the column hidden, that hidden column would not reflect on the dashboard in the website, that is the Power BI service itself. Also, it would not even be downloaded when there is an export of that Power BI data is done. So it's very safe in that manner. Microsoft has worked very diligently on this. Also, there is one more option. So let's do one thing. Let's close and apply whatever we've done till now. So now this is sorted. This is a column level security. Okay, let the changes get over. So whenever you make any changes, this pop-up will come up to you saying that that changes is being made into the system. Now, how about a row level security? You want people of certain categories to access certain row data. I want only everybody to access Alabama data and none of the others. So I can create a role saying that I have an Alabama. So mind you, we are now moving into the security aspect of the data. What I'm trying to display over here is I'm trying to demonstrate how a row level filtering is done, so that whoever person is assigned that role, only the applicable data to him or her is displayed and rest of the data in that table is hidden. So if I say this is an Alabama role and I move on over here, and in this I want to change this best ranking state, I say add filter and I say this is equal to Alabama. So what it means is save, right? So now if I want to view the data as an Alabama role, it would only show one row from this table. So what we see over here is I am effectively hiding the data which I do not have to show to people of Alabama. So this is a row level security. Hide and show is a column level security. Rest of the things what we saw over here, except measures, which would be taken up in the next course. New column, new table. We did build a new table during our last learning. Changing the data types, sorting the data, roles, new groups. Groups is something, if there are more data of the same type, you can group it into one for your option. It's a least use option, but you can make use of based on your requirement. So let's do one thing. I say stop viewing the role and entire data comes to me. Now what I say is Control S and I finish. So today, if I have to highlight one thing over here is, we saw Excel data manipulation, import operations on Power BI desktop. Today we saw CSV file import, data manipulation, along with the transformation, hide, show, roles of the data in the Power BI desktop. We also tried to import one page, although we couldn't find that table on that page, so we moved into another URL which gave us a table in its imported data. We also queried a service to get the data. We also saw how the data, while it is imported, can have the relationships as well, and that relationships can be maintained while importing the data. So these are and rest of the data can be imported in the similar fashion with few clicks, and more connectors are being added to the Microsoft Power BI desktop on every monthly updates, and more visualizations which we are going to see soon are going to come up in the more and more updates. Usually have a look at the Power BI desktop website around first or the second week of every month, and which will give you a good hang on upcoming features of Power BI. Thank you. So let's have a recap about what we saw today. And overall, in the view and modeling menu options, we saw what are relationships, measures, columns, table, type of a column change, format of the column change, categorizing a column, summarization, roles, and groups. So let's take all of that one by one. Relationship. So if we have a look at it, relationships fall in the first option over here, and it shows by default these all checked relationships exist in our Power BI desktop. There are multiple things what we need to take care of. One is on clicking of them, it gives you relationship. Power BI does not allow you to have a many to many relationship. It can have one to many or many to one, and you can have the filter running both sides or on the one side of it. So if I have to tell you this customer ID is having many to one relationship to the customers table. So as you see, ALFKI customer ID is uniquely available over here in the customers table with its all details. And you have a cross filter direction as single. So in this, whenever you change the customers tables customer, the value in the invoices tables will keep on changing. If you want both direction, if the invoice table has a value which is selected something different and you want the customer table to be filtered as per your selection in the invoices table, in this case you have to keep this value as both sides and apply the security filter on both sides, and you have to say okay. So now you can now do both sides filtering. Imagine you have a master list, a parent list, and which has unique rows. For every row, there are multiple child elements in the child table. In this case, if you select a particular child in the child table, the parent would also get filtered. Whereas you select an element in the parent table, child would also get filtered. So these are the two things you have to ensure. One thing very clearly in Power BI is that you cannot have cyclic relationship. So you can't have a table filtering another table on one parameter. In this scenario, it was customer ID, and similar thing, you cannot have one more filter. So let's see if I enable this invoices table, what happens. So you cannot activate a direct active relationship between invoices and orders because it would introduce ambiguity between the tables, customers, and invoices. To make this relationship active, deactivate and delete one of the relationship. In short, what this pop-up is trying to explain is you cannot have cyclic relationship, else it would introduce ambiguity. Point number one. Secondly, you cannot have many to many relationship. So you can't have two child tables talking without having the parent tables link, and you cannot have a cyclic relationship. Table A refers filters something in table B, table B filters in something in table C, table C filters something in table A. So cyclic relationships are not allowed. Keeping that in mind, relationship can be mapped from one to many or many to one, and you can have a filter on one direction or both direction. This is all about relationships. Then we went ahead and saw adding of columns. So please remember, adding a new measure is a formula. So where will you use measure? Example, you have formula which you want to apply it over a table. For example, percentage sales per year, right? In this, you would be adding up all the rows, and which would be as per for those rows which are falling in the current year. So in this case, you cannot use column. Please remember the key difference between the column and the measure over here is anything which you want to repetitively apply to every row of the table, then column will help you achieve that. If there is a formula which runs over a table, for example, sum or averages or percentages or any other formula which needs to be applied based by including certain fields, excluding certain fields, in this case, you have to use measures, because measures are like a formula which you have in your Excel sheet, whereas column is more like a new value from derived from an existing column. So these are the two key differences. Adding a new table is simple. You can create your own data in the Power BI desktop. New parameter, what if scenarios. So this is an advanced what if feature which is available to you. It's a number between 1 and 20. Increment, add a slicer to the page. So when we say increment 1 to 20, default is 5, and you can call it as what if parameter, and you say okay. So as it increases, what happens? So let's move this part from here and make it here. Okay, so what is happening? Is there a change over here? No, it doesn't find the relationship in this table, so might as well we'll take that off. I will take this off. New parameter, what if based on what? Let's select this. Now you say new parameter. It's a whole number 1 to 20. Add a slicer to the page. Let's see what happens. So now these parameters are not helpful at the moment, but this is more like a what if function which is available in the Excel sheet, which can be made use of over here. Now let's check the type of the data. So if you go here and you have a type of the data, you can change the type of the data based on what it is. You can change it to true, false, binary, date, time, any other format, and you can set the text. So when you have a decimal number, for example, you can't do that. So let's stick to this. If I make this as a decimal number, everybody would be moved to decibels, but there are some errors as well because this can't be changed to. And the format, what kind of currency, date, time, what do you want to do? You can categorize the column into this is all about address, right? So you can say this is of type address, this is of type address, this is again an address, this is also a type of address. So when you go out, in this case, table customers, so if you expand this, address is one, city is one, company name is there, postal code, region are there, and when we say count, it can give us a count as well. So you would find address count over here, and so this summarization table is basically used to categorize, summarize whatever you've been using over here. All right, close. Now we saw roles about row level security and the column level security. Then there's a grouping mechanism. So if you want something of type, let's say city. So we are looking to group cities. So you want all A's to be group. So you say group. So this is one group. All B's to be group, right? So all the B's. I'm doing control and click and I say group. So and include the other group. So rest all are ungrouped is the other group. And I say okay. So this hierarchy would be there for the city. So city groups have basically We have broken down city into these three groups. So grouping mechanism is something what we can do. Similarly, we can undo the groups. So we can say ungroup, we can say ungroup, and we can say ungroup, and we say cancel. Or rather, what we can do is we edit the groups, right? We say ungroup, we say ungroup, and we say ungroup. Yeah, that's about it. So this all will take us, so this all will complete our grouping thing. In this case, you can just go ahead and delete it and the groups get removed. City still stays, group is edited, they will go off. Yes, it's gone. So grouping, ungrouping, categorizing, it's fine. Formatting, if you have a number and you want decimals beyond it. So let's take a telephone number to show you a format, or any other numeric field which is present over here. It's not present over here. Let's try to do this. Let's go to our invoices table and let's try to play with the value if it's available. Yeah, unit price, discount, extended price, freight. So now if you want to change it and you want to add zeros, you can pretty much do that. So you can say it is the format of decimal number and that's why it is having 2 digits. You want to increase the 2 digits to 3 digits, you can do so. 3 digits are there. You can have a dollar sign in front of it. Pretty much you can have probably a euro sign in front of it, for example, and it would reflect the euro sign, right? And you can obviously add zeros. You want commas in it or you don't want. Certain places commas are denoted in certain countries as decimals, so it is decimals, or else it is comma. So with this is the modeling part of the tables what we have, right? Then there is a modeling part of the relationships. Relationships has the same row level security as manage roles, view roles as security as well. And similarly, at the chart level, the dashboard level, you have certain more columns sort by, which we already saw. It is there in this tabular format of the data as well. Similarly, in the view, please don't forget that these options of showing a grid line just to have a better placement of the report. Do you want to lock the object so that there is no overlap or by mistake a drag of existing visuals onto the other? Do you want to sync slicer? Sync slicer is a very important feature which has recently been introduced in Power BI Desktop, which allows you to have the selection on any of the pages. The pages are at the bottom. Any of the pages sync to a particular slicer on any other page. In that case, you wouldn't have to select the same filter over and over again and on every page. So this is a very helpful feature to be used in Power BI Desktop and while making dashboards. Selection pane, if you need something, you can have the selection pane and the tab order, which we saw last time. Bookmarks pane, a rarely used feature, but good to have. Performance analyzer will help you to identify what would be the load on every query or on every particular visuals along with the data. Where are the performance lags which you can improve up? So overall, what we did over here is, yeah, yes, so we saw all of these. With this, we conclude the modeling and the view menu options we studied in very great depths, and we are now ready to explore Power BI Desktop further, make our own dashboards, and going forward, deploy it, use it, and go for the best practices. Thank you.
Hi and welcome to another exciting episode of Learning Power BI. Today, let's recap what we did in our last session. In the last session, we overviewed all the options available under the View and the Modeling menu of Power BI Desktop. We did see options such as relationships, measures, columns, table, table type column, formats, category, summarization, roles, and groups. So at a very high level, if I have to review this with you, relationships are the connections between the two tables what you have in the Power BI desktop. Measures are the formula which you apply across the table and to arrive at a common figure. It can be a formula, or it can be an average, it can be sum, it can be a product, it could be percentage of out of certain based on certain criteria, and so on and so forth. Columns are adding a new column and updating its type. Table, we did create a manual table, also import it from different options such as Excel, CSV, SQL Server, and Access database. Format. We did change the formats of the columns, and we did see how did the rules were applied, the steps were applied on the right hand side of the Power BI desktop. We could create categories and summarization based on the columns. We did see how to restrict the view of the data present in the table by use of roles. So this is an effective way of showing or hiding the content roles. Then we did see how to group the columns into column values into certain order. So we could say north having certain cities, south having certain cities. We did group in the last session based on alphabets, and then we ungrouped them as well. Today's session, let's have a look at the more important concepts of what is data and relationships present in Power BI desktop. As we saw based on our previous learnings that we can import tables, we can build relationships across them. Now today we'll do a little bit in detail identifying what are the options available while connecting one table to another table. What are the do's and the don'ts what we need to take care while we import certain pieces of data? How do you measure, or how do you identify, do you need the data completely on the Power BI desktop, or you don't mind only querying the data as and when needed based on the certain criteria? So this is one of very important sessions wherein the crux of creating relationships of the background in the background will help you build a very powerful visual on top of it. Also, particular option of cross filtering. Do you want to filter data singly or on the both sides? These are certain technical terms which we are going to study today. Let's have a look with respect to data connections and have a look at an example. So now we are right now on Power BI desktop. As you can see, I don't have any updates available over here, so I'm on the latest version of Power BI desktop. This is one check which you always need to do. Moving on. Now let's have a look of many to many relationships. So as I said, if I go back and open this data connections, there are two ways in which you can directly connect to the data, and there is a hybrid way which is a dual mode. So the difference between import, direct query, and dual mode is import means you would import entire set of data into the Power BI desktop. This will make your Power BI file with the extension PBIX a very heavier file. This one can be bypassed doing a direct query. So direct query would not import the data completely into the Power BI desktop. However, it would only query the data and pull the data as and when needed by the end user. And there is a dual mode in which a caching is enabled into the system, wherein a repeated calls to the Power BI query would force Power BI desktop to save certain sets of data for further use till the time the cache is invalidated. Rest of the times, the data stays back into the server, and some data which you have imported would stay with the Power BI desktop. This is more of kind of network versus Power BI file threshold. As and when you feel the file is getting heavier, you would slowly move towards a direct query. As and when you feel direct query takes lots of time and there's a bulky data coming over, that's when you would import it. So when you are in two minds, it's better to import the data and work on it. Else, many a times you can do a direct query. Yes. So when we say import a data, I have one piece of data which is GL master old and MIS mapping. So if I go here and try to identify Is it a direct query? Yes, GL master is a direct query. If I see Excel, is it a direct query or an import? It is an import. So the data completely resides over here. MIS GL CC mapping. In this case, is it import? Yes, it is import. I also have a relationship. Let's have a look at this. It has many to many relationship given, which I previously said is not possible in Power BI desktop. This is a workaround to have many to many relationship. Now let me undo this what I have done and show you how to get this import and direct query working together at this state. So let me delete the data from here. It gets deleted from the model. It will go off. Perfect. And now let's delete this as well. So this window and what you see, the relationships, are the models in Power BI desktop terms. Please remember we are on the model screen. Now let's import some piece of information. Okay, I want to do a SQL Server import. I say connect. Now as I want to connect with this, there is an option to import or perform a direct query. So let's do one thing. I have one server which you won't be able to view the server name. And I'm saying it as import. So when I do an import, it would connect to the database based on the previous credentials what I've fed in. I will find out the database name within the database server. I say I want this as this table to be imported into Power BI desktop. So now till the time it is getting imported, it would show there is pending changes because there's an ongoing change which is asking the Power BI to hold. Let's wait for this data to come in. As soon as it is completed, you will see this table added into the model window over here. Let it come. Yes, now it is connecting. Loading the data into the model. It has now got 100 rows, odd rows. Yes, there we are. At the same time, if it finds any relationship, it would try to connect to it. So I'll also show you how to avoid these auto relationships as well sometime later in this episode. Now, let me pull in another piece of information, a SQL Server data, onto this model. I'm again connected to the No, I'm not wanting the import. Let me undo this. I do not want the import over here. Let me do this. I'm saying I want to do a direct query. Alright. And there are advanced options as in, do you have any SQL station and do you want to include relationship columns? So if there are master key and foreign key, primary key relationship, do you want to maintain them while you want to import, like we saw in the earlier products table? Right now, we don't want anything of the advanced option. We just say direct query to one of the tables. So when we say GL master, and when I go here, I have this table structure in my head, which I exactly know there is something known as GLs available in this column as well. And I say load. As soon as I say load, you would get an idea. First, the system will evaluate, then it would try to connect, then would try to import. Meanwhile, it would keep showing us as pending for changes. Let it load. There we are. Let's scroll over to the right. Yes, our table is here. Now, let's see what kind of property does it have. It has a direct query. At any given point of time, you can change direct query to import.
But this can happen only once. You cannot change import to direct query later on. So right now I'm not changing any of its properties. If you want to give a description, you can give it so. Now, a funny thing to look over here is, if I try to do this, employee ID and employee ID, and if I try to make many to many, this relationship, this should be used if it is expected that neither column contains unique values significant. And now it is changed to many, right? At the same time, if you want one to many or many to one, you can do it so as well. So these days, since you connected to this system and on a latest Power BI desktop, you can actually have many to many relationships. Why are we on many to many relationship? Many to many relationship is used when you have a table such as this. Have a look at this. GL master. Where is GL master old? If you have GL number such as this, see, there are non-unique rows in this table. 4350500 getting repeated over and over. At the same time, if we go into this table, you can't see the data because it's a direct query. However, we can connect to it when, let's have a look at it. By doing get data, again, we can directly, yes, and I say direct query. I'm connecting to the DB not to get the data. Alright, now, okay, I have entered a wrong ID. I go back. 50. Okay. And now it has the credentials. I would show you what is the problem. What do we mean by the term many to many? When we say this term, and if I go down, okay, we can't view this. Alright. So what happens is, if you have many to many relationship till now, till the current day, the problem used to get resolved by having another table which was calculated out of the system and then ensured that it always holds unique values, and that was referred by these two tables. However, as we did a direct query, and since it is a type of two different kinds of imports, one is the import function and one is a direct query, two ways in which we are trying to connect to the database. That is the reason Microsoft opened this feature for such configuration. When there are dispersed databases of different kinds talking to each other, Microsoft said we would remove the restrictions of many to many and permit Power BI desktop to have many to many relationship. So in this case, I exactly know there is GL account number and GL, both are the same things. So if I try to build a relationship, it would try to GL account number. It's still determining the cardinality and it sees automatically it's a cardinality. Do you want to apply security filter on both the sides? Yes. Do you want single mapping? This table filters the other table or the other table filters this table? Both ways. So cross filter direction means which table's data follows which table. In this scenario, GL master data follows the data selected in MIS GLCC mapping table. If it is another way of doing it is GLCC mapping table follows the GL master old table, or you want both to work together, each filtering the other. So these are the three ways of cross filter direction which we have. Do you want to have security filter in both directions or no? And make this relationship active, or do you don't want to have this active? We say it is active relationship, we want security filter, and it comes up with a warning which we saw just back that we are okay with it. Now we have many to many relationship.
Now, if we go back and see in our desktop, let's take a new screen, right? This is many to many. All right. Now, let's take a look at GL. We don't want invoices, we want GL master. Let's say I have a GL master. Okay. And now I'm also having, and let me change it to a filter. So there we are. Now let's have a look at this table. And I say there is a GL available over here. And I filter it again. So now if you look at it, if I do this, it would not show because it doesn't have a value. If I say 4200, so just to enable this kind of a thing, let's do drop down, scroll it down to probably, this is already sorted, so 2450, 2450, and you would see that value is available over here. Now if I say this, it gets filtered. Now, so this is a both ways filtering, right? 4200, 50. Let's say this. And now if you go back, that's not there. Let's see 4200150. Is it there? Not there. There you 204050. 204050. And if I change it to list and it's present. So this is the dual filter what we have. Now let's change the relationship over here. Let's say GL account number would be followed by GL. So whatever you select over here, this would get auto filtered. So now let's go back to our drawing board, which is the model, and let's click on the relationship. Let's say the GL master old filters this table. So which one is GL master? GL account number is the master old will filter GLCC table. So this master old will filter GLCC table. And when I say this, okay, and I say okay, now this one filters this, so it is a singular direction. Did you see the direction where it is going? That means whatever you select from the old table would be reflected and filtered on the new table. Now let's go back to the charts. Now this is the old table, this is the new table. So 4200450 was the number. So let's search 4200450 4200450 This one gets filtered. Now let's do one thing. Now let's select 4200450 over here. Where is my 4200450? Did you see a fact that after selecting, where is the number? Yes, you've selected a value, but it did not filter the parent. So this kind of a parent-child relationship can be formed in this system. So here we saw how did the GL master old drive the MIS GLCC mapping table. This is kind of many to many relationship going from left to right. If I change the direction and I say, what if the other table will follow the first one? So in this case, it would be GL account number, whatever you select over here would get reflected as MIS GLCC. And we say okay. So now the direction of it is changed. Now if we go back to the reporting table, what I'm trying to tell you is GL was part of which table? MIS GLCC would drive GL master. So this table would drive this table rather than this table driving this table. So now if I remove this aspect, now let's see 42004-250. Do we have it? Yes, we do have it. But the same thing, if we select over here and if I try to remove over here, it would still stay. What has happened is the security aspect has taken over. Let's do one thing, many to many relationship. This is how things are. This is what we are trying to do. And we say, okay, let's go back and let's do 42004-050. Yes, there we are. It has been selected. If you say 100, it would also get selected. If there are more than one values over here, if I want to change the property, see, I have a selection control over here. I want to say multi-select. I've set single select all off. That means I can select more than one. So now it has turned into a radio button rather than a checkbox. And I say multi-select, single select off. I will revert it, multi-select on. Okay, I have to click control and select all option, which I don't need. So by default it is multi-select. You can move it to single select if you select that value. Now let me see, if I select two values, then two values would show up. So this table is driving GL account table. The point to note. So based on your usability, importance of the table, you can set the hierarchy and controls based on the dependency variable, which is this relationship, also selection variable, which is in the property of that selected visual under selection control. Using these two combination, it is very easy to drive filters on your screen. So today, right now, what did we see? We saw import, we saw direct query. Dual mode is something which you can set. So once you set an item in dual mode, system in itself will decide does it want to cache it or query it or import it. So this is a mid state amongst import and direct query. Direct query is no data imported like we saw over here. If I go back to the table, direct query table is not shown because zero data is imported from that table. It's only the table and the relationship driven outside it. This reduces the load on PBIX file, whereas this is helpful only when you are okay with the network load and of up to 10 million rows. So if you have up to 10 million rows, you can go for direct query, but the load on your network and the load time would increase exponentially based on your network bandwidth and the client desktop. So it's more like a choice which a conscious developer or a designer or a business user who's making this Power BI dashboard to take. Ensure you choose an option which is wise enough for you to drive the business and the user does not wait for the data to arrive. Usually, direct queries are used for small master tables or some dynamic tables which keep on changing. If you want to query probably a stock market, or probably you want to change number of sales or amount which is getting accumulated over the day. So rather than refreshing entire data over the period or periodically, you can have a set of tables which would be a summarized table which would just show the summary of the actual data, which would be quick enough for you to see and really handy for the end users. The major chunk of the background data can be refreshed later on. Right now, we are good with the key metrics getting captured. In such scenarios, you can go for direct query. And data import are for those tables wherein you feel there is huge data which has to travel over the network. and you want to do certain more calculations based on additional columns and measures, that is formulas within Power BI desktop. So these are the two major ways of doing it. Dual mode can be set, but please ensure that if you set something to import, you can't go back and change it to dual mode or direct query. We did see cross filtering, that is single or dual. Dual means both sides. This helps you create a hierarchy of control based on related tables. Which major tables filters the other one. Now we did see many to many relationships today. Let's have a look at one to many and many to one and how they are used. Let's identify them in our current piece of information. If I have to go over here, if you see one is to many, what can be one and where it can be many? So for every order, then can be more than one invoice. So that way it can happen. If you want to see what the one order ID can have more invoice, correct? Similarly, one order can have more order details. One order number can be one and it can have 5 different items to be sent or collected. So for every row item, there is an order detail. So this is a master, this is the child. Similarly, if there is a shippers, so shippers has shipper ID. So there can be one person ordering multiple things. And for every order, there can be multiple invoices, there can be many items within the order. So realize one person, a shopper, will have more orders or a shoppers or shippers. Shippers is like the transportation guy can have many orders to be collected and sent. This is one way of looking at it. If you scroll down, this is again one customer can have many orders. So if you look at it, if you want to see what the relationship is all about, customer ID is across. So this customer can lie across many orders. This can be possible. So this is one to many. This is also one to many. This is also one to many. Please ensure that you read the table from in the direction of the arrow. So when the arrow is from right to left, you please read it from right to left. So this is one to many in terms of products. When it is this is one to many in terms of customer names. This is one to many in terms of employee IDs. And if I have to tell you, where is many to one? So let's search for many to one. Is there a many to one relationship by any chance? We don't see that. What if I change this direction to many to one? Will it work or will it throw me an error? Let's have a look. So if I say single, if I say both directions, so sometimes you are not permitted to have both directions. Sometimes, so if I say both, what happens? So it is both directions. So certain tables will permit you to have both directions and single directions based on this. If I change it to many and I say many to one, then I only get this option. So this is not an ideal criteria. I would rather go back to where it was and I say okay, so this would go from here. So one to many or many to one and many to many. These are the three ways in which you will ideally filter and create relationships. If you want to view all your relationship, you have a box at the top on the ribbon, which you can say manage relationship, which would show all the present relationships. Do you want to inactivate certain relationship? You can do so. This is used just in case you are working on certain things and the relationships which are inactive are shown with a dotted line. So this is all about relationships did we see today. Now let's have a look at rest of the things. Data and relationship. This is known as cardinality. When you see star 1, star and star together, what happens? The most common default type, which means a column in one table can have more than one instance of a value, and the other related table often knows the lookup table has only one instance of a value. So in many to one relationship, the table on the many side will have many instances of the value, whereas on the table on the right hand side, on the one side would have only unique value present over it. When it is one to one, that means you cannot have repetitive values for that column on both the sides of the table, and then it would be one to one table. Many to many relationship. With this composite model, you can establish many to many relationship between tables, which removes the requirements for creating unique values in the table. So why did they say sometimes you may not be able to create many to many relationship? In this scenario, you would have to create a central table taking unique values from both the tables. Then that table is referred from one to many and one to many for both the things. So this used to be a workaround for quite some time, and it is still prevailing in most of the cases. So either you do a many to many relationships, but if you feel it is too complicated and it is very difficult to handle, you are losing track, in that case you might go for a common table which would hold unique values, and that common table is in one to many relationship with the actual tables. So this is all about cardinality in the relationships. Moving on. Now, what did cross-filter direction do? So when you set it to both, the most common and default direction means for filtering purposes, both tables are treated as if they are single table. Both works well with single table that has a number of lookup tables around it. An example is sales actuals table with a lookup table for a department. This often is a star schema. So in the database, you have star schema wherein one is in the center and all the spokes are form the lookups. If you have two or more tables that also lookup table with some in common, then you would want to use both settings. To continue the previous example, in this case, you have a budget sales table that records target budget for each department. It's more like target of sales, and the department table connected to both sales and the budget table. Avoid the both settings for this kind of configuration. So because sales is in the middle, everything should, in this scenario, the ideal way of doing it would be starting for every budgeted department. We would try to gather all the sales done for every department in one central visualization. Also, there is a single filtering choice in the connected table. Work on the table where values are being aggregated. So if the values are getting aggregated, that means they are unique in that relationship, then you can set as a single direction. Now, what is a composite model? If I have to tell you, a model that combines data from more than one direct query source or that combines direct query with import is a composite model. So in our case, we have different kinds of data. One is an Excel data, one is a SQL import data, and one is a direct query data. So we already have three different kinds of data with us. In this case, it would be a composite model for us. What is an advantage by doing a composite model? The most commonly used advantage for composite model is many to many relationship. Why does it help us? Again, many to many relationship help us eliminate a third table and go on with our usual business. So now let's summarize what is direct query and import and how different they are from each other. So if you see, if you do an import up to 10 GB of your complete PBIX files, okay, is allowed in your login in the Power BI Service Cloud. Whereas direct query, there is no limitation, because if you look at it, practically there is no data on the file. Therefore, Power BI service cannot have any restrictions on it. Therefore, there is no limitation on it. What is a data source? If you do an import, you can actually import it from multiple data sources like we saw. And here, if you do a direct query, you can query only singular table. If you look at it, you cannot have more than different kinds of data coming from a single direct query. Then data change in the underlying data performance. If you see, import is much closer to the visualization, therefore the performance is very high because the data is just residing behind the visualization. Whereas the performance of a direct query depends on the source, the network bandwidth, the internet connectivity, and the query, the data which is getting pulled, the size of the data. Everything together sums up to show some performance. So the performance is better in import, but it is not in direct query. Data change in the underlying data. If you have a master data or a database from which you have imported a piece of information on your Power BI desktop and then deployed on a Power BI service, in this case, if your underlying data in your SQL Server changes or any that kind of a database changes, in that case, it would not get reflected automatically in the Power BI desktop and the service together. You would probably have to import it manually or schedule a refresh based on your timings of the data. In this case, please remember, when you schedule a refresh, the database does get locked. So any other additions of data, deletions of data would reduce the speed at which they usually occur. And then direct query has caches. When you say dual data, it has caches of data for better performance. So it is necessary to refresh to ensure the latest data. A scheduled refresh, it is up to the 8 scheduled refreshes that can happen, whereas you can schedule as often as every 15 minutes. So the scheduling mechanism is awesome in direct query, whereas there is a limitation on the number of scheduled complete refreshes which is possible in the import. Power BI gateway only required to get the latest data from an on-premise data source, and for the direct query must require to get data from on-premise data source. So if you have an on-premise data source, only then you need to have this Power BI gateway. So gateway, as I said, is a tool which would help you connect your Power BI cloud with your database. Please remember, we would have a demo of gateway coming up soon. Data transformation import will permit you to do all kinds of transformation, whereas direct query would support as many data transformation with some limitations, because since the data does not reside with you on the Power BI desktop, it is expected that there would be limitations in the transformation. Data modeling, there is no limitation for any kind of modeling you would want to do. Create relationships, create more tables, add data, remove data, stuff like that in data modeling. But there are limitations in the direct query because some auto detect relationships between tables and relationships are limited to a single direction. So if you have direct query, many a times you would only have single directional data. The dual directions, like we saw in the earlier example today, may not be possible. We can ignore the size, it is getting repeated. A built-in date hierarchy so is available over here. So if you have a date column applied in your system, then you can have a hierarchy. We'll shortly have a look at this. There is any date hierarchies is not available in direct query. Then if you look at it, so now coming back to the DAX expressions, it supports all kinds of DAX expressions. You can see these DAX queries in a way, what all formulas you see in their Excel. Similarly, those are the same ones or Power Pivot thrown up in this Power BI.
So all kinds of expressions and the functions are available over here. Whereas there is a restrictions on use of complex DAX functions such as time, basically time and date hierarchy, something which is used so often is not supported well in the direct query. However, if there is a date table available in the underlying source, then it supports. So there are many ifs and buts in the direct query. In terms of performance is what direct query excels in. For rest of the things, probably and performance and the size, direct query excels, whereas rest of all the properties, it is observed the tilt is towards the import. Clustering, like we saw yesterday, clustering of columns, calculating tables out of a table, quick insights, those are like who accessed what. Q&As are not available in direct query, whereas it is available in import. So Q&As are a very good feature for end business users, the key guys, to query the data by themselves by understanding certain things of the querying format, and they get their relevant answers in a graphical as well as numeric form, which is very helpful for the key guys to make their decisions. So if we don't have it in direct query, sometimes the user would ask you to import the data and change data connectivity. So if you are on an import, it is not possible to change, as I said, to direct query. But direct query can be changed to import. It is a unidirectional change. It is an irreversible change, right? So now, if I have to tell you, pick things such as schedule refreshes, I can show it to you in Power BI like this. So now let's have a look at the built-in date hierarchy which is present over here. So what do we mean by date hierarchy? If you go back to your Power BI desktop and if we have a look at this, any date field can give you a hierarchy as in year, quarter, month and day. If you want to view certain things by year, quarter, month and day, you can by default system helps you get that year, quarter, month and day from the date field. So this is the hierarchy created by the system. Similarly, you might want an address hierarchy kind of stuff. So hierarchies in this Power BI desktop is very useful to group or derive a data based on slices and dices. If you go back again to this Power BI story, DAX expression supports all kind of them, whereas not few of them are not supported in the import in the direct query. So what are DAX expressions? So DAX expressions, if I have to tell you, any measures which you write on top of this would be a DAX query. So when you say in add a new measure, in this whatever you try to add would be a DAX measure. You might want to call it as probably it's disappeared. You might say right click and new measure. You directly go over here and say a formula underscore least. In this case, you have queries such as last date, non-blank, log, lower, it converts everything. So these functions, what you see over here, and helps you form a DAX query. In this case, you can have lower of the probably customer ID, so it doesn't come in that way. So you would have to first TBL count. If you say count number of values which result from evaluating an expression, or you just say count all, count the number of values in the column. In which column do you want to see? You want to have customer address or ID? I would say customer ID. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to demo
For example, formula ID, and I said tab. If it's right, it would accept. If it is not, then it would give me an error. Do I have anything? No, it's only a customer name. And I say yes, formula list. So if I try to bring it over here, did it result anything? No, it didn't. So there is some error in this. So you will have to go back and update this. So if I say count and I say this, and instead of this, I would like to do customer dot city, and I want to count that city. What happens? What happens? What happens? It gave me a chart. There are about 85 cities, 91 cities present. If I want to rename, because right now I started with list, but I said number of city. So in this case, what we saw over here is it gets updated as a real-time thing. It shows you the content. You might want to scatter. You might want to change the graph type by selecting it and changing the visualization. Right? You have so many different times. Since there are no slices in the city and it's a count and aggregated value, all aggregated value will end up being a dot or a bar or a singular color in this thing. So this is how the DAX query come into picture. Let's go back and see what do you what do you understand by the term refresh. So in this case, if you are doing a refresh, and then you would have to go into the dashboard data sets, you will see this. You have a credential as to what you want to refresh. You can have a scheduled refresh. If you have a defined source, then you can do it. So you need to have a gateway configured. Once you have the gateway configured, then only you can schedule a refresh. So a good thing to note over here is please configure the gateway before you schedule a refresh. Otherwise, it is a manual way of importing the data over here like this, right? Everything is getting updated. Once that is getting updated, you push the data by clicking on publish. Only then the changes what you've done would show on the Power BI service, which would be shown to everybody online based on the roles you configure. So like we said, let this refresh get over. Once it gets it didn't get over. For some reason, there was an error in one of the table. Why there was an, let's not publish it till the time we refresh the data. So we'll have to do it again. So it is getting refreshed. It has some data in the previous table. So this is the table, MIS GLCC table is what we need to check. So MIS GLCC table needs to be viewed. Since it is a direct query and it is in relationship with something, that is the reason there is an issue over there. So a better way of doing things would be, let's change the direction as both, apply security to both, and we say okay, make it okay, make it the dual direction. Now click on refresh, hoping that things would be alright. If not, then there was something else which we can troubleshoot in the later sessions. Alright, so we'll keep this aside. This is for a later sessions. How do we do it? Once this is set, we import it to the Power BI service. So this was the another piece of information, as in how do we schedule the refresh. Then the data transformation is fine. Modeling, we did see modeling and its associated capabilities. Okay, today what is Q&A, what is quick insights? So quick insights are something which is, if you go to the desktop and you go in general, you might want to see your workspace, and there are these arrow mark. These are your quick insights. So this arrow marks would help you if you go to the reports. You would like to see the reports like this. it shows how many people access the matrix and who was the person who accessed it. How many people, since it is nobody's access, since we've not shared with anybody, it shows 0 value. Did they view it on the sharing screen or a workspace? What was the platform? Was it mobile or a web? What was the report page did they use? Is it all few? All that can be tracked based on what they have done. Please remember, the report is automatically generated by Power BI. To generate a matrix, usage data is retained for 90 days. Changes to your report may take 24 hours to appear here. So of previous 90 days, you can have all the data which is present to be viewed in the system. Coming back to this slide, clustering, we did see clustering, calculated tables, we did calculate columns on it. Quick insights, we saw it right now, Q&A. So based on this, you can have certain Q&As enabled. So how do you enable the Q&A? When you go to, for example, settings, you would be asked, do you want to enable the Q&A or no? So this is the checkbox. Under the dashboard, you have show Q&A yes or no. If you enable it, it would come. If you don't, it will not. So this is one area. Do you want to enable Q&A or no? Coming back to our PowerPoint slide. Yes, if you go back, and change of data connectivity, as I said, it is not possible to change import to direct query, but it's possible to change direct query to import. So let's do one thing. Let's check, is it possible to change direct query to import? If I go back over here, I know I have imported 2 tables today. One was direct query, this was an import. If I change it to direct query, will it permit me? Let's have a look. It's not even selecting, right? Whereas if I go over here and I say import, it is getting changed. It also tells me an implication, as in setting the storage mode to import has the following implication. Please consider them carefully. A warning: setting storage mode to import is irreversible operation. As I said, you will not be able to switch back to a direct query. You would by the way of deleting and re-adding it. In that you lose the columns. You will definitely lose the columns and the measures created in this table. This operation will refresh tables set to the import, which may take time. So this is what the drawback of the system is. So we'll have to be carefully choosing our next step and go ahead with it. Now moving on, what do we have next? We are through with this direct query versus import. We are very clear what we did today. Now some good practice, data and relationship. Query performance over big data. So it is more like, do you want to use direct query or do you want to use import? So you as a users interact with visuals on Power BI reports. DAX queries are submitted to the dataset. Boost queries speeds by caching the data at the aggregated level. As I said, aggregated tables are key columns from most used tables. It is a refined table having all the info. It is more like a summary table which is used over here, using a fraction of resources required at the detail level. Unlock the big data in a way that would otherwise would be impossible. That is how. So the idea is, when you are dealing with a huge amount of data which cannot be imported in the Power BI desktop, you would definitely fall back on the direct query. But when doing the direct query, you would also have to push on certain filters so that the data which is coming into your system via direct query is up to 10 lakh rows or otherwise 1 million rows. Data refresh optimization: reduce the cache size and refresh times by caching the data at aggregate level. So always have a dual mode enable and the aggregate level, which is a master table or the summary table as I call it, and speed up the time to make the data available for the users. So rather than refreshing your entire table set, you just refresh the summary table based on direct query and you are good to go.
Achieve the balancing architectures. Allow the Power BI in-memory cache to handle aggregated queries, which it does effectively. Limit queries sent to the data source in the direct query mode, helping stay with concurrency limits. So there are certain concurrency limits which does not permit more query mode direct queries to be executed at once, the interest of denial of service and security. So please ensure you have that kind of balanced architecture. Queries that do not get through tend to be filtered. Transactional level queries which require data warehouse big data system normally handle well. So these are certain good practices which we need to keep in mind when we design a Power BI dashboard through the desktop. So today we just added on certain things based on our previous understanding, and we had an in-depth understanding of the models, relationships, the one is to many and many is to one, and then cardinality and aggregate functions, and how we saw how the many to many relationship come into picture. We also saw what are the measures which are available, which we can make use of in an import. We saw the difference, fundamental difference between the import and the direct query. With this, we finished data and its relationships in today's lecture.
Hello and welcome for another session with Power BI. In the previous session, we studied what different data sets which can be connected, how do we create relationships between the data, the ways to import the data. Do you want to import the data, or do you want to just query the data and pull the data as and when needed, or a dual mode of data? We also saw how dual mode restriction implies imported data cannot be converted into a dual mode, or direct query data can be converted into an import. So certain nitty-gritties of dual mode is what we saw. We understood what are the different types of relationships, as in one is to one is to many, and how to create many to many relationship. And we understood that when we have a more than one mode of connection, in that case many to many relationship is possible. We also saw what is cross filtering. We also took an example, as in what does single site cross filtering and dual site cross filtering do. Then we went ahead and differentiated between how an import and direct query differs. Overall, we saw how to work with the data what we get, how to create relationships. Hello. So today we are going to check on more advanced stuff what we can do in Power BI. We are going to have a look at the transformations which is available to us in the Power BI with a live set of data. We'll see how to create pivot out of the incoming data. We'll try to explore what does M, the official Microsoft Power BI programming language, looks like. We'll also see how to group and create query functions and make use of it. And we'll see how to shape the data. Overall, this is a much advanced topic to cover, and we'll go into much deeper details with each of the bullet points what we have. So let's begin by importing one of the JSON file, which will help you understand how to work with a non-regulated data, formatted data which is not into rows and columns. So JSON, if I have to give you a background, is a syntax, a programming syntax written in a key value pair, and a value part in itself can have lot many key values in it in a form of list. So ultimately, if you are parsing a JSON which has the names of the columns as well as the values of the columns in the form of key value pairs, how would you go about doing it? And what you need to do to work with such data? So let's import a sample JSON file which I've already downloaded, and let's see what happens. So as I try to import, it opens this window of Power Query Editor. The JSON file sits right here Only difference over here is it is not showing the data the way we want to see. So what we do is we'll first explore the data by clicking next to the list. It shows it's a record. So if you want to import this kind of data, you can convert this into table and that data is shown over here, right? If you want to insert this kind of data, you would have to explore the record. In this, there is a big list of data and you say expand, and this is the data what you have. So this data, if you want to explore, you say convert it into a table. So this is the data which has a key and the value, a typical property of a JSON file. So now while playing with this, we would see how to convert this into row and columns. So if I have to take you over here, we would try to first check. So what we do over here is we see the first column has the column names and the second column has all the values. What we need to do is click on transform. You see transpose. Essentially, this is the same functionality what we get in Excel. We'll have to move rows into columns. So in this, these rows will become column. What we now see is the first row is basically the headers. In this case, we can go back to home and we can say use first column as the names and it is done. Now this thing is change of values. If you have anything to replace, so instead of PO, I don't like PO, I want to say POT. So you can always write it as PO, make it to POT. And I say okay. In this case, it didn't replace. So what happened? We'll try to adjust it. So it's this advanced match cell contents, entire cell contents, and you say okay. Now what does it happen? Does it change? No, it doesn't. Basically, it did not change. So this value did not work. We need to redo it. Let's say remove errors, replace value. Can we replace a value PO with POT? Port. Yes, now it's done. So we've selected the column which we want to replace. Now we would like to add a column. So if there is a split of a column which we probably want to remove those extra hashes, we could do so. Let's make everything as upper, capitalize each word, and that's done. And now what we'll do is we'll select the entire table, and now we'll say this, and we'll go ahead. If there are errors, queries, keep errors, keep duplicates. If you want to remove duplicates, there's an option to remove duplicates. We can choose columns what we want to. In this case, let's see if we can add or remove a value over here. You can go to column, we can split a column. We've already seen it before. We can append and merge queries. There is an option of duplicate and reference. So in this case, if we create a duplicate of a table in this scenario, this entire table gets copied over to another table with another name. And in that case, it can create its own relationships, maintenance or relationship. Sometimes it's important, although it adds the workflow on the Power BI desktop. Sometimes it's better to work as a reference. So there would be two tables, but both of them would refer the same physical table. As in programming, what we say it is by reference, and any update on any of these tables would effectively impact and display the effect on the second table, which is not true in case of duplicate. In this case, so this is very important to understand. Do we want to refer the table or do we want to duplicate it? So as soon as we clicked on it, the source changed. When you clicked on it, it is here. So this is a duplicate error. If we create a duplicate, we can have a third table which as of now is copy of the same table. This one does not have anything. So these are the minor differences what we have. If you look closely in the advanced query locator, you will find all the details what we did actually from the front end on the right under the applied steps. That thing gets logged over here. So in a way, you do not need to learn this query language, which is M. It gets auto-generated, and it's better to get it done in that way while you are learning Power BI for the first time. Going forward, if you have new properties to work with, you can definitely make use of these. You can create new parameters up for your calculations. Data sources is what we use right now. And yes, this is what we do with the transforming of incoming data or JSON data into a tabular format. So now let's have a look at M as a language. If you see M, the history of it says it's predefined functions defined used in Power BI desktop to deliver enhanced features. In this way, for example, if I have to write down all the list of numbers, for example, so for easy way of doing things would be, I would go into a blank query over here, and I would say the syntax of M for generating a concurrent list would be start figure, let's say 1 dot dot, and what would be your end figure, and just say enter. On that, you receive bingo, all the dates, all the days what you need. Similarly, if you have another query, for example, list dot dates, and you want all the dates starting from date of 2019, let's say 2020, 01, 01, and you move ahead with how many days do you need in 2020? Probably 366. And what is the step? The step should be, no, step should be, the last part would be duration. So it's more like an hour, it's days followed by hours into minutes and seconds. So if you do this and if you say this, you would easily see date has been generated for all the days till 31st. It's a leap year, so that's why 366. In this way, we can use custom queries to generate list and also rename it if there is. This would save a lot of your time by reusing this piece of code over and over again rather than generating it in your data source. So what we've done over here now is we've converted that query into a table. So that's why we have this step over here. Now let's assume we want to convert this query into a callable function. It's very simple to do that. To convert a query into callable function, what we need to do here is we need to go to Advanced Editor. It opens up a window. We just need to say open braces, give a parameter name such as start, and replace that and give it an arrow mark. Copy that into the place where you want to change it. As soon as you can write this, this query has turned into a function and it would generate a UI for you to generate a list out of it. You'll see the old existing data at the below grid in the background that it shows 2020 as an year calculated basis this, which we are going to replace. Now it will erase this data and throw up a parameter window. and it is start as a function. And if you look over here, it's not generated from this one, it's a brand new one from the query. So we can say I want to check for the year 2021, and when I say invoke, that means it's calculating basis a query, and it would take us for 366 days of 2021. That would be 2022, January 1, 2022. Let's check. Perfect. Perfect. So in this way, we saw a couple of things. What does reference mean? When you refer a table or a query, it basically points to the same query or a table. Then if you duplicate a query, it creates a duplicate query. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3. A duplicate, a same set as of date gets copied over, and it's an independent clone of that data to be worked upon. Now the third option what we saw was create a function. So we converted a query into function by writing certain pieces of code in the editor, which was this, and we say done. Okay, so there we are looking at different ways in which the M query can help us. How can we convert it into function? Now moving on, have you come across a scenario wherein you've been working on Power BI and you are supposed to do same set of actions and transformations on similar set of file coming across at different days? It can be a report coming out from your system. It can be a report generated manually at the end of a month or end of a quarter, end of an year. And you get the same file. You process this file in the same steps and the same way and import it into Power BI. So doing this ideally would consume a lot of your time, and you would have to rather do a repetitive mundane work and ensure that things are in sync. How about if I tell you, you code once, you program once, and then keep calling it over and over again? What about it? So today, now an advanced topic of transformation would be how to call functions and make use of it on the same set of data. Alright, so now let's import a file. It's a CSV file. Let's go into all file. And to show you there are two files with the same format, let's work on this piece right now. This is the data what I've got. This is how it would look like after the import. I say it seems it's right, so I say load. Alright, now the file has come into our system. Yes, where it is. Yes, C2 import. If I see the table content, it does have all the files. Let's check and update the query window. Let's go into the modeling aspect of it. And see where it is. Fine. Now we have this bit of information with us. If we go back and try to see clean this system, for example, let's call this let's do here. This is fine. Let's go into modeling. We convert this into numbers, whole numbers. That's changed. We say okay, import. We move on. All right. We go into edit query. Yes. Now let's format this data. We say this should be of the type integer, which it is. This should be type of number, which it is. we do not want to show this data, so probably we can remove this. This is one transformation. We want to clean this by removing the colons, so we'll go replace values, not here but in here, and we say replace values of colon with nothing. So you see the colons are gone. What else do I need over here is the numbers are right, transformation this is right, and more or less this is sorted. That's fine. So overall this is what things are, and if I have to change it to number, it is this is okay. I don't like the format which is coming over here, so I would like to split this column and this column rather into address 1 and address 2, and I would like to have telephone number in single numeric value. What would I do is, again I'll call this as dash, replace it with nothing. It's not present. Okay, and it goes into an others column. Is it so? Let's check. No, this is not right. So let's change this. I say this, I say replace, I say blank dash with nothing. There you are. So you need to keep checking what the modifications you need to do. Now I don't like this term, so what I'll do is I would like to split the column. I would say by number of characters, and I would say specific characters, and I say into split into number of columns to split. Okay, there we are. We've changed the type into address 1. We can rename it. Building name, and I say okay. I think more or less this is what is the transformation looking like, and I say close and apply. This is setting in what changes we've done. So if let the changes get over. Now let's have a look at the data. If I say yes, it has all the data what I've modified. Hyphens are removed, school name is there, building name and address 2 is there. Let's move towards the end, and if I have to do this over and over again on a different thing, I would like to do step 1, go into edit query, then I would like to this. Let's do one thing. Extract the previous, make it into intro steps. I say okay. That's moved out. So intro steps are here, and then I would try to group these instead. Yes, so I have a list of all the transformations what we have done on the imported Excel sheet, and I believe these same steps I would have to repeat in any of the Excels coming back to me in future. So let's do one thing. The two first steps which I feel I do not need, because by any import these two steps are getting added by default. So to do that, what I'll do is I click here and I say extract previous, and I say you can use any name to starting point, for example, and you say okay. So essentially you have moved all the redundant steps out, which you will anyway get while you import any new file. This is the crux of the matter. Anything from source till the end is what is important to us. Now what I'm doing, please be careful and understand it carefully, is I go into the advanced editor after removing the unwanted things. I say copy the source, I comment this section out, and I say paste, and I give an arrow mark. Now what happens is this is a function call which I can use it anywhere where I want, right? This is my function call. Now to call this, I will have to use some query parameter. So to call this, let's now import a new file. That file is again a second file of the same format which I had. Just have a look at what it has. You'd see it does not have the split of the address. It still has hyphens. It still has the active column which I have removed, and additionally there are some semicolons if there are. So those are not here. Okay, and I say okay. I bring in the content. Now what I do over here is I'll just say add insert a step, and I'll call the function, and bang, you go. You've seen everything getting applied without ever getting or repeating the steps. Now you say apply and close, and there we are. Perfect. If you have a look at this, both the tables have the same kind of data. And let's see the second table. It also has the same split what it had, although it's a new data. And this table is also having the same kind of data. So together we can make use of this in a much better way, and on this further operations can be performed. So what we saw today here was how can we reuse a piece of code what you have configured in Power BI. You can connect to different pieces of information in Power BI. You need not repeat the same steps, rather you can convert those into functions which accepts parameters. So as soon as you add any parameter to the query, that becomes a function, and you can call the function from that command line using add a new step, and basis that you update the same content. So this helps you to repeat the code, and it's very important to note that all these queries are available to you in your designer and in the table structure. So if you go over here and you say edit queries, the window which opens up is something very important. The functions are given with fx. Any query which you write on your own, your dynamic query, is given in this format. There are inbuilt numerous, there are around 800 plus functions in this mQuery. It is good to know most of them. However, if you don't know, they can get auto-generated. You can keep studying the mQuery window of advanced query and learn what is happening behind the scenes. Most important in today's session is functions. So try to convert every piece which is gonna be used in future into functions, and keep calling them as and when needed. The small manipulation, it's more like an assembly line. You just you find the assembly line, save that assembly line as a function, and keep calling that function by updating the advanced query window and your measures and command line, which is this, will help you achieve most of your things without a pain. Alright, so now what steps we did over here today, if I have to explore it into an edit query, let's see. These things, what we do as step, is also known as shaping the data. When you manipulate the raw data into a standard data which would be consumed by Power BI, all the steps what you do to make those changes are known as shaping of data. The process is known as shaping. It's another term used very commonly while transposing the data. So very quickly, if we have to review the transform tab and just to bring everything on the single plate, what I would say is initially we bought varied source of data. It could be from these data or some blank queries which would generate data on its own. So whatever data is bought into the system comes from these sources. It can be in a form of query, or it can be form of tables, or it can be from different varied sources. You can have multiple sources of data in this Power BI talking to each other. If it is a multi-source and not all of them are of the load type, few of them are of direct query, and in then you have an option opened up for you, which is many to many relationship. The relationship will help you drive the filters in the front end, as we see in our next learning session. Also, once the data is in with Power BI, you've cleansed the data, and cleansing, shaping, transforming, all or applying steps all mean the same thing. You can invariably use all of them interchangeably and make use and you can clean the data for the consumption in Power BI reports. That is the next step. What we saw over here today is how did we create a repetitive steps get converted into a function by making that steps into a parameterized call. As soon as a parameter was added, it turned into a function, and then function was called in another step in some other transformation. We saw a couple of two steps. One is insert step after, which is very helpful to add a function or call a function rather in some other place. Whereas extract previous after, that is one thing. Also, extract previous helps you to eliminate a repetitive step or an unwanted step out of this section. So when you have this thing, you can do an extract previous and continue with whatever is left as a function. So extract previous followed by insert step after is very helpful to basically define a function and calling the function respectively. Very key important point so that you don't waste time repeating the same steps over and over again with a tendency of making any mistake. Then let's review what all things are present in this ribbon for one last time. One, this is close and apply means you have saved and applying whatever transformations you've done to this set of query or a table. Apply means you have just saved it but not pushed it actually to the Power BI desktop, and close means undoing what you've done. Where data sources comes from this tab, you can have as many data sources or some blank queries. You saw this. Whatever the sources you used most recently would be thrown up on these recent sources. You can create your own data using enter data. You can have a data source setting, which is more kind of a controlling section or security mechanism, as in you can change the data source, you can add the data source. You can see yourself that we have a SQL server, we have a CSV, XLS, a page,
and a different service. So at least 4 kind of data is in front of us. You can change the permission, as in, do you want to have a privacy level, or do you want to make it private, or up till the organization or anybody in the who's logged in into the system can view, or nobody can view. So all this is present. You can revoke the approvals if you have given like that. You can change the credentials of your servers which you are trying to connect to. That is the second piece of it. You can set global permissions to all the settings which are available publicly if that's the case, and you can change the settings by giving them full access, all access. So there are 4 kinds of privacy level: private, organizational, public, and none. Then what we'll do is we say manage parameters. It's less used feature, but you can yourself explore it to add parameters and use those parameters. It's more like a variables which you can keep using in them in your queries. Refresh preview and refresh all. If whatever you see is not reflecting the changes what you've done, you can do a refresh preview and it refreshes the screen. Properties window, you can set 2 of the properties. Do you want it to load on the report the same table or no? Do you want to have it loaded in the refresh? Sometimes there are some static tables which you may not want to get refreshed on daily basis. In that case, you can uncheck it and save it. And do you want the table to be available on the report? You can check it. Yes, you want it. Then you have it on the reports as in the Power BI service. This is what the Power BI service, the visualizations which are generally available, and some additional visualization which you can import. The ways to import is coming up very soon in your next learning session. You can choose the columns which you want to have. Are you sure you want to insert a step? Inserting an intermediate step may affect subsequent step. So it is writing over here. So if you say here and you say choose column, then probably it adds a new step, and what column do you want to choose is what you see over here. The active status is not available if you see it carefully because we removed it. Keep rows to the top, keep rows to the. If you want to keep the duplicates, you can do it. So that things are there. You can remove rows. You can remove the blank rows if there are some extra values. You can remove the duplicate values based on your need. You can remove the top row. You can remove the bottom row. These are all transformation steps. It's more like a predefined step which you can make use of rather than thinking of how to get things done. You can sort your content or a column based on a particular format. So you can sort it DEHM. You can split the column based on some special characters. So one is too many, and then you can remove it by doing removing it from here from the applied steps. You have other functions such as you want to by delimiter, by numbers, by positions, by lowercase to uppercase, by uppercase to lowercase, digit to non-digit, etc. You can group certain columns based on the count of repeatability, but due to the data set what we have, we don't see any repeatable stuff over here, rather the building name. So if we say building name and you say count of rows, then it would give you 4. So this is one of the grouping. So basically you've hidden that piece. You can do this by making a query into this section, or rather calling it directly over here. So you can preserve the original table and you can have a grouping table if you have a query in place, if you know what I mean. So grouping does help you to aggregate based on certain things, and that will help you. You can do a replace. You can use a very much frequented use, and by default Power BI recognize this is the use first row as header. You can change the data type into one of these as and when you need. Merge queries and append queries. Merge queries is an advanced topic where you want to get a repetitive file with the same content and you want to merge both of them, then you may merge the queries. You want to merge it with 2. this and this, and you want to do a full outer join. If everything is fine, then it would accept. If something is for toss, it won't. I'm sure the building name, building number, okay. Left outer join, does it accept? No. Does it accept? No. Transformation table, where do you want to transform is here. Does it accept? No. It should accept over here, but it's not accepting. Alright, so this is more like a merging of two tables, which is not available to us right now. Appending is a queries get appended if there are two or more concatenate rows from more tables. So current school sample, okay, see, it gets appended. And if it is there, all the transformation things what you do over here gets applied to the steps. So with this we cover the home section of it. From the transpose is reversing the row. So if that is the case, we can do a reverse row. So that can happen as well. If you remove it, it is 70, 69, 70, 71, 71. If you change it to transpose, rows becomes column, columns becomes row. That is what it is. There we are. That is what we don't need. So we can close this. Count the rows. If they want to see, the count is 4. We can remove it. Then if we go ahead, we can rename a column. We can detect the data type, or we can change the data type. You can replace the value. You can fill the empty cells. You can pivot a column around a particular element. So if I have to pivot it on phone, let's see what happens. Everything based on phone is shown over here. It's rather garbled one, so you would not get that much of an info out of it right now. You can split the column as in the previous case. You can format it into a particular uppercase, lowercase, cleaning, trimming. By these are the small functions which are anyway available in any database, even Excel, are readily available in the ribbon on the top. You can extract certain characters from to length. You can merge the columns, like you split the column, you can merge the column. So if I need to merge these two columns, and I would say merge column, separator would be space, and that is merged again, but I don't need it, so I will remove it. Then there are some statistical formulas. If you need to count the min, man, median, average, standard deviation, can be done with this based on the format of the number. If it is a number format, you do get statistics, standard multiplication, addition, percentage, BODMAS, everything. You do get absolute power, etc. So all the scientific calculator related options are available over here. You can do a sine, cosine, tangent as well based on your likings and need. You can do a round up and round down. You can give an even, odd, or a sign information. You can, if it is a date time, let me see, do we have a date in here? We do not. We can make use of this date time column, structure column. If you know a Python script or an R script, you can write a Python script in this set and run it. This is a super advanced version of working with it. Most of your work, in my experience of over a long time with Power BI, would get done using all these options and the third-party tools, which I'm going to tell you in our next session. And that's more than sufficient. After all of that, once you know everything, be it all it, I would request the advanced learner
to get into an R script or a Python script to make their own visualization. You can add a column, you can have a custom column, you can invoke a custom function. These are the scientific, pretty much simple one. You can index a column from 0, so you can serial number, you can give a serial number to these columns. So let's go, this is the index. And then do we have move to the beginning? There we are. So this is what we have to transform to give serial numbers to it in case, right? And that is one part of it. You can give serial number from any number, 1001, increment of 2, and see what happens. Yeah, that is also possible. Let's see if I have a custom column C 14801234, an increment of 1. What happens? It doesn't take because it's not able to identify. Index columns by default are numeric and stick to it in that way. All right. View column distribution. This is a very important graphical aspect of this, wherein how many count, the barcode, the bar count, the traditional way of counting 4 sticks and 1 horizontal to make it 5 can happen. Column profile, how is it doing? Based on thing you can consider and view. Column quality, you can identify the data quality. Is it valid, errored, invalid? Is a very good thing to do. Monospaced, do you want how many space? It's just a visualization. Column profile given to you. Formula bar, do you need to see it? I would recommend formula bar to be present because it's one of the starting point and major aspects while writing, updating any of the functions. So please do not remove the formula bar, and the additional data what you see, it will definitely help you to take decision, as in are you working with the clean data, or do you have sufficient data? Is that data varying as much as you would like to? Is that data static enough? If it is static enough, do you want to rather refresh it every time when the refresh happens, or do you want to refresh it at your own pace, or do you want to refresh only as a query? Such small calls would be taken based on this data set. And this is how I would conclude today's session, wherein we studied end-to-end transformation possible on Power BI data. We saw different types of data which can be connected. We also generated our own data by updating the query and generating the data. Examples what we saw was about the numbers and the dates. And at the end, we saw a demo of a function which we can keep reusing it in the forward-looking aspects of the development. With this, we are through with the data, relationship, present transformation, and the next session is pretty much very exciting for all of us because that's when all of this data comes to life and we would take decision as in which chart or which graph to be used in which scenarios. It's really exciting and interesting session, and we are through with most of the difficult contents of the session till now, and much more pleasing contents are coming in our future course. Thank you everyone for listening. Hello and welcome. Today we are going to see something different and very interesting in our learning of Power BI. Today is the day of visualizations offered by Microsoft in Power BI Desktop. We would try to see all different out-of-the-box visual present on the Power BI Desktop. We'll see what are the preferred uses, why they are used, and how they are used. and we would like to see the properties of those different visuals available to us. Let's have a look at the first visual of the day. The first visual what we are going to look at is the bar and column stack charts. They can be stacked or clustered. When I say stacked, it's one above the other, and clustered is in groups like this. So where are they used? They are used usually to compare or find values at a frequency. It's more like what was an object or an entity doing at one instance versus the other instance. Object at one instance or the other instance. This is kind of a comparison what we would usually do. The another way of looking at it is you can stack them this line over this line. So there would be only one instance for an object or an entity rather than multiple. So you can group them next to each other or you can have one over the other. This is usually known to identify the counts or the maximum sale or to identify a trend. If you have a data which is based on probably calendar year, January to December, and for your business, you would like to identify what are the peaks and the troughs which you experience throughout the year based on the historical data or the present data. This will help you identify where do you put all the energy during which month, and you can prepare for the lean periods. Similarly, like this, assuming this image was from again January to August, you see the sales, and if this was the sales, you would see the sales have fallen in January and February, that being a lean period, and you have seen the heights in March. So all your energies and efforts of sales maximization and cost reduction should happen during the March month. So these are very effective visual tools for identifying or comparing values. How do you configure this? This is what we'll be able to see very, very shortly. So bar charts are the standard for looking at specific value across categories. Let's have a look at this. Yes. So if you look at the top bar, these are the bar charts. From the image itself, you identify that the color changes over a single group. That's known as stacking, like any other stacking assembly in an assembly line. Another way of looking at it is grouping the values rather than stacking one over the other. It can be placed horizontally or it can be positioned vertically. So that in all makes this first line. This entire line is more about bar charts. So let's, for example, take this chart. So it comes back with this value, right? Now, let's have a look at this. What are we seeing? We are seeing axis, legend, value, and tooltips. This is essentially what are the key properties for you to arrive at something. What we'll do is let's go into orders. Let's have a employee ID. No, I want an employee name. How do I get the employee name? Okay, let's have a look. By this employee, I want to identify how much sales did he do. So let me see. We have order IDs. Yeah, for this employee, these are the orders. And by default, you have the aggregations available and the value part of it. That is sum. It just adds the values found in the column order, or it averages it out, or at minimum, maximum. You can have a count distinct. If there are two sales of same quantity, it is counted as one. And this is used to identify what categories were not touched during the sales. Count is the actual count of sales.
Standard deviation, variance, median is in the mathematical term means middle value of all the values available for a person. So usually let's go with the count, and this is stacked like this. I know this is very visually not appealing at the moment. We can make it very visually appealing by using few of the properties. To begin with, let's expand this. Let's expand this. Now, this value is still not legible. We'll select the visual. We'll go into its properties or the format option over here, and we'll try to increase, this is the y-axis, so we'll try to increase the font size. So the text size, instead of 8, I will make it 12. And see, you can also change the font type. I want to make it black, so that's available. Then you can also change the x-axis, and you can have a color code, something of this sort. In the bottom, you can increase the size of it to something like this, 12. Do you want solid lines, dashed lines? You can always have that values present. This data which is available over here is of different colors. So you can have certain colors for every value. For example, Margaret, default, we don't want to change the default color. We'll revert to where it was. We'll change Margaret's value to something yellow, Nancy's value to something purple, Laura's value to something in red, just to make this visually appealing. And you have not yet given anything more to this. So this is 156 is the sales which Margaret has done. With this, we can also set a title. So this is the title bar at the top. We can change it to something sales by employees, and we can change the color of the font to dark black. We can have the alignment in the center, raise the font size to 15, make it in any particular format. You can set a background if there is. You can have a border if you want. So you have to first enable it, make it on, and change the border color to your color of preference. So if you see, the border has been applied. Do you want it to happen? And these are the values you would be working on. Is there anything else what we need to do over here? No, this is what we have. Looking at these values, border is there, tooltip is there. Do you want to show the tooltip or you want to change? So a tooltip is something when you hover over a value, what do you want to do? This is the color what you see. So you can change the color into yellow and black. If you go over it, it has changed, but the black is the background, so we need to have white. Perfect. That's where we are. We can change the background of the same icon to something in pink. This becomes pink. Visual header, do you want to have, we've kept it on, that's the default option. So this is one kind of the bar chart. We can rotate it to make it vertical. So these two are covered. If there are more than one kind of categories, this is 100% stacked chart. So if they are priced against something, whatever sales they do, and there is stacking involved, this can be used. This has a very niche preference of usage, but being a beginner or learning over it, you can decide which one works best for you. This is again the horizontal alignment, vertical alignment. This is again grouped stack chart, a grouped column chart, grouped row chart. This is the stack chart. So all in all, these are the
bar charts available in Power BI for us to use and configure. We move to our next chart, which would be area charts, basic layered or stacked chart. So this is basic area chart is based on the line chart with an area between the axis and line filled in. So what it tries to tell you is this is one line chart based on one particular value. This is another chart based on another particular value, and the area below it is colored. So this will clearly tell you what is overlapping and what is not overlapping. So these areas are non-overlapping. That means this behind blue line somewhere was lacking behind and this was leading. Similarly, in this area can be further focused for the blue values as to how to increase it, what were the conditions in Feb to March period. The properties which you need to set is the axis, the legend, the values, and the tooltip. What are the usages of this? Usage is to see and compare the volume trend across the time series. So as you see, the time series is anyway present over here. And for individual series representing feasible countable set. So we'll take an example of the second line and individual series of physically countable set. Now, let's have a look. So this was one of the chart we just explored and with all the properties of the first row of the stack charts, right? Now the area chart is just below it. So if I convert it into an area, it basically has same count. So this count together means one thing. So count in itself is one dimension. So all those counts get added together and it shows a downward trend since this order is in descending order of the sales. This is not an ideal scenario where you would like to have this data. What we do is we'll change this chart. We'll convert this first of all into a stack chart. This is like this by selecting. So a good learning over here is you can migrate or choose between different chart forms. So this is one piece of it. Now let's have a look at probably product name. So this is the product name. So you have all the product name. I want to check the reorder level and I would have to check the unit price. So this would give us the trend. This is giving us the trend of where are the gaps coming. Let's take a little complex scenario about units in stock and reorder values. So the first one is the reorder value and unit in stocks. So this is in blue, reorder level is 25, whereas you are here. This will always help us in this scenario, this particular scenario, what we are looking at for a given product. Have we hit the reorder levels or are we always ahead of the reorder levels? This will help the management to take a call as in, is your reorder level high or low for every product based on the other environmental factors. So you'd see reorder level is always lower. That's a trend. Point number one. That's the point when the company will reorder the items before the remaining 25 gets sold out based on their lead time. So this is more like time to place the order before you get the order, and that is how you place it. So now taking it back towards the management decision, this also shows that reorder level of 25 and a reorder level of 30 means the items of these items, which are Boston, Nanka, Queso, and these many, take a long time to reach the office than the rest of the others. If we try, if we try to reduce the time from the order to the arrival of the order,
then the reorder levels can be adjusted based on the demand per week per day. So this is kind of a demand and supply what it shows. A very important graph which will tell you when your reorder level was high or low. This is a very good idea. This is what it takes. See, reorder this particular product needs some consideration or decision or an action because reorder level is 5 and you've reached the stock at 4. So this is a critical value which you need to follow up and get those orders before the 4 remaining units get sold out. Such decisions you can arrive with the help of such charts, namely area charts. You can do a little complex mechanism if we can. Let's see. Let's have a look at it. If we have something known as plot area, that's okay. Title is okay. We've seen title, we've seen background, we've seen this. And if we go into interactions, we've already seen in the previous chapters shapes, stroke width, joint type, line, step, show of marker, customize series, right? Title, border, tooltip. Do you want to see? Data colors, we've seen it. Legends is okay. No, we don't have that option. So this is the value what we see in area chart. So these area charts can be visualized in different forms as a uncolored chart. It can be a colored chart. It can be more than one values. It can be a bar chart. This is more like a stacked chart. If you look at it, what does it show? Line and stacked column chart. So the line is missing. Why? Because I have not entered the column. So if I put a unit over here, probably unit price, it's not picking up. If I say product ID, it's not picking up. If I say units on order, it's not picking up. What would it pick up? Units will not be picked up. Something else based on these products. If there is, for example, city, no, it can't show city because it's not showing the trend. You can probably move those stocks over here or here. This kind of content can be placed in a particular value. Line value is missing. Let's make one as a line and one as a column. So this is another representation of the same area chart, wherein the areas are converted into bar and line rather than all the values being area chart. So a combination of line and bar chart or an area chart or one over the other if you want. So the difference between this area chart and stacked area chart is the stack would always start from where the reorder level ends. There is no overlap. So things are getting stacked up based on the values available. Whereas area chart has an overlap. So this is something which we have to understand while working with stacked. Stacked means one over the other. And area is overlapping. Do you want both as lines? You have more like a bar chart and you have ribbon chart. So this we'll have a look in some while. Overall, this is what you get to see in the area charts. Based on your understanding of the best representation of the chart, you can go ahead and experiment with it. Let's have a look at the next visual, what we are going to see over here. Next visual is cards. It can be a single card or a multi-card. So if it can have a single value or multiple value, right? Where are they used? Cards are used to show a particular aggregated value. So you want to have a sum of stores, total revenue, total target, count of sales, number of employees,
absent, present. Such numeric singular values can be found. What do you configure these cards as? These cards are configured using the property known as field. Let's have a look at how cards are used in the system. Yes, there we are. Now, keep this aside for a moment. Let's add a visual which is card. So this is card, this is multi-row card. So these are the two visuals what we are talking about right now. So if you click on it, it gives you a value, and this also gives you a value. The difference between here is if you click multi-row cards, it has fields which can be added one below the other, and this has one field, right? Now let's say if I add a city card, this is the first city, right? It can tell you the count. How many cities do you have? You have these many cities, out of which how many are unique? So it will tell you 531 cities are uniquely identified in the column city. What if you want to have these two both unique as well as total rows available in this city space? So we'll change this card type to multi-row. It shows one value, and I again pull that same value. This is interesting to understand that you can use a column more than once. And you can say you want to see the count. So out of these count, this is what you see. This can be further beautified by keeping it small, point number one. Then you go ahead, change that label colors if you have to. You can change the card title if you have to. There is a title here, background here. You can disable the data labels. So do you want to see the categories or do you don't want to see the categories? So this is how you can distinguish between them. Data label. So what does it have? What is the name of that column? Display category labels. Please remember, this is used to hide the column names which are available appearing by default. And if you want to give your own label, you can do so. You can have a title. You can have title saying covered versus total, something like this, right? And if I have to tell you, let's find a ratio of this value. So what I'll do is, I will go into orders, I will write a new measure because I'm finding the count, right? So if I do a new measure, what I'll say, percentage, just have a look. Let's go into a little bit detail of this card option, how you can make use of it in an effective manner. Percentage coverage, if I call it, and I say, let's write the column name city, right? It is, no, it's still not picking up. And okay, let's say sum of city, probably from which column? Orders 2, right? Divided by sum, all summarize, request the totals, each row of the table. Let's say sum of the city employee cities, for example. A vague number, but let's call it. And then we pull that value over here. If I have to tell you that I want to see the coverage,
and there is some error. So this is not evaluating to something what we need. So such formulas can be used as well. This is something what we need to take care. If there are certain other probably values, let's have a look like this quantity. And let's move the coverage out of it. It shows you the quantity as well. And similarly, singular value, multiple value. So this is how it takes the value. If you put this over here, you see it is not allowing multiple columns to get added over here. So this is the singular card option. And if you have more values to be shown, you can keep adding those values. There are no issues in it, such as this. Only thing is, while developing it, technically this is too simple to put those datas in it. However, you need to take care what would the decision maker calculate in his mind as a singular number based on your business scenario and try to deliver that number in this single piece of card. That's the crux of this card visual. Next is the combo chart. Combo chart is a combination of line and clustered chart. So you would very well see in this example that there's a clustered column chart and a line. So it is covering two dimensions in two different ways. So there would be a sales line, there can be another target line which might be ahead from the sales. This is one part of it. So this can be the count versus the total count, what you can compare with. What are these charts? Technically, a combo chart combines the column chart and a line chart. Choose from the line and the stack column and line and the clustered column. So this is what everything is about. What are the properties you need to configure to get this? So you need to configure a shared axis. Shared axis meaning if the period is June to July, then the corresponding line data as well as the column bar data should be present for these three values. So this is the shared axis. Column series, column values and line values. Line values is the line value over here. Column values is the stack chart over here. Column series is what data you want to see. That is what the series is all about. When do you use this? When you have a line chart and a column chart with the same x-axis. Similarly, over here, the line has something known as June, April, and July. Similarly, column dimension is also having same values. This is one starting point. To compare multiple measures with different value range. So this is the multiple measures. To illustrate, correlate between the two measures in one visualization. So when we say measures, it means two formulas. To check whether one measure meets the target defined by the other measure. Like I said, this can be a target, these can be the values. To conserve the canvas space. So since we are on a very limited screen space and we are forced to have more information displayed in a very limited space and that too in a very appealing fashion, this is a chart which can help you to cover two dimensions in a very small space. Let's have a look. So these are the charts which we have already seen. Line plus clustered and line stack. This is what is all about. These two especially are the charts what we are talking about. This is the probably the units, and let's have a price as a column series, probably line series, sorry. And this is the line. For these products, which is a common axis for both the quantity as well as the price column, you have two of these scales. Please remember, when you use a dual chart, you have two scales on the y-axis and a single scale on the x-axis. In this case, these scales can further be raised
let's have a look at it. Let's have a look at these value decimals. If I say I want to have 1,000 decimal, so this changes, right? What if I make it billion? So this changes again. Okay, I make it auto back to what it was. In the secondary line, you can have another scale, and that scale you can show it as, let's have one more piece over here. See this log. When you say log, it is 10, 100,000, 10,000. That logarithmic increments are shown over here. Or you can have a linear. You can also specify the start to be 2k, right? So it starts from 2. If you want to say 2, you can have only the values which are starting from 2. If you want an end, probably let's remove this and see what are the maximum and the minimum available. So if you want end at 1k, so you can have something known as, and you will see that scale has gone out. So this end option will effectively scale your line. If you want the line to appear at one particular value or inflate it, you can do that. And the best is the as is scale, right? You can show your units as well. Data colors are part of it. Shapes are fine. Plot area. What if you don't want transparency? You can make that thing as transparent or no. So this basically the visual background and the screen background is the question about the plot area. Title you already know appears at the top. Borders you already have specified. Tooltip, if any, you can always say if there is over here. We've seen this. Visual header is by default kept on, and rest of thing is the same. Next, we'll have a look at a circular donut or a pie chart. This specific example what I've taken, which also applies to pie chart, is a donut chart. Pie chart has a solid in center, whereas donut has the background color in center. It is transparent. So a tire shaped or a donut shaped chart is known as a donut chart. Similar to pie chart, they show the relationship of parts to whole. This is one point which you need to remember. What does it take? It takes the properties such as legend, the details, the value, and the tooltip. And where do we use this? The sum of the donut chart value must add up to the 100%, not the 100 value. Please remember this. Too many categories make it difficult to read. So some countable categories, cities such as or states can be used, right? Donut chart are best used to compare a particular section to the whole rather than comparing individual sections to each other. Another important point to remember. Till now, what we were doing is we were comparing two values in the same domain, be it sales versus target, be it invoice count of an employees, but compared to another employee. So it was always employee to employee, product to product comparison based on another factor. What if you want to see a part to a whole relationship to check the volume? What if we want to see how much percentage revenue a product is bringing in the organization compared to the total revenue? In that case, you would ideally would like to see part for a whole relationship, which in turn, as a designer of Power BI, you would think about a donut or a pie chart. Let's have a look. So what I've done is, based on the employees, I have created a donut. I would like to tell you that this is the disadvantage of many items if you are trying to find out in part for a whole relationship. So that's when you might want to tweak. So this is not an ideal scenario to visualize part for a whole relationship. Let's go with another visual. Let's revert this first of all and bring the earlier chart back. Now let's create a donut chart. Let's have a donut chart of about probably, I don't want orders. Let's have a look at products. Let's have a product name. This is the value. This is showing all the products. We would like to have details of product and unit price, probably in this fashion. Since the product list is huge, we are left with very few things. What about region? What if we bring in region over here? And then region wise, what if we break down part for a whole relationship? So this is probably something very close to we'd like to see as a donut chart. This can very interchangeably used for a pie chart. So a pie is a complete solid circle. You remove the central piece and it becomes a donut. All the values remain the same. Now, as a legend by default, it is showing these two values. If you want something more on top of it, you can have probably product name, but it would show you the count. So we don't have that value. So we cannot have that. So there are certain things system would not allow you to do. So those things is what we need to take care. So units on order, let's see. No, it can't be added. But units in stock, what about this? It can be added. So these many units are overall available of stock across all the products. Still, it is not bifurcated. That means the relationship, since the data is repetitive of this, that means unit in stock has no relationship to the region. So we cannot use this again. So if I have to go back and see what is the region table looking like, let's see it. Let's expand it. Let's scroll to the top and let's see, region table is connected to the people. So if I have a customer name over there, then let's see what happens. So region table is connected to people. So if I go into the people 2 table, then I can have this detail as my legend, probably. Yes. See, and if I make it, since it has so many customers, it is breaking that value down. If I move it to tooltips, it will give me the count. It is giving the first or the last. I can have a count of customers in the region. This region has 3, this has 36, this is more interesting now. So this is where, when you design a donut or a pie chart, is the question you will ask yourself, what do you want to keep it in tooltips? How do you want to make your donut like? And on what basis? So our basis over here is region. What are we showing is the unit price as its value. So for every region, this donut is bifurcated on unit price. So if you look at it, unit price is uniformly distributed. So if I remove this and I move it over here, right, and I keep this. So now you have a good chance of understanding that there are 686 customers coming from the west and very minuscule percent coming from the other region. So your focus of your effort should be lying in the west region. Any additional column data you would like to see, you can keep it in tooltips. This is the legend. If you have something else related to it, you can show it in legend. Overall, this is what the donut and pie chart with what it looks like. The next what we see is a filter chart of the funnel chart. What does funnel chart do? Funnels help us visualize a process that has stages and item flow sequentially from one stage to another. Use a funnel when there is a sequential flow between the stages such as sales process, leads, ends, purchase fulfillment. So if you look at it, let me show this to you, that a product went from lead to procure to qualified prospect to committed and then part of the transaction. So from lead to transaction, all the different stages are covered in this, wherein you get a leads worth 50k, currently prospects are 30k, qualified at 20k, final out of 50k only 55k got converted. This gives you an idea as in where the funnel is going. This is ideally a sales funnel. These are the different stages. So whenever you have a data in which a particular column has multiple stages, it can be moving in a sequential order internally, and you know that order as is it sold, is it pre-sales, is it order fulfillment, is it return. So that would be a typical product life cycle wherein it would be from procurement, then sales, pre-sales, then sales, then order fulfillment, and probably returns. Together will give you a complete picture of every product. In this scenario, you can use the funnel chart. Unfortunately, today I do not have that kind of data with me, but please remember, when something inherently moves in a sequential assembly line fashion, you can effectively make a use of funnel charts. What are the properties you need to give? There is a property known as group. So basically you can group, the group concept of BI can be used over here. Value and tooltips. So after the group, what value are you projecting? So for every group there would be same value. This is the same price what we are going through for this sequential process. And tooltips is any additional information. Remember, when the data is sequential and moves through at least 4 stages is when you should ideally use funnel chart. So this in itself makes it a very rarely used chart. Nonetheless, it is equally important as the other visualization, but however, you would have to take care of these things before using the funnel chart. When the number of items in the first stage is expected to be greater than the final stage, as we see, there are many leads compared to the conversion. That also means it's more towards a higher volume to a lower volume game. To calculate potential revenue, sales and deals etc. by stages. So this will help you identify at what stage and what volume is lying so that you can effectively move your workforce or your decision towards those lagging pieces. To calculate track conversion and retention rates. So in this typical chart, I showed you lead to transaction. So lead to transaction ratio can be compared as a separate case, but this will help you track it visually. To reveal the bottlenecks in the linear process, ideally the funnel should be a vertical V shape. If something is over large or bulkier than the row above, that means there is a bottleneck in the process. This is inherent understanding of this chart. To track a shopping cart workflow, this is an example. Shopping cart workflow has many options such as how many people are on the web page, how many people have a value in the cart, how many people are adding more values, how many people have completed the transaction, how many people did not complete the transaction. Something of that sort can be taken care with this funnel. To track the progress and success of click-through advertising, like this is effectively used in Google Ads configuration manager. Can be pinned from report and from Q&A. So this can be pinned from a report to and from Q&A onto the dashboard. It can be sorted, supports multiple funnels, can be highlighted and cross-filtered by other visualization. This is true for almost most of the visualizations. Can be used to highlight and cross-filter other visualization. What this means is if you select one particular item, that values corresponding item can be shown in rest of the charts on the screen. So for this, there is no visualization as such, but we'll try to attempt one. So there we are. Now, what if I tell you, let's take a new visualization. Let's take this funnel chart and let's minimize a bit and try to see what is the best option which we can use based on dates. Let's make it something known as date. So if I have a date range by any chance, I do not have a date range over here. So let's take care about employees. And if I say, let's say title, it has this title, and let's say first name, if that is the value, and if I make it a funnel, it is not accepting because it's not correctly mentioned. If I have to make a funnel of something, let's take invoices, let's take customer name, let's take discount probably, but since it is different data, it can't be shown. The idea is I do not have that master data over here, so we'll refrain from getting into that discussion right now. A very important chart which you would usually use, or chart I mean to say visualization, is KPI. KPI is key performance indicator. This is always a singular value derived by dividing one value over the other value. So it is used to measure the progress, as in how far have we reached, and to measure the distance to the goal, that are we ahead of the schedule or behind the schedule? Are we profitable or are we not profitable? Are we under or are we over? So this comparison and a singular value is shown over here. So usually it is positive or negative, and it is shown by a graphical arrow up or down based on the data, and it shows how much positive or negative we are, or ahead or behind, basis the color and the arrow marking and the positive and the negative signs, mathematical signs. What does it have? It usually has an indicator. It has a trend axis and a target goal. So trend over target will give you an idea as to are you doing good or not. What is a typical usage of a KPI chart? KPI visual usually is used to help you evaluate the current value and the status of a metric against a defined target. So it is more about actual versus target and a percentage or a value or numeric value over it. A KPI visualization requires a base measure that evaluates to a value, and a target measure or a value, and a threshold goal. So it's more like it's something over something, and what is the ideal thing. So this in all makes a KPI. Let's have a look. How does a KPI chart look like? Let's see. What if I do KPI chart by clicking, let's convert this into a KPI chart, right? KPIs are this chart. This is point number 1. It is used by count of sales probably. So let's go into orders table, orders to table, because that is being mapped. Let's take the revenue from that. And for example, let's take count of unit, probably rate, right? Indicator can be quantity. So this is what the quantity is. So what it is showing over here is out of 9.89, we are on target. Obviously, the revenue would always be higher than the rate. That is the reason it is showing that we are achieving the goal by 98%.
This won't be the ideal scenario. The ideal scenario would be revenue versus the target value which you compare based on quantity. This is something we need to take care while designing it. But what I want to show you is this is a trend how the products have done in the background. This is a numeric singular value what you would see, and this is the goal what you achieved. So KPI in its way is very helpful management MIS number, which helps the key guys in your top leadership take calls looking at this number. Let's have a look at something else. Let's have a look at the new visualization, which is matrix visualization. Matrix visualization is usually used to show more than one dimensions in a tabular fashion. If you look at this example, you have an year which is represented over here that has a dimension known as quarter, which is shown over here, and it has another value. Within that quarter is a revenue and YTD. So there is a revenue dimension and the YTD revenue dimension, as well as a quarter dimension and a usual running series of the numerics. So this in all has two dimensions running in this chart. Similarly, we can have more dimensions, like I'll show it to you. What does it usually have? It is built of rows and columns and a value. What is a typical usage of this matrix visualization? Matrix are used to show either a stepped data with grouping. It is also used to show more than one dimensions. Additionally, it has aggregate properties which can be made use of. Let's have a look. If we go here and I convert this into a matrix. So for this revenue, this is the rate. So rather than product name, if I give a rows of product name, so for every product name, and I just would like to pull it, this is the rate. And now sometimes you come across such problems. What you would do is you go into format and you would say bring forward, bring to front. So then it becomes the front element. So the dimensioning, the depth can be set by using the format. This is just for your information. Let's increase the size because I want to use this for a while. Let's have a look at this. And this is what the product name is, what is the rate, what is the quantity which is being sold. So this is what it all arrives at. If you have something known as category and subcategory is there, what if I want to categorize it based on this, right? I want to categorize this data. And I want to give a subcategory to it. Quantity, rate. See, this is the category what I have shown. Let's do one thing. Let's move this chart to a new page. Copy visual, move it, paste visual, right click, Control V. There we are. Now let's expand this and you would see the categorization on top of it. So these values are further dimensioned in this fashion. What if I want to add a subcategory as well? What will happen? If there are subcategories, it will move in that fashion. These are the subcategories present over there. And why is that the subcategory is not getting displayed? The reason is this. If you drill down
you are enabling the drill down, and if you drill down further, you will see the subcategories. If you drill up, you would see the categories. What if you want to see categories and subcategories? You will click on this arrow. So it shows the categories as well as subcategories. So this important piece of information is something new which you've not heard in our learning till now, is the drill down option, the drill up option, and single level drill down, level by level, or all level drill down. So this is something which is very helpful. Apart from this, one more interesting point over here is, what if you are working on such piece of information? How do you get the data? You click on show data and it shows you the data in tabular fashion. What if you want to export the data? You can export the summary data into a CSV or another type of file. So overall, this is how you would look into a matrix kind of a data, and this matrix data would take us to another piece of information which is a tabular data in a while. Next very important visual is the map visual, which is given by Microsoft. Map visual helps you to associate both categorical and quantitative information with spatial location. Something like this on the top right. You would see around bubbles based on your volume. The size of the bubble would increase or decrease, and basis that you have a geographical pinpoint based on the volume. So it helps us relate the key KPI values to the geographies. What do you need to do to get this map visual configured into your Power BI dashboard? You would have to specify your location, legend, latitude, longitude, and size. Let's have a look how to make use of it. So we have one map visual available over here. What have we configured? We've configured customer city, customer country in the order of descending, larger to smaller. So country, post that there is a city, and we've configured the size, that is a quantity, from the order details table. How did I put this data? Looking at the relationship which exists from the customers, there is an ordered table and there is an order detail table. So I definitely know for every customer there should be some order which is taken place and which is available for me. With that relationship in mind, I can definitely look at the volume of the orders which is getting placed from every location. This helps you set up this question of identifying how would my sales distribution channel be like, how heavy or how light it should be, can be answered by looking at such visual. Looking at this visual by configuring country and city with respect to the quantity, I come to know that North America has the largest chunk of my sales, followed by Europe, and there are no sales in Asia Pacific region, Australia, Africa, with little bit sales in South America. So my geographic footprint is lying between Americas and Europe. Now, further, if I want to know within America, where do I have the maximum sales to increase my local distribution, I would have to enable my drill down. So I enable the drill down, it shows in black arrow, and I say take me one level down wherever needed. So if I click on it, it took me United States, and I see the bigger circle is somewhere above Nevada, and very few or similar size circle are California, Illinois, Montana, and Oregon, etc. So basis this, you would like to have your distribution channel as close to Nevada compared to the others, and with that you can have a central hub and spoke model set up for this particular example. So this geographical information is available to you, and the bubbles which are showing is the size or the number. So you see the quantity of sales is 4958 compared to 345 over here and 181 in California. So this is how we can configure the maps and we can go about using them. So this information will help you in your different business scenarios. Having said that, you would have to identify if you are a geospatial player, then only I would request you to go for such visuals. Moving on, last few charts, I would like to have a very theoretical aspect of it. Looking at the rest of the charts, these charts will help you identify more or less what we've done till now. One of the other charts present on the screen is on the Power BI desktop is the line chart. Line chart is basically a series value evaluation over a dimension. It usually is time, but need not be. Second is pie chart. Like we saw the donut chart, pie chart is same as the donut chart, only the shape and the visualization concept differs. Slicers interchangeably are also known as filters. We have seen how the slicers work by filtering the other slicers, and we can decide onto which is the master slicer, like we saw in the earlier learning sessions. So slicers along with the other visualization on the screen will help you filter the data and display it in much meaningful way. Tabular thing is one thing what I would like to show you over here. So tabular data, if we go back over here, we see this screen can be converted into tabular format. Not here. Okay, I convert this visual into a tabular visual and it would only give me row, column and subcategory in this line. So if you want to see this data over a category or a subcategory, that cannot be done in tabular format. It is a singular dimension wherein the rate can be viewed in against a product only and the other attributes get repeated over time. If you want to pivot the usual way in Excel, you would probably use this as a pivot table and pivot it over category or subcategory. In this scenario, you might have to move from table to matrix. In this case, this is the key difference between them. Moving on, the other charts what we saw was the pie chart. Pie chart can is interchangeably used with the donut chart like this. This is one scenario. Now, if I have to move this entire piece into a line chart, it is very simple for me to move it into a line chart. It can have more than one values over a common dimension. So that is the line chart for you, pie chart for you, and the third one would be the tabular chart for you. Coming back to where we are. Tree maps. Tree maps are the chart of colored rectangles with size representing the value. They can be hierarchical, the rectangles nested within the main rectangles. Let's have a look and experiment how does this tree maps work. So this chart can, let's convert this into tree maps if we have one. So this filled map and the other map. This can be interchangeably used as well. If I select this and I move it to this, it shows me nothing. Okay, now in this scenario, we do not have tree maps present. Scattered chart, waterfall charts, tree map is not available. So let's go back. Tree maps are the charts of color rectangles. Basically, it would show all the values in the rectangular fashion. We don't have tree maps unfortunately in this. Waterfall. Waterfall chart shows a running total as the values are added or subtracted. This can probably be used with respect to the sales and it would show an incremental value. So let's take a new visual and let's go into the orders table and let's try to add a waterfall chart. In that waterfall chart, if I have a value known as, probably revenue is not there, let's have unit quantity over product. So if I go into products table and I have a product name, what is the breakdown of the quantity? It's not coming over here, and if I try to move it over here, it doesn't come over. So waterfall chart usually would be used to show a running total. I want a quantity value over here. That's fine. And I want a product name. However, these are not related. If I say there are cost count of quantity per product is 77. If I say reorder level, no, I'm not finding the relationship over here. Let's see something of employees and let's see the order ID. If I have to tell you, if I have to make a waterfall increase, decrease, or total, order ID and breakdown by quantity, no, it doesn't come over here. I want a quantity over here. Let's see, is it giving me something? No. If I move it to quantity, yes, this is what I was looking out for. So if you look at it, the quantity of every product is sold. So starting from this product consuming this value, it gets added over a period of time. Because it's more about sales, sales can never differ. The count will keep on increasing 1, 2, 3, 4 over a range of time. In this scenario, you can have a something known as waterfall, which would look something like this. If you have a measure which increases and decreases over a range of time or a range of dimension, then that can be effectively shown in this graphical format of up and down. That's where the waterfall model come. Again, this is a very specific use. Please keep in mind you should use waterfall model only when there is a value which is increasing as well as decreasing over a particular dimension and you want to track that increase and decrease. Let's go back. Ribbon charts. Ribbon charts show which data category has the highest rank and what is the change in it. The highest rank is shown at the top, lowest one is shown at the bottom. So if I have to show you this as a ribbon chart, do I have the ribbon chart over here by any chance? No, I do not have. Yes, we don't have that. So ribbon charts is more towards the categorization of ranking basically of your categories. So which category is rank 1, which category is rank 2 based on your sales or the revenue is when you will use your ribbon chart. Scatter and bubble charts display the relationship between two or more measures. Let's have a look. If these are the measures and if I put it into a category, what happens? This is how it looks like. So for this person, his reorder level is so and so. For this product, the unit sold is this, and it's a huge volume. Unit price is this, right? The size is based on the price. So larger the price, the larger the circle. Smaller the price, the smaller the circle. So this product is somewhere it is important, which is lying at reorder level of 15, and the range of sales is between 0 to 50. So if you look at it, it is somewhere over here. These scatter charts will help you identify the outliers and bring them into mainstream focus. So this is a different way of visualizing your data. And with this, we would like to end the session for visualizations from Microsoft. In our next session, we would definitely see some external visualization, and towards the end of our session of this entire Power BI learning course, I would be sharing you some shortcut tips as in which charts to be used in which scenario. With this, I end this today's session. Thank you so much for listening. Hello and welcome to another session of Power BI. Today, we are going to have a look at all the visualizations which are available outside the Power BI app. So, today we are going to understand what are various visualizations available at the marketplace, steps to use that marketplace visualization in your Power BI desktop, and rules to make or post visualizations to a marketplace on your own. The third point over here is a little advanced topic which I would like to give you a very high level view of how and what things you need to take care in order to have your own visualization developed and deployed in a marketplace to be used by others. Let's have a look. So now in order to view this, let me open my existing app, Power BI desktop, wherein you would see three dots under the visualization area. The three ellipses, if you click on it, it says import from a file, import from a marketplace, and you can delete a custom visual. So if I have to tell you, this is a scroller which I have imported from marketplace. Let me delete it and add it again. So this is the new one which I added it. I select it, I delete it, and yes, so now it's gone. There are two ways in which you can import a visualization from a marketplace, either through a file, which is like a pre-downloaded visualization from the marketplace in your local environment, or you can directly go to marketplace and you can install it right over here. The second option over here is very handy and it saves lots of your time and effort and coordination, as in what visualization are you downloading, what visualization are you importing, and then setting it up. Let's have a look at the marketplace visualization. So under this pop-up, you'd see what all organizational level visualization which are custom developed by the organization and available to the end users. Currently, there are no visualization in my organization. So let's see as a Microsoft Marketplace visualization. These all what you see in front of you is a third-party visualization tool, and in this, all these visualizations are above and beyond the default visualization, which the default ones right now purely correlates with your Excel usage of the bars and the charts and the scatter plots and the donut charts. Now, these are pretty advanced visualization developed in order to cater to the sophisticated needs of your organization. So, these are very neatly categorized as in advanced analytics. Like you see the Venn diagram, you can see a natural language insight, time series decomposition chart. Then there are data visualization. As of now, nothing is there. Editors pick. These are the ones which Microsoft strongly advises us to make use of. Advanced Donut Light Edition, and this is Synoptic Panel by OKViz, Infographic Designer. So these are very highly recommended ones which an organization or a developer like us can make use of. Filters, like we saw, there are different kinds of filters available to us, right? So this can be updated. Time series visual, dev scope, so many filters. Enlightened world flag slicer, enlightened slicer. As you see, as these slicers are made by different company, Microsoft ensures that it highlights the company name which developed this visualization. Different kinds of gauges. If you have a look at it, this is a sample diagram how they would respond on your Power BI desktop. Infographics, again, scatter plot, KPI, scroller. This is the one which we were trying to add, and this is certified one. So the certified ones are always with a tick box from Microsoft. So have a look and keep a check on these ticks available to you. Let's add the scroller. So as soon as I add the scroller over here, you would see the visualization got imported without any handling of background files. An alternative way of importing this visual would be we can go to appsource.microsoft.com/enus/marketplace. When you come over here, you would see we can see what all visualizations are available. We can have a look at Power BI apps. So when I say Power BI apps, there are 173 different results which are available for me to make use of these. So if I have to tell you Power BI visuals, 217 different visuals, and in it we can now search for the same scroller. So there are two ways in which you can import. So the second method, like I saw that I'm trying to show you here, is let's search for a scroller visualization. Let's have a look at it. Where is the scroller visualization? And these are so many, 217 in all. So let's do a quick search, scroller. This is the one, this is the third one, what we saw. If we click on it, it takes us to the page wherein we can click on get now, right? There are reviews as well. When we click on get now, it asks me for my credential. It ensures where I'm downloading it. It allows you to have a look at that visualization, and this is the button download for Power BI, which would download the same PBIX file. One more unique thing what I would like to highlight you over here is, since there are so many visualization, you definitely would want to view it first before downloading, implementing it in your project. There is a section called as try a sample section, wherein you can download the report like this, and you can then open the report to view how does it function and what parameters does it take. So if I have to show you different visualizations today, this is a very good way in which we can make use and understand what all different visualizations are available. All right. So this is how the scroller works. So what does it take? So if I click on it, I see different properties. It is taking one particular column of this thing. For this dummy category, let me see what all data does it have. Is it having only one column? Is it having many columns? This is the dummy category. I want to view it. Let's click on this. So there is only one value under it. That's it. So, and have a look at it. This is what it is taking us to be. Any other data fields? No. Only this column is present over there. That's it. Yes. Here, if we have a look at the properties section and we see different attributes to this scroller, there is a value, a drop down known as scroller. If you scroll it down, you would see the text what is available over here, in which we can set the speed of it, we can set the font size of it, we can set the color, text coloring if there is, and we can set what text color do we want to view it as. So accordingly we can change it. We can change the font size to 25. It will be in different size. We can make it as 40. It would be in different size. We can change the speed of the scroller to or 0 means not moving, -1 it doesn't come up, 1 means it starts, 50 it runs, 20 it's still fast, 5. So ideally a speed up till 10 is something what we can make use of over here. We can change the text, like I said, Power BI demo, so it will show that. I don't like the speed too much, so I change it to Power BI. And this is something, a good scroll, a good way to catch attention of your end users. The imported visual by default will always keep appearing on your Power BI desktop. Going forward, you don't have to import any new visuals. So overall, we saw for this particular visual, there are two ways in which we can import the visual. One is by directly Power BI desktop bringing it onto the visualization pane, or you yourself can get it downloaded from the marketplace using the internet and then import it into this Power BI desktop. A longer way, and it can also have some inconsistencies if the visual is updated by the time you import it into the system. So the recommended way would always be import from marketplace, and then less recommended way would be import from a file. And once in a while, if you are done with using the visual, you can always delete a custom visual from your desktop. So these are certain things what we can make use of today. So what it says is visual has two sorts of text field buckets or custom text that can be set from using formatting pane. Custom text can be used only when category field bucket is set, right? And because at least one field should be set for the visual even if the field is not used. So because Power BI has a restriction of using a particular field to get the visualization running, you should set one particular dummy category, one column mapped to that visualization for it to work. When the text from the dataset is used, category and current value field buckets are required to be set. And various settings make it possible to control the speed. So we did have a look at this. We did have a look at this as well. We can still have a look at here. There are values, category, absolute measure, deviation. These are the values what we will have to fill in, right? If you don't select this, the visualization do not work. Although this is not being used, properties are set here with the help of this, and basis this it will work. And when the text from dataset is used, category and current value field are required to be set. Categories and current values. So where are the categories and where are the current values? So if this is the category and this is the current value. So if you want to do something of this sort, you can do this as well, right? So you can have category and current value. If you are trying to use these two, what you could do is you can select them and they keep showing it one after the other for all the values. A very, very, very creative and amazing way to get this captured. Let's have a look at an advanced feature. We can also compare it. Has it increased or decreased? Measure the deviation, right? So if this has gone down, this has gone up, it indicates the deviation as well. So change, is it positive or a negative? So if we have a look at the table over here, we'll come to know what does it have. So if the positive values are shown, it would be an upward sign. If a negative value is shown, it shows a negative sign. So typically this would be stock quotes, what you look in your web as well as television. It follows a similar pattern of displaying the content. It shows the rise and the fall and along with the color codes, which you can obviously set in your scroller, right? Background, general border, visualization, etc. So status of this is colored. So if I go here, font size, everything is set, color is set, background is off, visualization header is on, generalization is also present, and sum is being shown. It is showing the change as well as a sum. This in turn will give you a good understanding of a visual. Similarly, let's have a look at now going back to Power BI, what all different values or visualization are available for us to get a hang of it. Let's go back at the app source. So this is one of a pretty important visualization tool. Power BI visuals is what we want to look at. Funnel plot. Let's have a look at PDF viewer, a very interesting looking app visualization which utilizes PDF JS to display PDF documents from base 64 screen. Okay, So let's have a look at it. And although it seems a very popular one, let's see how and why people are using this. Again, we'll go to the screen. We will not download it here to use. Just try a sample before you think of downloading something. Evaluate its usage and only then try to download. A very positive step by Microsoft in this front. That means that allows you to try before you even download. Let's wait for this to open up, and once it's in, we'll take it from there. Brilliant. It's loading. Here we are. So many examples for us to view. So this is a PDF which it is getting asked, right? Let's see what does it need. Brilliant. This is a PDF which is getting loaded in our Power BI desktop. It allows you to view different PDFs. There are 2 PDFs given over here. From where are these PDFs being picked up? Let's have a look at this. Okay. So this is the part 1, part 2, part 3, and this is base 64. Okay. All right. So this is the column name is what base 64 encoded PDFs are being used. So there are no new URLs, but if you have a PDF saved in your database in the base 64 format, then you can probably import it and have a visual developed for it as well. It has internal paging, and you can zoom in, you can zoom out as well. So this is a very interesting way of looking at the different formats of data in your database. This is also another PDF looking. This sample page contains a table of invoice data, and PDF visual is used to display the individual visual as a tooltip. Okay. Example 2 tooltip. Okay. We select this and now we move to here. Okay. Example 2 drill down. This is what it looks like. Brilliant. So what does it have over here? In this field, if I click on it, it has a base 64 of an example 2. And basis that PDF is pulled and created out of base 64 encoded data. Great. So this is another important way in which you can read a different kind of data from your database. Let's move forward. Let's have a look at highly popular ones. Let's have a look at KPI. Power BI visuals. There they are. Let's refresh this. Let's go to Power BI visuals. Okay, there we are. We are looking for Power BI visuals. Let's have a look at a KPI visual. What we see over here is the tick marked ones are the recommended ones by Microsoft. Let's have a look at KPI ticker by MAQ software and Power KPI matrix. Circle KPI gauge, dual KPI, a very interesting thing. Flying bricks, different implementation of the KPIs. Sunburn, KPI indicator, KPI icon, Power KPI. Anyways, we've considered it. All right, card. Great. Let's start with KPI ticker. And how does it look? Let's have a look at this. All right, let's go and get it. At certain places, they do take your inputs. Please provide those accurate inputs so that you can download the KPI related information. This is MAQ LLC's developed. All right, let me just close. Okay. All right, let's start this. So what does this KPI do? KPI are key result areas, kind of a unique measure or unit which is tracked by anyone at a very high level to understand profit and loss, good or bad, the status of overall project or program or tasks in hand. So these are the different KPI trackers. Excuse me. All right, here we are. Here, if we have a look at it, there is a KPI name, there is a change set name, and it would scroll as well. Again, there are 1, 2, 3, 4. It vertically scrolls based on what they are. Okay, these are getting scrolled. This is a new way of looking at things in Power BI. What is essentially take? This is what the delta looks like, reduced by so many points. Currently is this, earlier it was this was. Animation, let's have a look at what animation do there. Okay, you can have left to right scroll, top to bottom scroll, or blinking animation. Carousel and vertical stacking, this is how it works. Let's move right. They keep changing as per your time. And what are the different properties for this visual? Let's have a look at it. You can make carousel on, so that's there. Make carousel off, it won't come in that fashion. It moves into dimension. You can make turn on the dimension or turn off the dimension. You can set the duration as to 10 seconds or maybe 5 seconds for it to move. Okay, and then have a look at it. So this is after 5 seconds it moves. A very good way of doing. These are tips for using the probably the visual. So basically when you read a visual or import a visual, there are ways in which you can make use of these things. Please keep an eye on hints and tips section for every visual which you are going to download from your marketplace. This is a very handy tool in that sense. Moving on, what else do we have over here? Let's see. Let's go back into the store. Let's move ahead and check one more application, another KPI related thing, probably a dual KPI, a very nice way in which we are tracking two values in single place, and it's been developed by Microsoft Corporation. And if we go and try to get this, it would take its own process. The advantage of using marketplace is kind of exploratory analysis of new visualizations which have been deployed on the store, and also have a hang of how to use that KPI. A very good learning material, and this can go on and on and on as many visualizations there are in the system. But you can trust the Microsoft's way of standardizing the marketplace, in which you would always find hints and to access the new visualization and the sample report. Always have a look at the sample report. This will help you understand the usage and find a right fit to your data set, because every visualization may not fit your data set to give the right output. So good way of increasing your knowledge on third party built visualization would be coming to the marketplace and always having a look at the samples available over here. Let the sample load. So see, this is what it looks like. Value set 1 and value set 2. What does it have? If I click on it, it has the date axis in from left to right. It is common to both the different variables. There is a value set 1 and value set 2. If we see, these two are summation values which are available under the table of sample percent calculation. What does it have? Let's have a look at the data source. So value set 1 has certain values and value set 2 has another set of values. So these are numeric values associated to every day. It can be a sales and the costs, it can be profits and the revenue, it can be your income versus outgo. So all these values are set over here and on a day-on-day basis as per this example. And value set percentage is also given, that what is the value set percentage. Basis this, if you want to make a chart, what you would do is you would map the date to make it a x-axis of the sample. You would take the columns of value set 1 and value set 2, ensuring that both of these columns do have dates. So in this example, since we are referring a single table and every row has a date and value set and 1 and 2, this makes it possible to make this chart, right? What properties does it have? Dual KPI properties. Show the top chart, yes or no? Do you want to see one or two? So, or both. So this setting of selecting 1 and 2 is available over here. Also, what is the variance between the last date, previous date? You can set, basis which the changes would be reflected. We can select this. We can go into the properties. So remember, there are three sections of the property. One is a field which is mapped to the visual, and then there are properties of the visual in itself, and these are analytics on the top of it. So most likely you would be placing the fields from your data source into the visuals by using this section, and then you would be adding attributes to the visual, as in the axis, the color, the scroll, the timeline, the boldness, and placement type kind of thing over this second central format column, right? If we expand it further, show bottom chart KPI on top of it, yes, no. If yes, you can do it over here. Dual KPI value, dual KPI property. Do you want to see the bottom chart? Yes, no. Abbreviation of the values. Would you like it or not like it? Abbreviate or hover values. Then it gives you the change, and this is what. Then it is here. Short KPI tooltip. This is the short KPI tooltip. This is based on the previous date. Previous date is this. First date is this. Last date is this. Okay. Dual KPI title. Do you want to have a title to the top of it? What font would you like to have it? I would like to see Arial Black. So this is the titling which is present over here. Dual value formatting. Do you want to format the value or no? It is set to on. Axis setting. Chart type. Is it an area chart or a line chart? You can select based on your preference. So this covers an in-depth example of how to use this KPI, dual KPI visual. In this case, they have made one as a line and one as this. So if I have to change this to something else, I would directly go, I would select it, I would go into its properties. Because I've studied the previous sheet, I would know where do I need to make the changes. Chart colors are fine, chart colors are fine. Axis settings is what I wanted to know. KPI chart type, I don't want chart, I want this as an area as well. So this is how you would basically learn to use new and new visuals basis a isolated understanding of the visuals in itself, and then going back to your desktop and making it. So this is a very good way of learning it. Moving on, what all things do we have today? What new things? So we saw the KPI related category, and more or less all KPIs would work in the similar fashion. Now let's see what all different visuals are available under time. So based on time, we can have a look at Beyond Soft calendar. This seems a very exciting calendar, and a time slicer. So let's have a look at these two. Is there anything else? Countdown timer continuously counts to specific date. It's okay. Animated bar chart, Gantt chart. Amongst this, the most exciting ones are the calendar, a different way of viewing a calendar, which is never come over here. Visualize your monthly data, assign custom colors with dynamic data driven visual. Very exciting. Let's just see how is it going to help us. In this case, let's see the sample report. An isolated understanding of the visual, and after this we can take a call if we need to import it into a desktop or no. Let's open it. It's opening. It's opening. Yes, it's going to open now. Yes, there we are. Now let's see what does it have to offer us. Looking at the data set, there is a date dimension over here. Let's have a look at the date dimension. So if I see this table, they've added a dimension as in date, complete date, date as an integer, date as an year, month, month and year. So these are different permutation and combination of a date which you can ever see. A very good way of learning how to make this dimension and using it into your system as well. Moving on. So basis this, you can call on any column which is like a combination of different formats, days of the week, quarter year, all the possibilities what you can have on date field is given as columns. That is known as dimension. Very fairly. And using that, we have a fact table which uses a date and has a value and a percentage. So these are your transactional tables which uses different dimensions of the date table. In this, it uses plain dates. Using this, if I have to make a chart, what they have done is they have deployed a normal slicer, which is a Microsoft visualization, in which they have used the date dimension, year and month short. We can change the format, there is no issue as in what we need to use. We can also have quarter, we can have a day of the week, date as an integer, year, month, and we can also have only plain date. There is no issue in doing that. Great. So basis this, we can change the dimension related field, right? And then we can move on to this column. It shows whatever dates which you have selected from 19th 1 2017 and then going on all the way to different pages as well. Great. And then we have the values on top of it. So if we see, it shows a date, it shows a value, and it shows a tooltip will have an additional info. Value plus average of a percentage. If I have to move ahead, let's move ahead. It has again a month, year, date, start, and month on month. Why is this made in this format is, if I make this as a basic usage as date, since this visualization is limited to kind of a month view, you can't basically change the month based on clicking anywhere on this visualization. So the format what we chosen over here is not right. We need to say month with day. So day, weeks, no, that's okay. Day of the week, year, month, number. So this is something which can help. Yes. Basis this, you can have a month view and you can view. So again, we understood the scope of the visual and what are the limitations of the visual, what kind of dimension date can be used or in this visual and which are not supported. A good learning mechanism of new. Now let's see how to make changes. Diverging colors. So again, if you click on it, by my earlier knowledge, you click on it, you go in its properties, you go into data colors, you can have a gradient diverging on minimum color, center color, maximum color. Basis this and basis any value, you can decide on the colors as well. Selection interaction. If there are interaction against this, and you have to have different kinds of interaction, you can as well have that interaction over here. Select one or more in the calendar. So keeping control button press on your keyboard, you can have collated view of this visualization as well. Again, a very important hints section. Please keep an eye on this field when you are doing your sample understanding. And with this, we can understand the third party visual in depth. And with that, we can make use it in our system as well. Let's go back and now have a look at a timeline slicer, which is another kind of a slicer developed by Microsoft Corporation for us. Let's see what happens. Graphical date range selector for using and filtering dates. A very old slicer that has been used since the time Microsoft developed Power BI. It is currently in its second version and updated on 21st of June 2019. Let's say get it now. It would always ask for a signed in credential before it allows you to download. A good way of securing the system and tracking who's downloading what kind of visuals for its internal analysis. Let's see the most important section. What I said is try a sample. Right. And there are cases where you won't be able to find within the Power BI. In that case, you can click on this link to understand a step-by-step visual, right? So these 4 steps will allow you to find your visual. A very good learning method. Again, let the Power BI desktop open and let's see what does it have in store for us. A strong recommendation from me would be researching all the 217 visuals which are present on the marketplace, which will help you understand couple of things, as in how are the standard developments being done and how are the different companies making the measures and using DEX queries to achieve particular thing apart from learning the new visuals. Now, let's again, this hint section is available over here. We'll go through it in a while. This is the section which would take a date value. If you have a look at the data which the team has, it is a date and a value, kind of a day and what the closing value of a stock is, kind of, right? There is no relationship between these two tables. If I want to see the sales table, it has date again and the category. Fair enough. Very simple way of viewing things. This slicer will essentially have all the values coming from the date column of MSFT table, right? This in our earlier section we did see it can be also be driven by a query, DAX query, but in our case let's have it simple. Let it come from this table. Basis this, what it does is it allows us a different kinds of filterism basis of first half, second half, like, and quarter 1 January to March, quarter 2 April to June, quarter 3 July to September, and then quarter 4 October to December. You can also have a monthly view from Jan till December. You can select multiple months together in a time. You cannot do, see the drawback, you cannot do control and jump over to a non-continuous dates. Good feedback what we can give it to them to allow us to select 2 non-overlapping months. You can also have a week view of the month what you've selected, and you finally have the dates. So that is given over here. So basis this, you can have different ways in visualizing a date and then using that date as a slicer to filter certain rows in other visualization. Let's have a look at the quarter sales. So now we know what this visualization looks like. So if I select June, it would basically point out to the year 2014. If I go down to week 24, it says it's part of quarter 2 June. Alright, so you can have a cascading impact of the slices as well. What are the typical hints Time slicer is a graphical data range selector used for filtering components in the report canvas. So what this screen, what you look over here, is also known as report canvas. It has different types of data granularity: year, quarter, month, week, and day. So 5 of them are available very quickly in front of your eyes. Start date of the week or quarter can be specified for the timeline visual and also has a different options of coloring. So this thing can be colored, cancel. We do not want to delete anything. You can color it using the format section of that visual. Select the visual, go to format, and you can have color value somewhere in this. Let's see. This is the font color of this. Fiscal year can be from January day 1, or you can set it to April, and that can be your quarter 1. So a typical challenge which we saw in earlier version of this visual was the month. Since different countries have a different quarter reporting system, quarter start changes typically for US and for Europe, or probably US and India. In that case, it would mean you would have a flexibility of defining your quarter 1, which is already given. Very good. Kudos to them. Moving on, if you see the value, you can select the font color of it. You can select outline of it. You can change the color of this as well. First day granularity is fine. Slider color, I want to change it to red. Is it available? Okay, you're on monthly visibility. You don't want to have a day visibility, you can pick that off. So if you look, if I remove day visibility, this thing goes off, D goes off from the top. You can select that as well. Labels, if any, do you want to have the font colors defined, you can change it. Title, background can be done as well. Background can be changed to something if we want to, or any background, whichever is suitable, can be used. And finally, the borders, the visual headers are the basics which are available any which ways. So overall, we saw this timeline visual for going ahead with slicing. Going back, let's have a look at the apps one more time. What are the different formats of this available over here? Let's go to Power BI visuals, and we did KPI, we did time, we did the time as well beyond calendar. Slicer, we did the KPI as well. Let's have a look at the infographics. We did see the scroller, we did one of the infographics. We can have a look at org chart, a very good way of understanding. This has been developed probably in Southeast Asia with the languages given. Going ahead, get it now. So what does it show? So a very good way of quickly learning this visual is with the help of samples again. Let's download the sample report. As I download the sample report and open it, let it load, we would come across the org chart visual. That's opening, brilliant. And once it's loaded, we can have a view. Brilliant. So this is your org chart. Okay. Brilliant. It's in English and Chinese both. How does it fetch the data? What is the database looking like? So if you click on the org chart table, you can have parent ID. So 0 is the topmost level, 1 is the second level, 2 is the third level, 4th level, 5th level, 6th level, 7th level, and 8 levels. So let's go to the visualization and check if are there 8 levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what I see is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 levels, right? So why is it named as 8 levels? Let's understand it further. So these are the different parent IDs. These are its typical IDs. Okay. So 0 has one child, 1 has 2 child, 2 has 2 child. So let's go back. 0 has 1 child, 1 has 2 child, 2 has 2 child, 3 should also have 2 child basically. 1, 2, right? So let's go back and check the 3 should be 2 child, 4 is 2 child, 5 is 3 child. So this should be 4 has 2 child, 5 has 3 child, 6 should have another 3 child, and 7 should have 2 child. Let's have a look. 6 should have 3 child, 7 has 2 child. It shows as 3. Why is that so? Alright, so this is the organization of the overall structure of the levels. If there is a link, a color, an image URL tooltip can be formed. This is a typical way any software will build a parent-child relationship or a chart, and it would reflect in this manner. So it's fair to understand. It has a flexibility of nodes. It can have a flexibility of color and background. It can have a flexibility of height, ability to set a node spacing and font size, and label slot component. And let's have a look at all these over here. Let's go to the visualization first page and click on it and go into the visuals and layout. This is an org chart or a hierarchical chart. You can make these two different changes. Do you want bottom to top or top to bottom is another way of looking at it. Do you want left to right? There are certain people reading from left to right, or there are certain people who read right to left. A very good way in to reach the masses. Let's follow the traditional top to bottom. We can set the node level 5, 6 or what. If we make it 6, what does it have? If we make it 4, what does it show? So only 4 levels are shown. If we say 6 levels, then it shows this. If we says 8 level, then it shows more probably. What is the height? If we want to make it 50, we can make that height, overall height as 50 from top to the bottom to ensure that it fits the screen. What is the width of the visual? Is it 140 or is it going out of the page? Let's make it 120 so it gets reduced. Perfect. What is the horizontal spacing between the two blocks? Is it 35 or let's make it 50 to increase the spacing so it looks nice. What is the vertical spacing? It looks clumsy vertically. Let's make it 60 and now it looks better. What is a fill color you would like to have a look at? Let's make it pink and let's make the border as yellow. What is the shape you would like to have? Do you want to make it star? You can make it star as well. Ellipsis can be built as well. You can minimize it, you can expand it. Minimize it, you can expand it. Title, do you want to have a title on this or no? So overall, this is a pretty basic but a very effective chart which can be used in your Power BI visual for any understanding if you find a pertaining need in your project. Moving on, what are the other categories in front of us? So we are through with the 3 categories. Let's finish the other 2 which are present to us. So we are done with these 3. Let's see what are the different gauges available for a very interesting gauge system which is available to us. Sometimes the back button crashes. Let's go into appsource.microsoft.com/enus/marketplace/apps. Click on Power BI visuals, click on gauges. These are different gauges in front of us. Circle KPI gauge, dial gauge, a very exciting motorbike or a racing car gauge in front of us. Rainbow gauge, advanced donut are basically one and the same. Let's have a look at the dial gauge. So when we say color indicated by red indicates actual value, under a yellow target value, pointer any value, null blank values will be color green, default value 0, default maximum is 1. Additional label, it will append percentage sign, fine. So these are the things we need to take care while deciding it. When we say let it now and continue, it would take us to a page where we'll be getting the samples. Really excited to see this sample sheet. How have they built it? It's always learning by observation, so therefore a good way of understanding any visual from the marketplace again would be from sample.
So now we have the dial gauge. This is again a marketplace visualization, and it has the hints page as well and updates on it, right? Let's see how is the sample built. So let the page load. If we have a look at it, it has city name, that is Delhi. It has minimum, it has the maximum value. Last year's target is the target start, and this one is the target end. If I select Delhi, it shows Delhi. If I select Bombay, it shows Bombay. And basis this, if I have to understand what is the table looking like, let's have a look at it. So minimum is 10,000, maximum 15,000, minimum is 10,000, maximum 16. Last year it was 20 and 30, and last year was 10 and 40. Current year start is 30 because last year end is the current year start. Current year start it was 20, current year end is 40, current value is this, percentage is this. All right, all things are in place. Basis this, if you want to make a gauge, green band indicates complete range of the dial gauge. Green band, okay, that is the complete range, 500. Yellow band represents the target value. We don't see that yellow band yet. Red band indicates the actual value. These are the actual values, 30 and 45. So if you are working with so many parameters and you would like to view it in a complicated way but a very minimalistic way of viewing the most of the content is this dial gauge. What are the hints they are presenting? Color indicated by red always displays actual value. Color indicated by yellow displays target value. Pointer displays any value. This will be conducted with typically the same instructions what we saw on the download page. This is kind of a little complex and not too helpful, but you can always try to fit this in if it fits your requirement. Let's move ahead, going on to our dial gauge and then going back to another page. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Sometimes it doesn't take you to the home page, then it did take us. We are left with filters and analytics. Have a look at it and then we'll move on to the next one. Sometimes it doesn't load, like I said. You would have to remember the URL appsource.microsoft.com/en-us/marketplace/apps. We don't want the apps, we want Power BI visuals, and we are looking for different kinds of filters. The hierarchy size slicer is a very unique used slicer. If you look at the number of people giving it a star rating, very high, 228. Another way of finalizing your requirement is that, and rest things can be understood and made in that way. Let's quickly have a look at a hierarchy slicer and see how are the hierarchies being developed. A very good way to slicers basically are filters in your dashboard canvas. Let's click on sample report and let's go ahead, let it load. Here we are. Brilliant. Again, hint section, very important before we close this sheet. Sometimes it is unable to import, we can close it. So this is the hierarchical slicer. If you compare it with a normal slicer, let me copy this, let me paste this. So I have two of them. Let me change this to a normal slicer given by the visualization. Let me copy this, let me paste this, so that I have two of the filters for the current visualization. Now let's do a different thing. Let's convert this into a simple default slicer available in Power BI. Just have a look. What has it been transformed into? If you remove this, here you can have multiple columns, a type, a subtype, a sub-subtype inside a slicer. Whereas in a default slicer, it is only a single column which will help you filter the content. So this is an advantage of a hierarchical slicer over a normal slicer. Another way, a slicer or filter. Another advantage is in a normal business scenario, you would be working with a hierarchy of sales guys or some hierarchy of the management. In that case, if you want to like aggregate the sales done at a feet on the street person to his manager to his head, in this scenario, that scenario fits very well with the hierarchical slicer. Let's see what other features are available to us in the hierarchical slicer. In this, you see the fields column having product category, its subcategory, and finally the product. So it forms a hierarchy. Going into the selection types, you will see, do you want a single selection on this or you want a multi-select? So when you say select single as off, you have an option to select more than one at a time, right? That's single multi-select, that is on. If you say single select on, once you are off this, you would see at any particular level, if I select something, the other will go off. So the difference between a single select on and off is, if you want only unique selections to be permitted on your slicer, then you should go with single select. However, if you are okay with having more than one selections on the slicer, then you can turn it off. So in this way, the unique radio button kind of a scenario converts into a checkbox. Moving on, empty leaves are the last set of the hierarchy. So if you don't have a data corresponding to empty leaves, do you still want to show it or no? So if you make it, in this case, we do have values for all the leaves, so it is present. If you are okay with not showing the leaf having no data, you can just hide. So these are shown as blank values are hidden. Then, do you want to have a select all option at the top or no? So see this, the first checkbox get opened up and by default it will select entire category, subcategory and the product. And what do you want to name it as? Everything? You can rename it to something and that turns into everything. So this is a way of renaming it. A very handy options available to you, and it has progressively added from only two fields such as select all and select single to empty leaves and select all labeling. And this is ever increasing and optimizing way of doing things. Do you want slicer header per product single to be given on, and you can change it as well. Do you want to refilter it or no? Rest of the things are same. For the items, you can have a different colors if you want. So selection color can be changed to pink. So whatever you select turns into pink. A very handy thing for people who are running short of time and want to select many things at once. You can increase the size of the visual so that you don't have to strain your eyes with the limited screen space available. Do you want to have a search option to be present there or no? So if you say add to selection on and off, so here you have an option to search, right? You can make it on or off. Now if you search BIKE and say enter, it should give you some result, but since it is off, it will not. So this is the search criteria. What other things are here? You have a usual spotlight feature if you want your visual to be highlighted amongst all the visuals while you explain something. Currently in this scenario, as I explain this product, I can dim the screen around it and only highlight the screen I'm talking about. It's for better visual capture. If you want to remove this, you can do it. If you want to sort it by some alphabets, you can still do that. 44, 38, mountain 100. Okay. If you want to export the contents, you can still export it. Again, it will show you an option to CSV format. Where do you want to save it? Export is there. Show data. If you want to see the data, this is how the data is categorized. This is what it is. You can always click on back to report and it works fine, right? Icon color is there text size is there, title, you have your own title to be given, you can do it. With this, let's now move towards the concluding area of slicers and all the visuals what we saw from the marketplace. Just to sum it up before we see the conclusion, before you get involved with any third-party slicer, please have a demo or download the sample PBIX file, check all the features of that visual along with the hint screen, which is very important. Once you are sure about the fitment or requirement fitment in your system, only then you import it directly by clicking on these three dots and import from marketplace, a faster, safer and easier way to do it. And going forward, then you use it in your own dashboards. Let's have a look at the conclusion. Welcome to a brand new session about Power BI. Today we are going to learn about Power BI dashboards. So what are dashboards? Before we head over it, I just want to give you a brief that I have downloaded a sample PBIX file which is consisting of the visualization and the dataset, its relationship. It has been supplied to us by Obviance, the science of making things possible company, and it's their IP and it's permitting us to use it as for the explanatory purpose. Moving on. So Power BI dashboards are single screen which can hold visualizations from multiple reports. So you can imagine yourself saying you've built lots of visualization pages using Power BI desktop and they are in multiple PBIX files. And based on the data sets, you've built multiple reports and you've published those reports onto the web. That's the Power BI service. Now, from these published set, if you want to collate certain visualization from different reports, you can do so and present one single page of a dashboard to your management, which they can click and go into the respective reports. So it's more kind of an index, and if it's a textbook, you can think about it as an index file. On clicking on the link, it takes you to the reports part of it. So what are dashboards? Dashboards are probably the aggregated values or aggregated visualization appearing in single screen. So the hierarchy of dashboards would be: first you import the data, then you build reports on top of the data, you publish those reports, and from those reports you then pin certain visualization on the dashboards. So pinning is an action what you do to make your dashboards. Let's have a look. So for in front of me, I have a Power BI screen page which is developed by Obviance, and it's built in this fashion saying individual people and their scorecard, how have they fared, and if I don't select anything, how have everybody fared in terms of revenue versus the target. This is how they have gone ahead with it. As per the region, as per all four of them, they handle different region. Let's see Valerie. She is primarily focusing in the north and bits and pieces in the other region. If I say Tina, then she's preferring north again. If I say Carlos, he's also from the north. If I say Annelie, then she is focusing on east, and Andrew is focusing equally on east, south, and north. This is revenue versus variance to the budget. So if you have a look at it, this is the revenue variance compared to the previous month. In this case, he's done quite well. The budget was 2.7 and he's done 10% over it in April. And this is how the team scorecard looks like and the region breakup. If we have to drill it down to based on the industry margins, we can say what all industries are people covering. This can also be useful. See, that industry has been handled by Andrew. If I remove the checkbox from here and I say oil and gas, all the visualization throughout the pages would appear in that fashion. There we are. Okay. Now with this, I would like to publish. Let's see how is the data set looking like. So the data set, let me zoom in a bit. Okay, let me close all the fields. It looks something of this side. There is a fact table, which is different individual units, which makes a product table. It customer can belong to a state. It has one-to-many relationships, so every state can have more customers, every industry can have more than one customer. A customer can be part of multiple product lists. The dates and the date dimension has dates in different forms such as month, period, quarter, year. Scenario is a unique key for them, product is another key for them. So overall, this is more like a customer behavior sample which we are having a look at. There are so many tables. Let's have a look at these as well. These are different tables which are available, one fact and rest of the dimensions of it. Basis that we've built this sheet. Let's publish this. Saving my changes, and it would ask me where do I want to publish it. I would like to publish it in the my sheet because I don't want everybody to have a look at it. This is one of the visual report what I have been publishing. Let it publish. Yes, it is published. Let's have a look at how does this publishing happen and what does it do. Now, slowly at this point, things will move from Power BI desktop to Power BI service. A critical point, a very simple and an easy point which we want to understand and learn. Let the page load. Yes, there we are. It goes into my workspace. It shows what I have built. Basis this, understand what if I want to show the gap, show this revenue field. So if you look at this pin icon, we have an option to pin this visual. And we can say this is dashboard sample. All right, this is a new thing what I'm making. Now pin that visual. That visual is complete. Now if I go to the dashboard, this is what I would see. This is what I would see. I can ask a question saying top country by regions. They would say US because entire thing is from the US. If I want to exit the Q&A, I can say top states of the US. So it says Illinois is the biggest state, and these are the basic Q&A enabled. This is the new Q&A section. If you want to proceed to the old Q&A section, you would have to write those queries on your own. If you want to experience the new QA section, then you would have to move the switch to the right. Let's exit this Q&A section. So this is one of the dashboard. This is the web view of it. Let's move to the phone view of it. Let's continue with the phone view. If you feel this is not up to the mark, you can move it from one place to another. Presently, as the visualization is read from top to bottom over the phone, and the scroller is from top to bottom, all these visualization are part of it. If you don't want that visualization to appear on your phone view, you can unpin it in your phone view. However, it would keep displaying in your web view. So this is kind of intricacies what you would learn while making a dashboard. So let's see, if I want to pin this, it appears over here. But you cannot change the location because it's been read from top to bottom. You can obviously resize it as per your need and clarity of understanding, which is possible in both. You can always reset the tiles so that it appears in the old fashion. Remember, once you publish your Power BI desktop file, all the play moves from the Power BI desktop onto Power BI service. app.powerbi.com is the service which Microsoft says a Power BI service which helps you look at the dashboard, create the dashboard, publish the dashboard. Let's have a look at one more sample which I have it for you today. And let's see human resource sample. This is another sample file which I have again downloaded from Obviance. We'll have to, as since it is a proprietary product and has been given to us for learning and educational needs, it's customary for us to display the first screen and have a read of it. Obvious is an ISV, an intellectual property incubator of Microsoft Business Intelligence, work closely with Microsoft to develop the best practices and thought leadership. So this also would help us understand what are the best practices available, right? Moving on, what kind of visualization these pages have for this report? So for new hires, it checks new hire supply versus new hire. So these many are demanded and this is the supply, right? So it's more kind of demand and supply kind of a new hires going on. Let's see what is the full-time and the part-time flow, right? So there are 701 part-time hired, 73 full-time hired on an average around 70 to 80, and this is moving up. Almost 52% are males and 47 are females, almost 50-50 ratio. This thing allows you to drill down further, so you would be able to view it, yeah, step by step. So there is one level drill down which is available. Yeah, if I want to click this, it goes on to this. If I want to click this, so there are two levels in this visualization. If you look at it, see this 1 and 2, this is what it is. Great. Now let's see what are active and separations. So these many actives, these many separations, kind of a dashboard. Let's see, this is separation versus separation supply. This is always following, steps are following the separation supply. Again, this is a scattered well third-party tool which they have enabled the chart. If you look at it, this is the chart, waterfall chart, which is available, which they have made use of, saying from the north, if you add this, this is the total value. This usually is done on region-wise income or additions on a particular column. Separation involuntary and voluntary. So mostly this thing looks good. This thing is because of their performance, and therefore this is a complete picture of male, female and age group related breakup. Who are the bad hires? People who are hired but were not qualified enough to continue. So 53% again, 46% again by ethnicity. These are what group A, B, C, D as per Northeast West region. Again, this is a good thing to understand over here is legend is ethnicity. So it shows group A, group B, group C, all that. Bad hires is a value, number of bad hires as per group. So this is how things are, right? New hire scorecard. This is how it looks like, the scorecard. You can always resize the page and you get such pages. That's okay. If you go here, page size is the place where you can change your page size. I can increase the page size. See, it's getting wider. I can reduce the page size. So based on what it is. And I can click on publish again. So I say save my changes because I've made certain pixel changes. Any change from the existing file will ask for a change. Again, I'll go to my demo dashboard workspace where it would publish it. Once it is published, I can click on the link available on this screen or go there. Good part about such dashboard samples is we get to learn about what are the best practices and how are the relationships built. So here we can click on open or we can click on times Nishant. And I see this is where the another sample has come up. This I can do it later. View the data set. This is how my fields are. It's still loading. Let's go here, click on this sample file to enable its working. This link will enable that file without a worry. All the pages are deployed and that's great. Let's do one thing. Let's say I want to pin this visualization. Also remember, these filters are not pinned. So dashboard do not have filters. That's a bottom line. while doing, and this is learned by all the developers over a period of time. Only the visualization is pinned on the dashboard, not the filters. Please be aware about this. Now let me go into dashboard sample and I say pin, edit the phone view. So I already have an earlier dashboard in which I want to pin this dashboard. Now I can move it up, I can move it down. It's based on what I want to do. But a good thing is a completely different altogether reports are merged into one dashboard. So dashboard is kind of an aggregated MIS value which you want your top guys or top management to have a look at it on their fingertips. Let's have a look at few more of the PBIX files which would help us understand couple of things. One is the way in which the visualization have been placed and how can they be moved into a dashboard. So the key aspect over here is what visuals are best fit for dashboards. That file load, and it's loading. Yes, there it is. The first page by default would be the Obvious page. It has been provided to us by Obvious. Let's see what about these. This is more like a spend analysis sheet wherein we are trying to identify how the spends have been like. So plan percentage. So these are the different kinds of spends we've planned it. We've tried to increase it in Europe and USA, but try to reduce it based on the data available. In IT area, what is actual versus plan? So this was a budgeted, and again, the idea is we need to see the blue bars always be shorter or equal to the black bars. In terms of infrastructure, it has been different. So a key aspect over here is identify why this has been an increase. How is the plan percentage by month? So we plan to increase the spend towards the end of the year and beginning very humbly in the January. This is the kind of spend we've planned. What are the places we are trying to spend? So if you consider this in an IT spend, we are trying to spend these, and for miscellaneous ones we are not in green. That means probably we have spent a little bit more than what was planned, and that is 14.39 and 14.54. For rest of the things, the plan is always higher than the actual. That means it is within limits. So that's how the statuses are planned. If we have a look at the status elements, let's have a look at it. What have they kept? 1, 2, 3 and actuals. So this is the department. It's already there. And VP. Okay. This is the level. This is the status. So this is a fact table. If you try to look at the fact table, it will tell you how have they derived upon this actual versus plan. If you click on it, this is actual versus plan status, right? Is there anything else? No. Is there anything else? No. Is there anything else? No. So if you click on this is how the actuals are being calculated. Great. This is some different thing which we are learning. Let's have a look at it. Relationship. Let me expand it further. So today the primary focus of us is on different kinds and ways the dashboards have been built. So you would see a central table which has more like everything what a person needs is a fact table, and it's more like an aggregation or a central repository of data flowing from different tables. So you would see date flowing in from date dimension, cost elements coming from cost dimension, country and IT area coming from its own masters, department and VP coming as a master, business area is coming as a master, scenario coming as a master. So it's more like an individual areas, and these fact tables are more kind of a transaction tables which makes use of all the data around it to make sense on the transactions. Then amount by month scenario. So LE1, LE2, LE3 are different plans, and this is the actuals. So as per the plan, how have they fed? How have the cost elements moved? What is the variance like? Is it reduced or increased? So infrastructure has increased, rest all has reduced. Plan variance analysis means budgeted versus actuals. You can have the analysis such as this, wherein you have a bar chart with negative values. That means you are doing well in terms of cost, whereas the positive values shows that you are high on your infrastructure spend from May till October. So you can highlight this. Then you can have this data as per the countries, as in how have you spent across the countries. So there is minuscule spend in Central Europe, whereas on the key countries it's a significant higher spend, whereas France, Brazil, Italy, the spends have reduced. This is how things are. You can also check by area. So this is a different kind of visualization which you can make use of. So these are the filters. Remember, they cannot be placed on the dashboards. Let's publish this as well, and then we'll see what data can be moved. Let it load. These things can continue as they are. Let's move on. Let's click on publish. Let me save the changes. It is publishing now. Once the publish completes, we'll get the link on this screen to move on to the website. Website is known as Power BI service. There we are. It asks me for the workspace. I selected one of the sample workspace which I am working on. Let it move ahead. It's publishing. So based on the data what you have, it takes proportionate time to upload and also for the bandwidth. So we'll have to understand the timings vary from file to file. Still loading. Yes, it's complete. Let's go back to that. It will exactly take me to that same page. Loading, loading, loading. It's very important for this step to get over, because if not done correctly, it would not appear perfectly fine if you directly access the Power BI service. Still loading. Okay, let's do this. IT spend analysis. If I check this, so this is the third file which I have kept it on download or publish. It's available, and let's click on it. It's loading. Yes, it's loaded exactly. This is a very interesting visual wherein you can actually play the growth. How has the things been over the period of 8 to 12 months? So how did the outlier reach the outlier step? Very, very important. Now, out of this, let's move this sample as our dashboard. Yeah, existing dashboard, IT area. Let's see in the phone view, where do we want to keep it? It appears on the side. Let's move it below it. This is not what I need. I don't want this. Let's move back. Let's move back. I don't want that. I want to pin this. Exactly. And let's pin this down in the IT. However, this I can remove it later. Let's go back to the web view and I can unpin it. I can say delete tile. Go to the phone view and that file is anyways deleted. Now in the web view, we can have an option to scale it as per what we need, like this. We can resize it, we can ask questions and let it be in the modern view and maximum bad higher. For example, it would identify the data and it would tell you what is the maximum bad higher. This is how it will take you to the dashboard. Have a look at this. I went into a dashboard, which is a dashboard sample, which is built by us. If I want more data about this visualization, I can just click on it. It takes me to that report PBIX file. So a very interesting way in understanding this concept. And then you have the filters basis which you can view the data. A good idea again. So this is all about dashboards. One more interesting thing after this is content pack. So let's say we want now to move this data into a content pack, right? So let's say create a content pack and it should be available probably to only one person. Let's say, all right, let's say I write it for myself. All right, sample for consumption, and I would like to pass on the dashboard sample and its data set. So everything from the dashboard to the reports and data sets are to be published. And if I say it should be available only to this person, then it is available to this. Let's say publish. So there is some issue with this. Basically, you would have to be part of an admin section who is allowed to publish files. In this place, we are not, so we'll hold it over here. But this is how you would have to introduce. What are apps? You can have these apps as well. So this is one section of it. And let's go back to sample and let's see phone view of this. This is how your report would appear under Power BI. If for this to work, you would have to first download the Power BI app. It can be an iOS or an Android app. Log in with your organizational credentials. It's your email ID and your password. Once you are in, you can check these sections. It can be shared with me if you are not the creator but a consumer, or workplaces if you are making those files, PBIX files, and publishing them by yourself. If you click on it, you get such options, and then on clicking on the subsequent links, you can arrive at the report and the dashboards. With this, dashboards are relatively a compilation of various visualization, and basis this you can build a content pack. Content pack holds various dashboards as selected, and it can be accessed by a particular individuals or everybody in the organization. It only needs to we need to aware about the fact that content packs can only be edited by the creator, in this case by me had I been able to publish it, and content packs can be replicated by the others for whom this data has been shared with, so they can churn their own reports. And this is how the data flow happens from the developer or the business user to the end user, and it is more like a do as you want based on the data given to you concept. Today we saw what are content packs. Content packs are aggregation of dashboards which include dashboard, report, and dataset. It can be built by you and shared within the teams for their immediate consumption, also alteration for their local alteration, and then further sharing based on their rights. It can be shared by anyone in the organization having a Power BI Pro license and who has built a dashboard. Point number one, it can be edited by owners only. Although many people would have access to your content pack, they must have replicated it, but they can't make any change to your content pack since you are the creator. It can be consumed by n number of users based on the group access what you've given or individual access what you've given. At the same time, they can replicate, that is copy that, and make further changes and further distribute the content. So this is all about the content packs. Moving on, there is something known as apps. So Power BI apps are the solution to enterprise scale distribution of content in Power BI. Like we saw, there are sections which allows you to mix different reports and build a dashboard which can be consumed by anybody who has access to the dashboard. Very simple. At the same time, if you want to distinguish between different sets of data, isolate that data and distribute to only the intended user, one way of doing it is creating apps specific to that report, and then only people having access to this link would be able to access the related isolated content. It is also the collection of purpose built dashboards or reports to large number of business users and empower them to make decision. So it can be one or more than one reports on dashboards which can be converted into apps. It can be distributed to specific people or groups similar to the content packs. So now let's have a look at the steps of creating an app. And the basic steps are, we create an app workspace. The workspace is a staging area for an app and served as a container for the content of the app. That means after creating an app workspace, you need to put your dashboard, datasets and reports into that content pack or the app space rather, and only then you would be able to publish that particular content and distribute it to the end users. Then you add content and then you publish it to the end user. Let's have a look at all the three steps. I've just now clicked on create a workspace and built a test app workspace. After clicking on it, I go into this screen, I say get the file. So it allows me to import different kinds of file. Since we know we have a PBIX file samples which we have downloaded for our consumption, let's access it. So let's access opportunity analysis as one of the PBIX file and say open. It would import it into that particular app space. Yes, so that is the data. If you look at it, it is available under the test app. So let's go back to the test app. It would be under the report section. If I make a dashboard, then only it would move to the dashboard section, right? Let's create a dashboard for it, for the matter. Let's go into the revenue analysis and let's say I want to pin this to the test app dashboard. Right? I go to the dashboard. It is available over here. I go into test app. Now the dashboard sections has one value. Fine. Now let's see, do you want to get this included in your app? Yes and no. If there are multiple dashboards, you want certain things not to be part of your app, you can move it to no. In this case, I want it to be part of the app, so I make it this. If you want to favoritize this test app, then you can click on the star icon. I've marked it as favorite. For this simplicity set, I don't want to mark it as my favorite. Then you need to move to create app. Create app will ask for a name of the app. Okay, you will say it is a test app, right? Support site, if you have anything to log their tickets, you can have those sites. It can be ticketing tool which your organization use, and you can give that access so that if something fails, that link URL is shown. Navigation, how do you want? This is the link where people would click on the dashboard. Do you want to go into certain navigation steps? You can do that, right? This is the opportunity section. That's okay. Control, all these controls, view and edit database model definition, connect to the database, right? connect database for this. Exporting is always blocked for users installing the app. So they can view it, but they cannot export it. Any parameters which you want to put, then you can put it over here. Accesses, you want to pass this access to specific people only, and you do it to one person, and you say create app. Now it is publishing an app, and this is the link of your app. I say copy, I say closed, and I go here and I move it over here. When I click on it, it would redirect me to that screen of the app. App may contain, I say install that app. So what it is doing is it is installing the app for me, and there is my app. First app. Hello world. It's my test app. Let's wait this installation to get over. Yes. So I can edit the workspace, explore the app. So this is my app space. So app would ideally be looking like this, and this has exactly only those items what I have made it to be the part of. So this screen by default is what I have moved, and it has so many visuals and pages. So these are the pages available, which makes it an app. It can be accessed over phone. You can always have screen, and that's about it. If you want to remove an app, you can go into update, and you do have option to permission, and you can remove the names, right? You can allow users to make copy of the reports if you want. You can allow users to connect to apps underlying data sets using the build permission, yes or no. Install this app, you can allow them to install this app. You can, this is the link to the files, this is the link to the reports. So basically this is all about link, and you say update. Once done, it is present. You can always delete certain things from your app. So what you can do is opportunity analysis. I don't want it, I say delete. I go into report, I say I don't want it, I can delete. Workbook, nothing. Data set, opportunity analysis, I don't want it, I say delete. It is still on publishing. Okay, we'll have to wait for it to happen. I say delete. So all these things are deleted, only the data set is now yet to be deleted. Let's say delete. Data flow is not present. Once you delete everything, you can do update app, right? Basis that the updated data would move. So this allows the developer to publish the required data in single place and allows them to have a look at the apps. So this is all about apps. Moving on. Roles and restrictions. So what are roles and restrictions? They are basically ways to give specific access to the end user by accessing Power BI's row level security. User can view only the data based on the roles they have been part of. And user views no data if no role has been assigned to the user, but they have just been shared the dashboard. A typical case, a typical forum question which many Power BI naive users come across when they play around with roles. So you need to ensure a couple of things. When you give roles, ensure all the users accessing that data set have been given roles. After that only you would share the access to the database or the Power BI reports or dashboards. So the roles need to be assigned first. After that, post that, you would be giving access to the dashboards and reports. Point number one. If no roles have been assigned to the end user to whom you would be sharing the Power BI reports or the dashboard, then system would not grant them view access of the report pages, and user would more likely or most likely would be viewing errors on the reports pages. Let's have a look of how to give roles and how to publish that. Let's have a look at it. Yes. So I am on IT spend analysis sample. I would first go into the table screen like here, and I would find this section, manage roles, as we've seen earlier in the diagram. I say I want to give access to a person only to the Europe data. So let's say I say country as region, I say add a filter and mark it as sales region and make it as Europe, ROPE, right? I say save. Most important, please click on save, otherwise things don't get added up. So when you click on it, there is one Europe role. Let's create a Canada role, CANADA. Let's split that and say sales region is CANADA, right? And then let's create a role of everything. Create everything. Basically, this means you're not giving any filters in this, just creating a role and keeping it. So there are 3 roles: Europe, Canada, and everything. Now let's view the data based on Canada. You would see only the Canada region data coming over here. If you go to this place, you would see only the Canada related spends. Now if I say view data as everything, you would see many things changing. See this? So basis this, you can always test, do trial and error before you would actually publish this and go live. What is other user? So if there is some other user you want to make use of, nishan.vyas, I would be seeing all of this. So you can make use of this. And what if you are not part of any of the roles? What would you see? This is what you see if you're not part of any of the roles. A good scenario would be make yourself available to one of the roles, right? Yeah, there we are. So this is how the roles are defined. Roles are used to filter the content which you want end user to view. After deciding on the roles in the Power BI desktop, you need to pass this PBIX file onto the Power BI service. How do we do it? We do it by clicking on publish. Again, it would publish the entire file in the mentioned space. It's still loading. Let it load. It has to publish first. It's still going on. Where do I want to publish? I want to publish in the sample dashboard where it was earlier placed. It would replace the earlier file. So this is how you keep on updating the files. So this is the latest. You already have a file over here. Do you want to replace it? Yes, I want to replace it. Yes, it has been replaced. Let's go back. Now, a very interesting fact over here is once you have this thing in place, you go into the dashboard. You can say reports. I say I want to spend this. I say share, access. I do have manage permissions. That's there. Move ahead. I go into the report. I say settings, dataset, IT spend, security. Please remember how to reach this. So these are the 3 roles what you've built. So this is one place you need to assign role to a person, and then you need to pass it on. So I can use my name nisha.vyas1. I say add, I say save, and now I go here and Let's see what happens. I go in times and Nishant. I say reports. I say IT spend. What do I see? I do see everything. Why? Because by default I am the admin and these rules don't apply to me. Workspace, my name, dataset, IT spend, security. I have Canada as under me. Europe shouldn't be part of it. Let's say again I go here, I go here, I go here. Let me see, is there anything based on it? No. So more important, these are the nitty-gritties of the roles is if you're an admin, no matter what role you belong to, you would get access to everything. Whereas if I had another person, then only the limited restricted data would be given access to the user. So today we saw a couple of things. One is within the report, you can limit the access given to the end users based on the roles. Furthermore, if you have silos of different reports and you don't want people to access it, then you can build those custom apps and give it to them. That's the second method of doing it to view the content. You can also make content pack if your organization allows you to build it and pass those content packs to the end users for their consumption, sharing, and further reuse. Fourth way of doing it is if you want aggregated value of different reports to be displayed under one screen, so you can collate all the relative contents and place it in the dashboard. So dashboard is a uniting factor of the reports. Apps is a divisive factor of the reports if need be. It can be made into groups of apps and content packs are built basis dashboards, and it can have host more than one dashboard along with its data sets and reports. So a little nitty gritty of this is more or less important to know and remember while designing these dashboards. Let's go back in today's session. So today we studied what are dashboards, how do we build content packs, what are apps, and how do we define the roles and the restrictions for the data shared with end user. Let's take one complete example and try to do all of this. However, content packs are not permitted in my organization, so therefore we wouldn't be able to demo it. Whereas the apps, roles, and restrictions, we take it further. Let's have a look at it. Let's say we start with one of the sample report, procurement analysis report, right? Then let's publish it along with the roles and restrictions. Okay. So this is something, again, this has been provided to us by Obviance, and with their help, we have a ready dashboard in front, a report page in front of us. So these are the different kinds of procurement an organization is doing. It has these categories of direct invoices, indirect invoices, and logistics taken care for this procurement. So most of their monies are going into hardware and indirect goods and services. And then there are basic contracting, logistics, raw material, part and parcel of this. What are the invoice types? What it is? Most tier 1 is $188 million, and then it falls to 20, less than 20. So it kind of an 80-20 rule. Tier 1 are the ones you would have to focus on. Let's see what is the report looking like. If we enable the drop down, drill down, we'll see United States. If I click on it, there's nothing much over there. Okay, fine. So it's only United States, right? What is the discount analysis what we have in front of us? So in January, approximately 18 million was sold and the discount was around 4% given to the user. In February, the discount was again 4. In March, it has reduced and so on. So the discount percentage is being in terms of 4 to 5%, almost 4 to 5%. What is the savings month on month? So based on discount, maximum savings occurred in the month of January, fell the lowest in April, and then again risen and has been maintained at $300,000. Okay, what are the top cities? Chicago has the king share of this, and then followed by St. Louis and Miami, and then the Mexico City and Atlanta. All right. So basis this, let's see what are their table structure looking like. So you have an vendor, you have a date dim, you have location, invoice, which is a combination of vendor, rate, this. Then for that invoice, there can be a line item. That line item can be built using an item. If there is an exchange done, then exchange rate and the currency. So hierarchical structure of data, and these are the fact tables, invoices and invoice line item consuming rest of the details. Let's decide on a kind of a, let's have a look at the location first, right? Let's see what data do they have. They have data from USA and Mexico, right? Everything is from North America. Let's see what cities do they have. That's okay. Currencies, there are two kinds of currencies part of it. So, and what kind of vendor? So let's group them to vendor state, right? Probably Washington, WA, and then probably California, so WA, CA, and others. Let's see that. So if I have to build this, what I'll do is in models, I'll go into manage roles. I'll create a role saying Washington, right? I know where that thing is appearing from. So I say add a filter on vendor state and I say WA. So this is one what I've saved. Again, I'll say manage roles. I'll say create a role which says California, and then I'll move on to the vendor. So you can make use of more than one filters. I am filtering only on one table. You can have a combination of these tables to be filtered basis one role. I say vendor state as CA, and then for my simplicity's sake I say everything. So if nothing is there, there is something, which is what is everything. So if you look at it, when I move, by default there are 51 rows. If I say California, 281 rows, sorry. If I move it as none, it has 281 rows again, 2121 rows. If I say Washington, let's say how many rows? 19 rows. So this is how it is bifurcated. And if I say everything, that's same as none. This and this are equivalent, but none is not reflected in our Power BI service. So I say it shows everything as 2121 rows. Now I want to see what this user views, just to replicate how it works. He sees everything because that's my name and I'm the admin. So multiple ways of checking the roles while making them is here. Now basis this, let's publish it and go ahead. Right now publish option is under home and publish. Yes, please save my changes. Okay, I've been signed out. Let me log in. Great, it's still loading. Again, it's based on the bandwidth. It would give me a pop-up asking for my password. It should ask me for my password. Still loading. Still loading, still loading.